Jiangchen Roseslo fromist, surveying the environment, that felt both familiar and slight Lilian, and couldn't help but utter a soft sigh. Although he had perused countless novels themed around transmigration, he had never anticipated that such an extraordinary twist of fate would befall him. After meeting an untimed Litamese Juatoan accident, he found himself reborn into Thai's entirely new world. As Thai years passed and his mind gradually matured, memory is flooded back when he turned 6, awakening him to the awareness of his past life and pre-syntax existence. Waitest finished him in Maruis the had become Yakald Brighted Oblova Dautiro Flynn family, one of the great family soft dragon kingdom. And could be respectfully referred toast Flynn family to medicine-in-law. Within the dragon kingdom, the 3-year royal family is shelled loft high positions, sell dome engage in Jin world lamattershens. The 8 great families merged as the visible sovereigns, making Thestitusa Flynn family in-law extraordinarily honorable. Yet, Jiangchen's position within Lin family couldn't libet ascribades insignificant. Since being sent of Lin family by Jiang family, had Don la glimpse said Hilda's daughter of Lin familian, his first day of farival. And theory of Tur had Navir had the fortune to see her again, leaving him with a hazy recollection of his future wife's appearance. The line eldest daughter displayed indifference towards him, and the Lin family as a whole paid him little heed. While he was not subject to outright disdain, he was regarded merely as an inconsequential individual. As for Jiangchen found himself in such a predicament, had overheard numerous family discussions from engage, gradual appeasing Tagather the reasons. The Jiang family had danced basketing Lorient dragon capital. With his grandfather achieving great military feats since the fight against foreign adversaries and securing marriage alliance with the thin head off Lin family. Consequently, the Jiang family yasin dead to prominence, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin family, a Reno Ned founding family. However, following Hedvintov peace, the Jiang family could not sustain and swiftly declined. The original marriage alliance set transformed into a mere betroth alduetta theshiv tin the respective standings, letting to Jiangchen being sent into Lin family. Ash's thoughts coalesced, Jiangchen exhaled dabarith of frustration, contemplating. Perhaps the cis fourth of his havelet line Tierston Fieldist daughter have yet to meet, and a live of dependency is not what I'd sire. Yet, soon after, Heffelta wave of discontent wash over him. Whether or no thu assassin in Lawan Theata to Dav Isfian mattered little to him. But what really concerned him? It was strength. In this world, where a martial prowess reigned supreme, a lack of strength equateto having nothing gatal. Hire Ned to make hydromatis impact, not a squander the opportunity of his rebirth. The martial realms of this world consisted of hestage softbot arfiment, energy manipulation, and ascension to nobility, with those who could clanking ship and emperor status wielding powers beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. In his youth, Jiangchen's grandfather had once been a great emperor, and the Jiang family had thus been heralded de san imperial lineage. Yet aloft the shadisipate dentonathingness with his grandfather's passing. As descendant of an imperial family, Jiangchen hay decabite larming li lao aptia to the 4 cultivations in seculdhood. Now, a theology of 18, despite possessing the intellecto-finagelt, had merely reached the second stage of but arfinment, alavel of strength the trelegate, him to thested to soft cannon fodder on the front lines. Perhaps it was precise lijuito, his lack of talent the had been chosen as in lo after all. Truly gifted individuals would be nurtured with yet most dedication with their families, with Hupiso for vitalizing Jiang family, while he was merely upon to maintain relations with Lin family. Master Jiang, I tist him for your meal. Agent Le voice from outside interrupted Jiang Shen's reverie. He appeaned the dordo finda beautifully ungu mankladin a maid's uniform setting de chesu ponthideningtable. Thizzy young woman was named Kaigu, perhaps the in la personite Lin familito besto osmila upon him. Upon his arrival at Lin family, he had not faced oppression rather, he had been assigned to secluded courtyard, attended bitwamaids, a Nielder and an Eonger. A stime passed, Thilder maid departed, leaving Kai Gia Shisela companion. Jiangchen satathadiningtable, inviting Kai Geto join him, but Shijent Lai Shuker had in refusal. Jiangchen did not press Themeter each time, Kaija insisted in serving him, assisting him with his meal, and in Liate after had finished. Even in the absence of supervision, Shup held this courtesy. The meal was abundant and delectable, and Kaiga's culinary skills were remarkable. However, in this world, the flesh and blood of magical beasts were the coveted after be warriors. These providence from Yavin and earth, and long-term consumption aton lie expedited martial advancement butyl so improved physical constitution. Yet, ever since he left Jiang family, Jiangchen had not tasted delicacies. When Kai Gang inquired about his situation, Jiangchen candidly informed her that he had failed the martial arts examination and would be tending Academy Academy instead. Upon hearing this, Kai's expression dimmed, but Shinonethless informed him that the arrangement had been made for Ajabathome. Jiangchen softly acquiesced, masking an eye discount. Observing his submissive demeanor, Kaiga felt topping off sympathy but refrained from saying more, bowing before Didi and gupped the dishes for cleaning in the kitchen. Once Kaiga had departed, Jiangchen clenched his fists, unabledo contain hisser. Onsiang master of Jiang family, he was no beholden to a mere maid. Yeth understood thatten must bow their head under such circumstances. Boutwas command was this? Waseth headed off the family, the matriarch, or his fiance? Alas, since could noten the martial arts university, hemi taswelven charita society line search of opportunities. Assassin in Lawaf Lin family, at least this life was secure. However, Thestigmave having obtained employment through backdoor channel swood like Claremain. Able and defreezent mentan for his world within him, igniting, is first genuine Deserito enhance his strength. If you are a powerful enough to gain admission to the martial arts university, you would no longer be subject to manipulation. If you are remaitai nato chivi extraordinaire omsate engage, how cold linfama literata treat the mesa worthless dependent? If ha display talent from an earliage, how cold jiang famla have in themawe? None of this would have transpired. At that moment, a crisp voice echo in his minding. The host's martial hearthas threshold. System binding, detecting that the host remains say virgin, granting thescalo fe virgin. Based on the host's current circumstances, the main questus no wishuado bay family arrangements and report designated location. A Sergio Foy filled Jiangchen Shurthis system. His golden finger had finally arrived. Chapter 2. Auxiliary Officer, Novice Benefits. The system receives the essence of youth. Jiang Chun silently pondered within his heart. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped him, prompting him to swiftly sit down and circulate his energy. Boundless power surged into Jiang Chen's body, causing his aura to rise accordingly. At that very moment, in another courtyard of the Lin family, a beautiful woman with an oval face and rosy cheeks abruptly awoke from her meditation. What is happening? Why do I sense a breakthrough aura? There shouldn't be any of the younger generation of the Lin family on the verge of a breakthrough. Furrowing her delicate brows, she rose from her meditation mat, and with her movement, her bosom gently swayed. Just as she was pondering this, a rhythmic knock echoed at the door. Head maid, the matter you entrusted has been taken care of. Come in. This woman was none other than the head maid. Hong Xue.1 would have expected that the commander of numerous maids was a beauty of both form and grace, akin to the daughters of noble families. A young maid entered, first bowing to Hong Shui, then reporting, I contacted someone from the Education Bureau and found out Jiang Chen's college entrance examination results. He did not qualify for martial arts university. Hong Shui casually twirled her hair, offering no response. Observing her silence, the young maid cautiously continued. After checking the results, I called Sister Kai Gu. She said she has already conveyed your message to young Master Jiang Chen. He agreed, and quite readily too. With a hint of surprise, Hong Shui inquired, and then he expressed no discontent. For instance, blaming the Lin family for not using connections to secure his admission into martial arts university? The young maid shook her head. Sister Kai Gu mentioned that young Master Jiang was very calm. Well then, at least he is an honest and straightforward individual, not lacking in discernment in that case. From now on, his allocation will be raised to the lowest tier for warriors. Yes, I take my leave. At this moment, Jiang Chun remained unaware that his past life's lesson from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, to keep his emotions in check, had inadvertently elevated his rations. Previously, he had been consuming river shrimp and crabs, but now he could indulge in lobster and king crab. Naturally, Jiang Chun had no intention of being so frivolous. With his allocation, he would certainly prioritize applying for the flesh of demon beasts. At this moment, he smiled broadly, relishing the changes that the essence of youth had brought to his body. From the second level of body refinement, he surged directly to the sixth, with just one step left to enter the seventh. This realm of body refinement, also known as the soldier realm, is classified according to combat strength, often serving as standard infantry on the battlefield. The ninth level of body refinement consists of 3 stages. The first 3 levels refine skin, making one impervious to mundane blades and bullets. The middle 3 levels refined bones, capable of splitting rocks with ease, and the final 3 levels refined blood, enhancing the heart's function as a pump, thereby greatly boosting blood flow and reaction speed. In his previous life, Jiang Chun was at the 2nd level of body refinement, while the minimum requirement for enlistment was the 3rd, which meant fully refining the skin. This would at least ensure he wouldn't be cut down by random blades or shot by stray bullets on the battlefield. In other words, Jiang Chun couldn't even be considered cannon fodder. Admission to martial arts university required a minimum of the 4th level. Now, having attained the 6th level of body refinement, he could be said to possess a body of steel and iron. Another attempt at the college entrance examination would certainly see him admitted to a well-ranked university. One can only imagine the magnitude of the enhancement brought about by the essence of youth. I ought to thank my unseen fiancée. Had she married me earlier and dragged me into the bridal chamber, I would have missed out on this essence of youth. It is a pity that if only I had awakened the system sooner, my life could have drastically changed at any moment. However, it is not too late now. Jiang Chun sighed. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and his body crackled with sound. He walked into the courtyard and began practicing a set of basic boxing techniques. Rising from the 2nd level to the 6th, he needed to adapt. A figure crouched on the windowsill, secretly observing his practice in the courtyard. Why does the young master seem different? I have often watched him practice, but never did he appear so fluid. Kaigu quietly watched Jiang Chun, and suddenly, as if sensing her gaze, he turned around and exclaimed, I'm sorry, young master. I want to peek again. With that, Kaigu's face flushed as she ran away. Jiang Chun chuckled at the antics of this girl. To be honest, he had never noticed Kaigu sneaking glances before. It seemed that not only had his physical constitution improved, but his mental acuity had also sharpened. After his stretching, Jiang Chun returned to his room, awaiting tomorrow's report to work. What would the reward for completing the main storyline task be? He was truly looking forward to it. As Jiang Chun pondered. He gradually drifted into slumber. The next day, at 7 o'clock, Kaigu arrived punctually to wake him. Standing beside Jiang Chun, she watched as he leisurely enjoyed his breakfast and spoke. Young master, someone will be here shortly to take you to report. Kaigu had already packed his belongings. While you're away, I will take good care of the house. Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle at her words. What are you saying? I'm not going to the battlefield. I'm simply going to a new place to do familiar tasks. I will return this evening. I'm sorry, young master. I'll go put the clothes back in the wardrobe. Kaigu hurriedly ran off. Half an hour later, someone arrived to pick him up. Jiang Chun took the backpack that Kaigu handed him and, under her watchful gaze, got into the car. The driver was quite talkative, and Jiang Chun learned that he was an employee of a ride-hailing service, sent to take him to the town evil division. Recalling the various luxury vehicles of the Lin family's younger generation, Jiang Chun felt somewhat disheartened, realizing that as a son-in-law, his status was rather negligible. He didn't dwell on it too much, engaging in casual conversation with the driver, and before long, they arrived at their destination, the East District Town Evil Division. In this world, the capital of Dragon Nation, Longqing, far exceeded his previous life in scale. Moreover, the entire continent was larger than Earth in his past life. Longqing is divided into 3 inner rings, 3 outer rings, and a lower 3 rings. Yes, the lower 3 rings refer to the underground city, excavated 100 meters beneath the outer 3 rings under the control of civil engineering experts. Each ring has its own zoning, with proximity to the center signifying higher status and stricter security. Longqing is a place where land is incredibly valuable. Only the lower 3 rings have houses for rent. Reside above ground. One must be a high-ranking official, an academic giant, or a martial arts master. Families like the Lin family, with their aristocratic status, reside on the outer planes, having built their own city, thanks to the spread of martial arts enhancing physical fitness. All drivers must be at least at the 3rd level of body refinement, able to maintain a speed of 120 km/h while remaining responsive. Ordinary drivers can only use special lanes. Otherwise, it would take 2 hours just to travel from the Lin family to the Town Evil Division. As Jiang Chun stepped out of the car, he gazed at the sign bearing the words Town Evil Division and pushed the door open to enter. Upon learning he was from the Lin family, the reception staff did not intentionally make things difficult or mock him, which relieved Jiang Chun, as he truly had no habit of pretending to be a simpleton. However, He couldn't help but notice the slight disdain in their eyes upon discovering his connections. Naturally, he wouldn't create a scene over this. He was indeed a connections beneficiary, having never even participated in the assessment. He was here enjoying privileges while expecting others to treat him equally. Such a double standard was not something he could abide by. After completing the medical examination and signing various documents, a plain notebook with the words Town Evil Division inscribed on the cover was placed in front of Jiang Chen. He picked it up and opened it, finding his name, employee number, date of employment, and even a photo affixed inside, with the final position listed as auxiliary officer. This document represented his status. The Town Evil Division of Dragon Nation, as a law enforcement agency, is divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. You may ask, what level is an auxiliary officer? I'm sorry, but auxiliary officers do not belong to any level. They are akin to contract workers, not part of the official structure. When issues arise, the auxiliary officer is the one to take the blame. Labeled as outsourced, of course, Jiang Chen would not be made to shoulder any blame, as he was indeed sent by the Lin family. Brother Jiang, I must clarify in advance. As the Town Evil Division is a force of arms, fighting and killing are inevitable, and casualties are not uncommon in matters of life and death. There is no distinction of rank or nobility. If you find it too challenging, you might consider switching departments. It's not too late. The supervisor guiding him through the process, team leader Zhang Jing of the mysterious level, sternly reiterated to Jiang Chen, who he did not wish to see a privileged noble in his ranks, as it would be troublesome. Jiang Chen promptly replied, "Rest assured, team leader Zhang, there is no need for concern on your part. Please treat me as an ordinary newcomer to Minter." Jiang Chen certainly would not back down. He had yet to receive the reward for completing the main storyline task. Moreover, considering his status in the Lin family, it was entirely possible that one day he might be confronted with a dramatic breakup scene orchestrated by the young lady of the Lin family that could cast him out. It was better to establish roots elsewhere for the time being. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's assurance, Zhang Jing nodded slightly, signing and stamping the documents in hand before submitting them. Ding! Successfully employed at the Town Evil Division. Reward: Novice Benefits. The reassuring sound of the System-S notification brought a smile to Jiang Chen's face. However, he did not claim the reward immediately, fearing any anomalies might alert Zhang Jing. A new main task released. Complete your first assignment at the Town Evil Division. Task rewards depend on the task evaluation. Chapter 3. Claiming Rewards, Elbow Strike. After receiving the task, Jiang Chen immediately inquired, "Team Leader Zhang, what is my assignment? Please direct me." Seeing Jiang Chen so eager to learn, Zhang Jing felt a few more points of recognition for him and responded, "You are now an auxiliary officer. First, accompany the official members as they patrol our jurisdiction to familiarize yourself with the environment. If there are no cases, this job is quite simple. At last," he added. "Of course, one must not become complacent in their usual training. For us, the martial professionals, one's realm of power is directly correlated with their status. If strength is lacking, no amount of time served will elevate one beyond the rank of deputy leader." Chuckling, he continued, "Ah, you are still young. If you can achieve a breakthrough to the realm of a marshal early on, awaken your unique talents, and earn the favor of those above, obtaining resources to assist you will be within reach. At that point, taking my position may not be an impossibility. Keep striving, young man." Jiang Chen responded affirmatively, "Understood. I shall keep that in mind." While internally reflecting, drawing grand visions is indeed an essential skill for a superior. "Well then, if there's nothing else, you may return for now. We commence work at 8 tomorrow." After bidding farewell, Jiang Chen took the subway to the outer ring and transferred to a bus before finally arriving at his doorstep. As he stepped through the door, he noticed an alluring woman approaching, her fragrance captivating, with her sparkling black eyes curiously assessing him. It was the head maid, Hong Shui. "Did anyone give you trouble on your first day at the Town Evil Division?" "Young Master Jiang? None at all. The process was quite smooth, and my superior treated me no differently," Jiang Chen replied calmly. "That is reassuring. I wish you success in your endeavors, and may your martial path flourish." Hong Shui smiled subtly, the corners of her lips curving slightly, before gracefully departing from his side. A maid, yet commanding such initiative, undoubtedly owed her stature and influence to the esteemed Miss Lin behind her. However, it was only after Jiang Chen had acquired his foundational skills and elevated his realm that he discerned the enigmatic aura surrounding Hong Shui. He could not ascertain her level. Was she a marshal? Or perhaps already a noble? A sense of astonishment washed over Jiang Chun. Previously, his lack of strength had rendered him oblivious to the disparities between realms. He had not anticipated that someone no older than 20 could possess such a level. Worthy of being celebrated as a prodigy in any other setting, yet here she was, willingly serving as a maid for the Lin family. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he decided it was of no concern to him and stepped inside his home. Before long, Kaigu had prepared dinner, presenting a standard fare of 3 dishes and a soup. However, Jiang Qin noted that one of the dishes contained demon beast meat. Kaigu explained, "The logistics department just informed me today that we can now have an additional daily quota of demon beast meat." Jiang Qin nodded, refraining from further comment, and swiftly finished his meal before retreating to his room. System notification, claiming beginner benefits. After a brief silence, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Beginner benefits successfully claimed. Current occupation detected as assistant police officer. Reward details are as follows. Special close combat martial technique, elbow strike. Channeling full body strength into an elbow strike against the opponent, inducing pain. Note, effectiveness is enhanced when used in conjunction with a baton. Special ranged martial technique, Eye of Death. After aiming for a set duration, a hit on the target is guaranteed. Talent interpretation method. Observing things with meticulous detail, allowing for reconstruction and inference of events through subtleties. Upon receiving the rewards, Jiang Chun could not help but smile. Both martial techniques fell under the special category. Conventional skills are classified into martial techniques and inner power, with their ranks named according to their realms, such as scholar, general, noble, and king levels. However, there exists a peculiar category of techniques whose effects are independent of realm. Categorized as special techniques, for instance, the 2 skills Jiang Chun had just acquired ensured that regardless of the opponent's level, should he land an elbow strike, they would feel pain, a conceptually potent ability. The talent interpretation method was also exceedingly suitable for Jiang Chin's role at the Town Evil Division. He felt an urge to practice the elbow strike on someone, but with Kai Gu being the only other person around, he could not bring himself to do so and instead turned his focus to the Eye of Death. Jiang Chun picked up a pin and aimed it at a yellowing leaf on a tree in the yard. The leaf swayed up and down in the evening breeze. Eye, pin, leaf, aligned in a straight line. After 3 seconds, Jiang Chun suddenly perceived an additional point on the leaf. Instinctively, he threw the pin, which pierced through the leaf and lodged itself in a branch. Was that around 3 seconds? Jiang Chun mused, recalling the sensation. If I had used a firearm or unleashed a sphere of light after achieving the martial realm, I could guarantee each shot would strike true. An ambush would be virtually impossible to defend against. Contentment washed over him as he yawned and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, after enjoying breakfast prepared by Kaigu, Jiang Qian made his way to sign in at the Town Evil Division. In a city as vast as Longqing, the division he was part of was merely a branch, overseeing the outer 3 rings of the Eastern District. The head of this branch held a position equivalent to that of a regional leader. With various mystical level leaders supervising yellow level members, Jiang Qian's current role as an assistant police officer mainly involved trivial tasks and errands. Leader Zhang Zheng scrutinized Jiang Qian, sensing a shift within him. Jiang Chun felt Zhang Zheng's gaze but did not shy away, meeting it with confidence. Zhang Zheng was taken aback. Under Jiang Qian's scrutiny, he felt a slight threat, as if his secrets were laid bare under a magnifying glass in front of an audience. Just as he prepared to speak, Jiang Qian averted his gaze, his body relaxing, causing that sensation to dissipate. Observing Jiang Qian return to his station, Zhang Zheng's heart raced with astonishment, recalling that he had heard Jiang Chun was a scion of a fallen noble family, merely an unvalued consort of the Lin clan. Why, then, did he exude the aura of a dragon lurking beneath the surface today? Ah, noble families are indeed a deep and murky water, Zhang Zheng mused internally. As a veteran of the Town Evil Division, seasoned by countless battles, he naturally trusted his instincts and sense of danger. Once seated at his own desk, Jiang Chun took a deep breath. He had momentarily forgotten that he had learned new skills and inadvertently activated the Eye of Death and the interpretation method. Noticing the change in Zhang Zheng's expression, he quickly reined in his focus. Jiang Chun was indifferent to Zhang Zheng's thoughts about him. Subtly showcasing his differences from others was not inherently detrimental. After all, striving upwards, one must avoid mediocrity. In the days that followed, during the allocation of patrol duties, Zhang Zheng frequently took him along, sharing insights about hidden paths not found on any map, seemingly grooming him as a formal member. As Jiang Qin interacted with his colleagues, he was generous. Despite his lack of status within the Lin family, he adeptly navigated the social intricacies of dining and drinking. Before long, a week had passed, and Jiang Chun completed a round of patrolling the Eastern District's outer 3 rings. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully completing the main quest. Please claim your reward. Chapter 4, The Homicide. Main quest completion rewards are as follows. A set of general-level martial techniques. Wind-cleaving blade technique, wind-chasing step, gale method, 100 skill points. Feeling elated at the reward details, Jiang Chen acknowledged that what he lacked most was martial techniques. While the special techniques he had previously obtained offered unexpected advantages, it was impractical to rely solely on elbow strikes during combat. The wind-cleaving blade technique provided the frontal combat capabilities he required, while the wind-chasing step enhanced his speed. As for the gale method, it was an inner power technique requiring advancement to the martial realm for cultivation, so he would set it aside for now. The skill points would help compensate for his late start. Martial technique proficiency is categorized into beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and completion. Jiang Chun had practiced basic fist techniques for 10 years, yet only reached the minor achievement realm, illustrating the difficulty of advancement. Martial techniques differ in their realms and require continuous practice and combat to enhance, rather than relying on elixirs for progression. Furthermore, martial techniques may occasionally trigger a unique state of inspiration during combat, leading to their evolution and the potential for comprehending special techniques. The higher the proficiency, the greater the chance of entering this state of inspiration. However, even then, the likelihood of comprehending a special technique remains dismally low. This underscores the rarity of the 2 special techniques he had previously acquired. That very evening, Jiang Chun allocated his skill points across the various martial techniques. Consumed 20 skill points. Your wind-cleaving blade technique and wind-chasing step successfully reached the beginner level. Remaining skill points, 80. Consumed 50 skill points. Your wind-cleaving blade technique has advanced to the minor achievement level. Remaining skill points, 30. Consumed 30 skill points. Your proficiency in the wind-chasing step has increased, and during your training, you experienced an epiphany, achieving a remarkable breakthrough to the minor achievement level. Skill points have been exhausted. The allocation of 100 skill points barely elevated these 2 martial techniques to the minor achievement level. Had it not been for his innate talent and agility, the wind-chasing step would have remained at the beginner level. Jiang Chun let out a long sigh, for the first time feeling the weight of enhanced strength. He had merely acquired 2 general-level martial techniques. How many skill points would be required for the noble, king, or even the legendary emperor levels? The urgency to acquire more skill points was palpable. With visions of the future swirling in his mind, Jiang Qin gradually succumbed to slumber. The next morning, as usual, Jiang Chun was awakened by Kai Gu, and after enjoying breakfast, he hurried to the town evil division. He had grown accustomed to this routine of a 9-to-5 work life. The newly learned wind-chasing step provided a touch of convenience. His speed to the bus station had increased during the rush to board the subway. He seized every opportunity, swiftly making his way onto the train. It was indeed a case of making the most of his abilities. With a spring in his step, Jiang Qian approached the town evil division's entrance. But upon pushing open the door, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. Regardless of whether it is the clerical staff before the computer or other team members, their expressions are grave, and the air is thick with tension. Li Yu, seated beside Jiang Qian, leaned closer and whispered, "Something has happened." In an instant, Jiang Qian felt a stir in his heart. They had indeed encountered trouble in Longqing, the heart of the nation. Any homicide would draw intense scrutiny. For as the lifeblood of the country, Longqing must eliminate all potential hazards. The higher-ups demanded a swift resolution to the case. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences, just as a suffocating silence enveloped the office. A heavy footfall broke the oppressive stillness. Team leader Zhang Zheng pushed the door open, his already weathered face now etched with additional lines of concern. The crowd lifted their gazes, their eyes converging on Zhang Zheng, awaiting his words in quiet anticipation. Minister Liu mentioned in the meeting that headquarters requires us to make significant progress within 3 days and to solve the case within a week. Otherwise, our department's bonuses for this year will be reduced to the minimum standard. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Chun could hear the anxious swallowing of saliva among the crowd. The annual bonuses from the Jiangxi constituted a considerable portion of their income, typically amounting to half of their yearly earnings. Various supplements, techniques, and funds. Losing half of that would severely hinder their cultivation progress for at least 6 months. The crime scene lies within our jurisdiction, hence this case is entrusted to us, while other teams will provide assistance, Zhang Jing declared in a solemn tone. Instantly, a chorus of lamentations arose, and the expressions of the crowd fell in an instant. Jiang Chen's countenance was equally grave, yet unlike the other's trepidation, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. While the case required accountability, it also presented an opportunity for merit. Zhang Jing scanned the room. Noticing that Jiang Chen did not display any signs of dismay, which prompted him to regard Jiang Chen with increased favor. All right, the case summary has been sent to the group chat. Please review it carefully. With that, Zhang Jing turned and returned to his office. Ding, side quest triggered. Solve this case to successfully earn rewards. Jiang Chen retrieved his phone, opened the case statement, and his expression grew increasingly serious as he perused the details. Indeed, this case was far from simple, which explained the heightened concern from the higher-ups. The incident occurred at the Liu residence on Wamping Road, where a younger member of the Liu family and a steward were murdered. The Liu family is a prominent noble lineage. Generally speaking, if a homicide occurs within their household and no one reports it, the Jiangxi would turn a blind eye, allowing them to handle it internally. The issue arose because, in addition to the loss of life, treasures had also vanished. The coveted Hunran Ichidan, which had been stored in the Liu family's treasury, had mysteriously disappeared. The Hunran Ichidan aids peak warriors in breaking through to the marquee level, ensuring that each generation possesses top-tier combat capability, making it crucial for a noble family. 1 Hunran Ichidan holds immense value in the market, often trading for exorbitant sums, yet it is rarely for sale, typically exchanged for other treasures instead. After conducting their own investigation, the Liu family found themselves at a loss and could only report the matter to the Jiangxi. The upper echelons of the Jiangxi have connections with the Liu family, hence the strict order to resolve the case swiftly. After the crowd reviewed the materials, Zhang Jing led them to the Liu residence. The current head of the Liu family, Bai Lianhou, who had attained the marquis status with his metallic abilities, received them. Team leader Zhang, you are undoubtedly aware of the value of the Hunran Ichidan as a peak warrior. I'm sure Minister Liu has also mentioned it to you. If we can recover it, the Liu family will offer generous rewards, which would also enhance your record. The head of the Liu family grasped Zhang Jing's hand, speaking earnestly. His words were laced with subtlety, hinting at his connections within the Jiangxi, and later suggesting the possibility of aiding Zhang Jing's promotion, a classic tactic of sweetening the deal with a promise. Zhang Jing, seasoned in the professional realm, understood the implications of the Liu family head's words and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Bai Lianhou, I will do my utmost to apprehend the murderer and retrieve the Hunran Ichidan. The Liu family head nodded and led the Jiangxi personnel to the crime scene for investigation. Chapter 5. Investigating the crime scene. Upon arriving at the scene of the homicide, Jiang Chen immediately detected a faint metallic scent tainting the yard. As they stepped into the courtyard, a surge of anger welled up within them. The ground was splattered with blood, dark crimson stains telling the tale of the deceased's tragic fate. However, amidst this sea of blood, a patch of ground remained untouched, marked only by a few splatters. This indicated that someone had moved the body, thereby compromising the integrity of the scene. Bai Lianhou, may I inquire if the scene has been tampered with? Zhang Jing, visibly displeased, directly questioned the family head. Upon hearing this, the Liu family head coughed twice before responding. The deceased was the son of my concubine. After the news of his death spread, my younger son came here and, in his grief, insisted on moving the body indoors. He could not bear to let it lie exposed outside. The servants dared not stop him. I ask for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing could only accept the situation. In this realm, bloodlines influence an individual's talents. Thus, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring is unavoidable. The group conducted a thorough examination of the crime scene, yet after an exhaustive search, they found nothing of value. Jiang Chun silently observed the traces on the ground, remaining speechless. They then proceeded to the storage room where the body was kept. A vicious knife wound marred the young man's chest. One strike had claimed his life. Background investigations revealed that the deceased was a promising youth, having advanced to the 5th level of martial arts before even graduating from university. His companion, who perished alongside him, was also at the peak of body refinement. How could two martial artists meet their end in their own home without even the family head, a marquee-level warrior, noticing? To evade detection by a marquee-level expert would require either another adept in assassination or a king-level powerhouse. Yet, how could these two individuals have offended such formidable strength? While the Hunran Ichidan was indeed rare, it hardly warranted a marquee-level warrior to forge a deadly rivalry over it, if not an outsider. Then the perpetrator must have been someone within the household. Jiang Chen crouched down, leaning closer to the wound for a detailed examination, allowing his innate talent to activate naturally. Beyond the scent of blood, he detected a faint fragrance, a rare spirit herb known as Jingxin Lian, which exudes a refreshing aroma and aids in stabilizing one's cultivation. Martial artists nearing a breakthrough often feel an impulse to advance, akin to a bottle filled to the brim that threatens to spill over. However, they typically resist this urge to ensure their cultivation is more refined before breaking through. The unique fragrance of this plant assists in suppressing such impulses, resulting in a high market price that is beyond the means of ordinary warriors. Shifting his focus back to the wound, he noted the injury extending from the left shoulder to the right waist, indicating that the assailant was left-handed. With this revelation, Jiang Chen's mind began to formulate a hypothesis. Standing up, he directed his inquiry toward the Liu family head. Marquis, may I ask who the victim was closest to within the household? The Liu family head, taken aback, shot Jiang Chen a surprised glance. An ordinary body refinement level 6 individual typically had no standing to converse with him, yet fueled by the urgency to solve the case. He replied, of course, he was closest to my younger son, which is why my younger son would be devastated upon learning of his death. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's understanding deepened. He turned to Zhang Jiang, who was observing him with keen interest. Team leader Zhang, I have a new discovery to report. Jiang Chen leaned closer to Zhang Jiang, whispering, the murderer is likely the younger son. Zhang Jiang looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment, his expression serious. Are you certain? I am certain. Very well, what do you propose we do? With Zhang Jiang's endorsement, Jiang Chen turned his attention back to the distressed by Lian Ho. Marquis, may I request an audience with your younger son? The Liu family head's expression darkened immediately, realizing Jiang Chen's implication. You suspect my younger son of murdering his own brother? His demeanor shifted, a hint of marquee-level pressure emanating from him. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a constricting sensation in his chest, as if an immense weight pressed down upon him, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, Zhang Jiang placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. By Lian Ho, we are merely in the verification stage. There is no need for such tension. Team leader Zhang, one must be cautious with words. Even mere suspicion can have dire consequences for my younger son if we do not swiftly identify the true culprit. Should he bear the burden of fratricide until you find the real murderer? By Lian Ho, you are well aware of the Zhan EC's heightened focus on this case. It would be best for you to cooperate with our investigation. Upon hearing this, the Liu family head's expression softened slightly. Indeed, he was the one who had drawn the higher-ups' attention to this matter. Once the case garnered the Zhan EC's scrutiny, it was no longer within his control. To obstruct their investigation would lead to dire repercussions. Zhan EC, indeed a formidable force. Team leader Zhang, I hope you can uncover something substantial. Otherwise, the Liu family head had clearly changed his stance but still maintained a sharp tongue. Casting a cold glance at the crowd, especially at Jiang Chen. By Lian Ho, allow me to introduce you to this individual. He is the esteemed son-in-law of the Lin family, betrothed to the Lin family's young lady. Upon hearing this, the Liu family head's demeanor shifted noticeably, huffing in disdain as he waved his sleeve and departed. Someone, summon Lin Er. Immediately, someone was dispatched to fetch the young master of the Liu family, while others escorted Jiang Chen and the group to the reception hall. Before long, news of the young master being a suspect reached the ears of others. I shall see who dares to tarnish my son's name. A well-dressed, voluptuous woman emerged from the back courtyard, accompanied by a throng of servants. Lady Liu, the legitimate wife of the esteemed Marquis of Refined Forging and the biological mother of young Master Liner, could not remain idle and personally made her way to the reception hall. Shortly thereafter, Liu Lin, the youngest son of the Liu family, arrived. He appeared weary, with traces of tears at the corners of his eyes and a look of sorrow in his gaze, as if he were still engulfed in the grief of losing his brother. Observing his demeanor, no one would doubt that he was the murderer. The gathered crowd, particularly the members of the Liu family, were adamant in their disbelief that Liu Lin could be a killer, casting furious glances at Jiang Chen. Do you suspect me of killing my brother? Lu Lin, though fatigued, questioned Jiang Chen with indignation. His tone laced with sorrowful outrage, as if a fire of fury simmered just beneath the surface. Until the truth is revealed, no one can escape suspicion, not even you, Jiang Chen replied, unfazed, stepping closer to him, fixing his gaze upon Lu Lin's face. What do you wish to ask? Speak. Lu Lin, sensing that Jiang Chen was undeterred by his imposing presence, retorted, Is the pure harmony pill in your possession? Suddenly, Jiang Chen's voice rang out sharply, reverberating in the ears of the onlookers. What do you mean? The surrounding crowd paused momentarily, then turned their attention to Jiang Chen. Typically, interrogations begin with inquiries about alibis. Yet Jiang Chen, deviating from the norm, directly posed a question that seemed to firmly implicate Lu Lin as the culprit. Indeed, Lu Lin's expression faltered for an instant, though fleeting. Jiang Chen, adept in the art of observation, captured the moment. Impudent rogue, do you know what you were saying? Lady Lu, seated at the head of the hall, rose in anger, her heaving chest betraying her fury. Jiang Chen disregarded her displeasure, continuing to scrutinize Lu Lin. Under Jiang Chen's unwavering gaze, Lu Lin appeared to be stripped of his defenses, fidgeting nervously and evading Jiang Chen's eyes. I do not understand your insinuation. You suspect me of murder without any evidence? Where is your proof? Lu Lin shouted defiantly, meeting Jiang Chen's gaze. In response to his rebuttal, Jiang Chen calmly stated, The deceased bore the fragrance of the calm heart lotus. As I understand it, the deceased had reached the 5th level of the martial general realm, and thus would not need to suppress his cultivation. Therefore, it is improbable that he carried it himself. The murderer struck within the Lu family without being detected, indicating that the assailant was an acquaintance who took advantage of the victim's unpreparedness. The wounds on the deceased spanned from the left shoulder to the right waist, clearly indicating that the assailant wielded a blade with their left hand. Hence, the murderer is someone familiar with the deceased, proficient in left-handed swordsmanship, and currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Lu Xiaogongzi, how many of these criteria do you meet? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's meticulous analysis, the expressions of those present turned grave. A series of glances began to fall upon Lu Lin, as it was evident that his favored hand was well known to the Lu family. Even the Lu patriarch and Lady Lu cast incredulous glances at their youngest son. Unable to withstand the scrutinizing stares, Lu Lin glared back, attempting to mask his unease with indignation. These are merely your speculations. Many individuals suppress their cultivation using the calm heart lotus. Why should this serve as evidence against me? May I inquire, what level of cultivation do you currently possess, Lu Gongzi? Jiang Chen directly posed. But before Lu Lin could respond, Lady Lu interjected. This young man has only recently achieved the 3rd level of the martial general realm. Regardless, he would not resort to murdering his own brother for a mere pure harmony pill. The truth can be easily uncovered by searching your room. It has only been one night since the incident, and the Lu family immediately sealed the premises. You had no opportunity to dispose of the pure harmony pill. Nor could you have anticipated that the Marquis would take such a keen interest in this matter, reporting it directly to the Law Enforcement Bureau. You wish to search my room? Lu Lin's expression soured at once. Though he quickly regained his composure, it was evident that he was somewhat flustered. Jiang Chen was certain that the pill remained within the confines of the Lu estate. If you are fearful, it would be prudent for young Master Lu to confess while there is still time. Jiang Chen teased. Very well. Search if you must. If you find nothing, you will be the ones to regret it. Lu Lin exclaimed vehemently, leading the group to his private villa. Search to your heart's content. Soon, the investigative team began their search, and as expected of the official members of the Law Enforcement Bureau, they exhibited remarkable proficiency, combing through every nook and cranny. From the rooftops to the corners beneath beds, from vases to the backs of tables. Yet they found not a single trace of the pill. Report to the team leader, we have found nothing. As each team member returned with their report, Lu Lin's demeanor grew increasingly smug, while the members of the team appeared despondent. Zhang Jing, at a loss for a plan, cast an inquiring glance at Jiang Chen. Observing Jiang Chen's calm demeanor, he too felt a momentary sense of relief, awaiting Jiang Chen's next move. When the final searcher returned empty-handed, all eyes turned to Jiang Chen, a mixture of anger, skepticism, and mockery enveloping him. Jiang Chen, unfazed by their gazes, approached Lu Lin, who was now seething with unbridled anger. Now that the search has concluded, Shouldn't you kneel and apologize to me? Ah, do not be hasty, Lu Gongzi. In truth, I have known the location of your pill all along. Asking everyone to search again was merely to confirm my findings. What? Lu Lin exclaimed in disbelief. While the others had been searching, Jiang Chen had been keenly observing Lu Lin, who maintained a confident facade, which led Jiang Chen to his conclusion. Lu Gongzi, may I ask why you stood motionless upon entering the courtyard? Jiang Chen queried with a smile. And before Lu Lin could react, Jiang Chen delivered a swift elbow strike to Lu Lin's abdomen. Lu Lin, caught off guard by Jiang Chen's audacity, was astonished to feel pain from the blow. Stumbling back a few steps, Zhang Jing, quick to respond, rushed to seize Lu Lin from behind. Lu Lin struggled, attempting to retaliate, yet his third-level martial general strength paled in comparison to Zhang Jing, who stood at the pinnacle of that realm. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, channeling his energy into a punch directed at the ground. The tiles cracked under the force, and as Jiang Chen bent down to investigate, he uncovered a wrapped pill, the pure harmony pill. This, the Lu Patriarch, who had been silently observing, was taken aback and stepped forward to retrieve the pill. This is indeed the one that went missing. As this revelation reverberated through the hall, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. Linner, how could you be so foolish? Lady Lu was the first to shatter the silence, unable to accept that her youngest son had indeed killed his brother, her face etched with sorrow. No, it wasn't me. Lu Lin, restrained by Zhang Jing, desperately protested. Someone must have framed me. The true murderer concealed this pill in my courtyard to implicate me. Mother, father, you must believe me. No, this cannot be. How could you possibly uncover this pill? Lu Lin stammered, his plot thoroughly unraveled. It was quite simple, really. Initially, when I directly questioned you about its whereabouts, your lack of reaction indicated it was not on your person. Your complete lack of concern during the search suggested it was not within the house. However, the fleeting moment of panic you displayed indicated the pill remained within the Lu family, and it was impossible for it to have been smuggled out during last night's lockdown. Eliminating all possibilities, what remains impossible must also be possible. Furthermore, standing still in worry is an instinctive response. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin surrendered entirely, resembling a captured chick in Zhang Jing's grasp. Linner, you, the Lu Patriarch, a formidable figure, was at a loss for words, his expression one of despair. Do not say anything, father. My talent pales in comparison to my brother's. He would undoubtedly reach the Marquis realm before I do. According to family regulations, this one pure harmony pill would be allocated to him. By the time I reached my own breakthrough, I might not even be granted a second chance. Lu Lin recounted his motives with a blank expression. What a grave sin! The Lu Patriarch sighed heavenward, then turned to Zhang Jing. Yet, Zhang Jing interjected, My lord, I will be taking him with me. This case requires an explanation to the upper authorities. You may visit him in the prison thereafter. Prison? The term sent a ripple of unease through the onlookers. Once one entered the prison, connections and favors would hold no sway. The overseer of the prison dealt with matters devoid of personal sentiment. Even if sentenced to a fixed term, one would emerge branded a criminal. No one wished to befriend an ex-convict, nor would anyone consider marrying one. No, I cannot go to prison. How could I possibly end up there? Upon hearing the word prison, Lu Lin erupted in a frenzy, unleashing a surge of formidable energy. Underestimating him, Zhang Jing, who had not applied sufficient restraint, was momentarily pushed back by Lu Lin's outburst, staggering a few steps. It is no wonder that you were able to slay your brother, who was 2 realms above you. Zhang Jing flicked his wrist, preparing to personally subdue the fleeing Lu Lin. Alas, my wayward son. With a heavy sigh, a flash of golden light streaked across the sky, followed by a resounding crash. No, father, I am your son. You cannot treat me this way. As the crowd focused their gaze, a chain glimmering with gold ensnared Lu Lin. Its surface etched with faint runes, rendering him immobile. The 100 refinements Marquis' divine technique. What a privilege to witness. Zhang Jing expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist towards the head of the Lu family. Take him away. The Lu family head turned, waving his hand as he exited the courtyard, his silhouette appearing aged and solitary. The crowd escorted Lu Lin away from the Lu residence. Within the evil suppression division, Lu Lin, aware of his inescapable fate, confessed everything in hopes of leniency. Whether he would be imprisoned in the dungeons for decades or sent to the front lines to redeem himself, he had temporarily secured his life. Thus, a murder case was resolved within a single day. Jiang Qin's reasoning became a topic of admiration among the various branches of the Evil Suppression Division. In an instant, the crowd regarded the son-in-law of the Lin family with newfound respect and admiration. No longer perceiving him merely as a privileged connection, of course, the opinions of others held little significance for Jiang Qin. At this moment, he could only hear a voice. Ding! Case successfully solved. You have received the following rewards. Chapter 7, Breakthrough, New Murder Case, Ding. Resolved the Liu family murder case, completed a side quest, you have received rewards. 60 skill points. Protective Wind. Protective Wind. A defense martial technique of the general's rank, main quest initiated. Continue your work for the Evil Suppression Division. After Lu Lin's confession, Zhang Jing granted everyone a holiday. Upon returning home, Jiang Qin began his training. System, expend 60 skill points, allocating them entirely to Protective Wind. As a defensive martial technique, Protective Wind creates a wall of wind around the user, capable of stopping ordinary bullets. Only higher-tier martial skills can penetrate it. Even then, their speed would be diminished by the wind wall, granting Jiang Qin additional time to evade. Thus, Jiang Qin was not only formidable in offense, but also virtually invulnerable among his peers. 60 skill points expended, your Protective Wind has successfully entered the beginner stage. Advanced to minor accomplishment, remaining skill points, 0. Having successfully stepped into the minor accomplishment realm, Jiang Qin's combat prowess had increased significantly, even though his realm had not risen. The inclusion of Protective Wind had solidified Jiang Qin's combat power framework. Open the panel. This panel was not provided by the system but was a feature possessed by every individual in the martial world. Name: Jiang Qin. Realm: Body Refinement Level 6. Martial Skills: Eye of Death, Elbow Strike, Wind Breaking Blade, Wind Chase Step, Protective Wind. Talent: Interpretation Method. The existence of Protective Wind not only offered practical benefits but also imparted a certain aura, as if he were surrounded by a current of air. His sleeves fluttering gracefully, it exuded an ethereal quality. Kai Gu, who had been by his side, quickly sensed his transformation, though she chose to keep her curiosity hidden, refraining from questioning Jiang Qin further. After spending 2 days at home with Kai Gu, their holiday came to an end. On the first day back at the Evil Suppression Division, everyone was summoned to the conference room by Division Chief Lu Xiyang. He fervently praised the team's exceptional performance, particularly commending Zhang Jing and Jiang Qin, indicating that the higher-ups were thoroughly pleased with their efforts. He then announced the rewards for the team. Ordinary members would each receive a third-class merit and an additional 3-month salary. Meanwhile, as the team leader and primary contributors, Zhang Jing and Jiang Qin would receive second-class merits and half a year's salary. Jiang Qin was specifically promoted to a formal member. The members received their rewards. Holding their certificates, smiles were difficult to suppress. However, Jiang Qin keenly noticed that Lu Xiyang frequently cast glances in his direction, which instilled a sense of caution within him. What made him stand out? The only aspect that might attract attention was his connection to the Lin family, a matter that required utmost discretion. Jiang Qin was genuinely pleased to be officially recognized as a member of the Evil Suppression Division. If he could amass sufficient merits, he need not concern himself with trivial qualifications, as he would naturally be promoted. Having already secured a second-class merit, he had made significant progress. In due time, both his salary and associated benefits would see a substantial increase, and he would gain access to a more elite aspect of this world. More importantly, the rewards from the system would also rise accordingly. You must be Jiang Qin, the betrothed of the Lin family's daughter. Truly a promising young man. Lu Xiyang descended from the platform, standing before Jiang Qin with a smile that felt overly formal. Jiang Qin mused internally, yet he stood up and replied, Division Chief Lu, please refer to me by my title during work. In the Evil Suppression Division, I am merely an ordinary member under team leader Zhang Jing, without any affiliation to the Lin or Jiang families. Hearing Jiang Qin disavowing any noble status, Lu Xiyang nodded in satisfaction and handed him a new identification document. Jiang Qin accepted the document and glanced at it. It was the same as before, except the position section now indicated Group 3 member instead of auxiliary officer, with Group 3 being under Zhang Jing's command. Comrade Zhang, I have heard from Zhang Jing about your role in this case. You truly were the key figure. Without you, the Evil Suppression Division would have been combing through individuals, and Lu Lin would likely have already transferred the elixir. Lu Xiang lavished praise upon Jiang Chen, who silently listened, recognizing that Lu Xiang's compliments were not mere flattery. Indeed, Lu Xiang's tone shifted. Jiang Chen, have you ever heard of the cold case system? I believe you would be quite suited for it. Cold case. Jiang Chen had not heard of it and sensed its complexity. Before Lu Xiang could elaborate, Zhang Zheng's expression shifted, and he interjected, Division Chief, Jiang Chen has just been promoted. This is too soon. Observing Zhang Zheng's grave demeanor and his evident discontent, Jiang Chen understood that the cold case system was likely not a favorable opportunity. Do not be alarmed. The cold case system, as the name suggests, gathers various cases that the Evil Suppression Division has been unable to resolve since its inception. Conventional investigative methods have been exhausted, and we require a fresh mind like yours. Furthermore, the rewards for solving each cold case are quite substantial. Even I find them tempting. The more Lu Xiang spoke, the more wary Jiang Chen felt. If it truly were as advantageous as he claimed, it would not fall to him. Naturally, being newly promoted and immediately entering the cold case system was premature. Some matters were not suitable for him to know just yet. However, I happen to have a C-grade cold case at hand, which has occurred recently and remains unsolved. If you can resolve it, I can ensure you receive the rewards. Upon finishing, he regarded Jiang Chen with an encouraging demeanor, while Zhang Zheng quickly signaled Jiang Chen to decline. Ding, important side quest, solve the cold case. With Division Chief Lu personally assigning the task. How could Jiang Chen refuse? Without a second thought, he agreed. I will do my utmost to solve the case. Excellent, truly deserving of the Lin family's esteem. You are indeed a young hero. I look forward to your investigation report in half a month's time. Division Chief, isn't half a month too short? Zhang Jing interjected, seemingly aware of something. Lu Xiang's expression darkened. Team Leader Zhang, do you think I desire this? You should understand that before a case becomes a cold case, it is merely an ordinary case. However, the division responsible for it has failed to resolve it, leading to its elevation to a cold case. Each cold case signifies the incompetence of that division. This case has half a month until the deadline. If Jiang Chen can crack it, it will be splendid for all. Rewards for everyone. If not, we shall all bear the consequences. Zhang Zheng fell silent. Recognizing Lu Xiang's argument was irrefutable, Lu Xiang offered further encouragement to Jiang Chen and the others present before turning to leave. The Morong family massacre case. Go investigate. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. With that, Zhang Zheng departed as well. Jiang Chen found himself alone in the archives, pulling up the file on the Morong Su murder and the investigation into his family's demise. Chapter 8. On-site investigation. The Morong Su massacre case. Morong Su, a second-rank general, was the head of the Border Inspection Department in Longdu. In a place as teeming with talent as Longdu, where one could encounter department heads even during a casual meal, a mere section chief was hardly noteworthy. Countless trade ports fell under Longdu's purview, and one section chief was merely responsible for one of them. However, the Morong massacre case sent shockwaves through Longdu's political sphere, dubbed the most shocking case in the city. This was due to Morong Su's significant connections. He oversaw the trade border inspection in the eastern outer ring and maintained a close working relationship with the largest gang in the outskirts of Longdu. The Wildfire Society. The wilderness surrounding Longdu was fraught with danger, a lawless territory where numerous outlaws roamed, living by killing and plundering. The Wildfire Society was among the larger factions, infamous for its ruthlessness, often leaving no survivors in their wake. The spoils of these gang operations, referred to as the black market, had to be sold within the city, necessitating the bribery of officials to pass through Longdu's border inspections. Morong Su was, in fact, a collaborator with the Wildfire Society. Would the death of an insider merit such upheaval? It was more complicated than that. Morong Su was a double agent. On the surface, Morong Su appeared to facilitate the operations of the Wildfire Society. However, in reality, he consistently reported the details of their smuggling activities to his superiors. For a decade, Morong Su provided protection for the Wildfire Society, earning their trust and gaining access to their inner circle. With the intelligence he supplied, the Evil Suppression Division was able to uproot the Wildfire Society completely. It is said that on the day of the operation, 3 formidable leaders from the Evil Suppression Division personally intervened to bring down the gang. Yet, despite this, some remnants managed to evade capture that day, as they were not present at the Wildfire Society's stronghold. These survivors uncovered the reason for their exposure and tracked down Morong Su's family, exterminating all members, young and old. Without mercy in the aftermath, the Evil Suppression Division was left in a state of shock, especially the leaders who had participated in the operation, who were incensed and ordered their subordinates to spare no effort in solving the case. If they failed to obtain justice for Morong-su, other spies would surely grow disheartened. After perusing the file, Jiang Chun could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for Morong-su. Having spent 10 years undercover and achieving significant merit, he had anticipated a peaceful retirement in the twilight of his life, only to meet with the tragic fate of familial annihilation. Jiang Chun returned the file to its storage and exited the Evil Suppression Division building alone. On the 4th floor, beside a grand floor-to-ceiling window, a figure stood silently observing Jiang Chun's departing silhouette, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Jiang Chun, do you truly believe that solving a homicide will elevate you to greatness? The Morong-su family massacre is a matter far beyond the reach of someone of your stature. Although it remains a mystery why the Lin family has not dissolved their engagement, you foolishly aspire to ascend to the heights of the Lin family? Only my son Wei-yong possesses the qualifications to wed the young lady. Lu Siyang scoffed, watching Jiang Chun's retreating figure with an expression full of indifference and disdain. Lu Siyang, of the Lu family in Longdu, was once a family of martial emperors, honored as an imperial clan, their influence second only to the 8 great families. However, time has passed, and the Lu family now lacks a martial emperor to guard them, gradually descending into decline. Yet, Lu Siyang has given birth to a promising son, Lu Wei-yong, who had already surpassed the general rank before the college entrance examination. It was merely a matter of time before he attained nobility, and with sufficient opportunity, further ascent would be highly probable. Thus, the leadership of the Lu family devised a plan to revive their lineage, with the first step being an alliance through marriage with one of the 8 great families. The Lin family, among these elite families, stood at the forefront, with the eldest daughter being a direct descendant and possessing unparalleled beauty, making her the prime candidate. However, the head of the Lin family suddenly announced an engagement with the Jiang family, established when Jiang Chun was a child, rendering him a child groom. Even though Jiang Chun's cultivation talent was rather mediocre, there was no attempt to break the engagement, which has persisted to this day. Jiang Chun's emergence disrupted the Lu family's plans. Unwilling to offend the Lin family, they could only vent their frustrations on the Jiang family and Jiang Chun himself. Jiang Chun would be assigned to the division managed by Lu Sidong. Though he had not anticipated that if he could bring about Jiang Chun's disgrace or even his untimely demise, the engagement might very well be annulled, thus providing an opportunity for his own son. Lu Siyang was well aware of the multitude of forces entangled in the Morong-su case, and even if Jiang Chun had the backing of the Lin family, it would not suffice. Moreover, Jiang Chun did not represent the Lin family. As for his own Jiang family, they were currently struggling for survival. Lu Siyang found himself lost in thoughts of a bright future following Jiang Chun's death and the subsequent success of his family's marriage alliance. Entirely oblivious to the fact that Jiang Chun had already slipped from his view, Jiang Chun, unaware of Lu Siyang's intentions, had yet to grasp the intricate web of interests among the higher-ups. Even if he did, he would remain indifferent. At this moment, he had arrived at a narrow alley, where the end was marked by a sealed barrier. Crossing the seal, Jiang Chun presented his investigation permit to the station personnel and entered the residence of the Morong family. Upon pushing open the wooden door, he was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. Bodies lay strewn about, dismembered and bloodied, each ghastly sight narrating the horror of the incident. Strangely, even though the murder had occurred 6 months prior, the scene appeared as if it had just been discovered. The blood had not congealed, and the wounds showed no signs of decay. Quite peculiar, isn't it? Remarked a nearby guard. Is this a type of martial technique or a treasured artifact? Jiang Chun mused. Oh, you are investigating this case yet remain unaware of the Sandglass of Time, one of the Evil Suppression Division's prized possessions, which freezes a specific area, including time. The guard patiently explained. Of course, this only affects objects present within the range when the Sandglass is activated. You won't be affected by entering now. I'm still a newcomer myself. Jiang Chun smiled in response and stepped further into the house. The Morong family had met a tragic end, having endured considerable torment prior to their demise. In particular, Morong-su had been impaled by an iron sword in the living room, his body devoid of other wounds, save for numerous footprints of unknown origin, suggesting he had first been trampled and tortured before being ultimately pierced by the sword, bleeding to death. Such a method of torture could only stem from immense hatred. Thus, The identity of the assailant was glaringly evident. It could only be the remnants of the Wildfire Society, intent on avenging their own. While reviewing the files, Jiang Chun had encountered the list of Wildfire Society survivors, among whom was the son of the gang's leader, along with several key members. Furthermore, the women of the Morong household had been stripped of their clothing, humiliated before Morong Su, and subsequently slain, their bodies lying in front of him. Even having read the scene's description in the files, witnessing it firsthand ignited a flame of fury within Jiang Chen. The remnants of the Wildfire Society had brazenly infiltrated Longdu and audaciously murdered a hero of the Evil Suppression Division. All without raising an alarm. It was evident that there were spies within the organization. During the subsequent investigation, local residents had shown no awareness of any abnormalities. How could this be? Was it due to martial prowess? Or were there deeper conspiracies at play? Chapter 9. The Lin family, Prince Kong. Contemplating this, Jiang Chun took out his phone and called a colleague. Hello, Brother Zhang. Please investigate any unusual occurrences around the vicinity of the Morong residence on the day of the incident. Yes, aside from the massacre, were there any other events? Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chun received an email. A brawl had erupted at the Ankong Hotel, 1 kilometer away, involving the son of Prince Kong and a group of others. Later, the son of Prince Kong summoned a gang of subordinates to pursue and exact revenge, causing chaos in the streets. Jiang Chun couldn't help but step outside. A kilometer from the alley stood a towering building. The Ankong Hotel, one of the most renowned establishments for indulgence in the area, perpetually illuminated, hosting countless dignitaries who reveled and lingered through the night. The Ankong Hotel, standing 50 stories tall, provided an unobstructed view of the alley below for anyone with a modicum of cultivation. Observing the Morong residents from above, they would have confirmed that all inside were present before launching their attack, creating a disturbance through the brawl, forcing households to remain indoors. Any sounds of fighting would be attributed to the brawling parties and not perceived as an intrusion. Was the brawl merely a coincidence? Jiang Chun did not believe in coincidences. However, the Ankong Hotel was owned by Prince Kong, the brother of the Lin family's head, making him Jiang Chun's future uncle. The investigation had inadvertently led him to his own doorstep. On the night of the Morong family massacre, Prince Kang's son had engaged in a violent altercation, and the Ankong Hotel was precisely within Prince Kang's influence. All these connections pointed toward a terrifying conclusion. No wonder this case had stalled for so long without any leads. With the investigative prowess of the Evil Suppression Division, even without clues, they would exhaustively examine the surroundings. Jiang Chun doubted that the personnel of the division were so foolish as to overlook a brawl occurring simultaneously on that very day. It was clear that everyone had tacitly chosen to refrain from probing. Wishing to avoid offending Prince Kong, a key figure in the Lin family, commanded the military and was a formidable ally to the family head. Given his stature, the staff of the Evil Suppression Division would naturally hesitate to confront him directly. Even Jiang Chun found himself in a predicament. No wonder Lu Siyang had offloaded this case onto him. The trap had been set. He did not wish to offend Prince Kong, yet the main mission from the system compelled him to continue the investigation. His past experiences taught him that the more challenging the task, the more substantial the reward. The Wildfire Society had thrived in the outskirts of Longdu for so many years without being uprooted, clearly enjoying the backing of internal forces. Based on current deductions, it was likely Prince Kong himself. Only a figure of such strength could wield that level of influence. After calming his tumultuous thoughts, he decided not to dwell further and exited the alley, making his way toward the Ankong Hotel. Upon arriving at the opulent entrance, he bypassed pleasantries and directly summoned the lobby manager, presenting his Evil Suppression Division identification and stating his purpose for the investigation. To his surprise, rather than being met with refusal or delays, the manager warmly escorted him upstairs for an inquiry. Jiang Chen meticulously examined each floor, particularly by the windows, and upon reaching the 50th floor, he quietly glanced down at the narrow alley before turning to leave. The manager accompanied him to the entrance, and only after Jiang Chen's figure had faded from view did his expression shift from affable to icy. "Young master, the personnel from the Evil Suppression Division have come to investigate the Morong massacre." A text message was quickly composed and dispatched. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, Jiang Chun silently observed the unfolding events. He had intentionally conducted a conspicuous investigation to signal to them that suspicions were aroused. He needed to ascertain the extent of Prince Kang's involvement in this matter, whether it was solely the doing of his son or if Prince Kong himself was complicit. Clarity on this would facilitate future inquiries. After observing for a while, he finally turned and genuinely departed from the Hong Kong hotel, returning to the Evil Suppression Division to clock out for the day. For the next several days, Jiang Chen abstained from his regular patrol duties, instead visiting the Hong Kong hotel daily. Indulging in nothing but a pot of tea, Jiang Chen leaned quietly by the window. Savoring the moment, this time, he chose to spend an entire day by the top-floor window. He keenly sensed several pairs of eyes scrutinizing him from the shadows, only to disappear after a while. Meanwhile, within the royal residence of King Kong, a nobleman clad in luxurious attire slowly set down his phone, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the mahogany furniture before him. He possessed a robust demeanor and penetrating eyes, exuding an air of authority that unwittingly intimidated those around him, instilling a sense of reverence. This man was none other than Lin Songlong, the son of King Kong. Pray tell, what are your impressions of the individual dispatched by the Zhan EC? In response, a voice emerged from the shadows behind Lin Songlong, stating respectfully, having observed this person for several days, I find him neither arrogant nor impatient. He simply sits in tranquility, sipping tea, embodying a person of profound thought. Lin Songlong drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating. Since he is aware of the affairs of our King Kong's residence, does he not intend to withdraw? Instead, he approaches us. Quite intriguing. It seems my future brother-in-law, who has yet to officially enter our family, is no ordinary individual. But to what extent does his investigation into this matter truly represent? Is it the Zhan EC, my sister, or perhaps our family patriarch? Lin Songlong's thoughts raced. If Jiang Qian merely accepted a task from the Zhan EC, it would be inconsequential, as he would uncover nothing significant. However, if this were at the behest of his sister or even the family patriarch, it warranted careful consideration. Regardless, he is still connected to the Lin family. I must afford him some respect. Bring Li Hong to me. Lin Songlong gestured dismissively, and the shadows shifted, soon returning to stillness. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 20s, emanating an aura of darkness and coldness, stood before Lin Songlong. Young master, how may I assist you? Although Li Hong was known for his arrogance, he bowed respectfully, resembling a docile lamb. Lin Songlong's gaze swept over Li Hong, his cold demeanor causing Li Hong to shudder. Incompetent fool! You left a room full of corpses without properly managing the aftermath. Now I must clean up your mess. The Zhan EC has sent someone to investigate the Morong massacre, and this time, it is not just an ordinary citizen. Upon hearing this, Li Hong immediately knelt and bowed his head. I acknowledge my mistakes. It was my failure to maintain control that caused trouble for the young master. Lin Songlong regarded the kneeling Li Hong, his thoughts swirling. Were it not for the fact that this individual was the son of the former leader of the Wildfire Society, whom he needed to rally the remnants of the organization in his name, he would have gladly handed him over to the Zhan EC for a bounty. Enough. Rise. Thank you, young master. Li Hong stood cautiously, noting Lin Songlong's displeased expression, and respectfully inquired, Young master, who has the Zhan EC dispatched this time? Even you seem troubled by it. Lin Songlong snorted derisively. The family's son-in-law. Who else? The family? Li Hong was taken aback. The Lin family was indeed the ruling family of King Kong, while the king himself could only be deemed a branch family. See that merely a connection. If it weren't for the family patriarch's nostalgia, he would have been cast aside long ago. What right does he have to investigate a case? Lin Songlong, enraged, laughed mockingly. A mere connection. Your connection was able to solve a murder case and earn second-class merit upon joining? He then succinctly recounted the details of the Liu family's case and Jiang Chen's accomplishments. Li Hong broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. A childhood husband, a son-in-law. I naturally don't regard him highly. However, my sister has yet to express her stance. It remains unclear what her attitude is, so I must afford her some respect. You should lay low for a while. Do not draw attention to yourself. Once that son-in-law traces the matter back to me, I will ensure he retreats in defeat. Do you understand? Now return. Li Hong nodded and hurriedly took his leave. Upon returning to his residence, he locked the door, and his expression darkened. A son-in-law? Is my matter something you can investigate? Li Hong's face twisted with rage. The case had transpired half a year ago, and the Zhan EC had been inactive for quite some time. He had thought it was behind him, but now Jiang Qin had resurrected old grievances, resulting in a scolding from the young master. which ignited a fire within him. He retrieved his phone and made a call. Speaking in a low tone, "Take someone to find an excuse to teach that investigator a lesson. Just don't kill him. Do whatever else you wish. Remember to take a photo." After hanging up, he felt that 3 people would suffice to deal with the ungrateful son-in-law. Chapter 10. Assassination and forceful counterattack. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, who continued his routine life of work and returning home to tease the little maid. A tempest brewed beneath the surface. Today, as usual, Jiang Chen enjoyed breakfast under the attentive service of Kai Gu. "Young master, do you have any plans for today?" Kai Gu, who typically adhered to the principle of silence while eating, unexpectedly broke her silence. "Nothing in particular, just the usual." "Why do you ask?" Jiang Chen found her sudden inquiry peculiar. "Nothing. I just woke up this morning with a twitching eyelid, feeling a bit uneasy." Kai Gu felt a twinge of regret for being overly inquisitive. Sensing her concern, Jiang Chen smiled and ruffled her hair, assuring her, "You are a bit superstitious. Have no worries. I am quite strong. I will be back for dinner tonight." With that, Jiang Chen stepped out. He signed in at the Jeunesse as usual and then left the building, intending to inquire among the locals near the Murong residence. Suddenly, he halted, sensing a shift in the air around him, as he gazed at the empty corner ahead. Noticing Jiang Chen's stillness, 3 figures descended from above. Blocking his path, by instinct, Jiang Chen deduced their identities. Leftover remnants of the Wildfire Society? He stated impassively. "Oh, quite perceptive, young brother. It seems you possess some skills. And no wonder you are a detective." "Ha!" Scarred and exuding an air of menace. "Do you truly believe I need to deduce your identities?" Jiang Chen retorted. "You speak quite boldly, but alas, your strength is lacking. Some cases are beyond your investigative reach." The 3 thugs ceased their banter. 2 of them leaped into the air, landing behind Jiang Chen, forming a triangular formation that encircled him. They began to circle Jiang Chen slowly, seemingly waiting for him to make the first move. Their movements were remarkably synchronized, indicating they had practiced formations. Seeing this, Jiang Chen wasted no breath and lightly rubbed his spatial ring, summoning a standard-issue knife from the Jeunesse into his hand. Drawing the blade, he swung it directly at one of them, causing their weapons to clash. The glint of the blade danced in the air, each of Jiang Chen's strikes carrying a fierce wind. As he employed the wind chaser technique, evading all traces in an instant, he matched their 3 against 1, showing no signs of faltering. After several exchanges, the 3 could not gain an advantage, causing a swell of fear within them. This individual was no ordinary person. According to the information provided by their leader Li Hong, this man had only reached the 3rd level of body refinement before the college entrance examination, while they were all at the 9th level. Moreover, they had trained specifically in collaborative formations, having previously used this tactic to kill numerous warriors of the Baijiang realm. Yet today, they found themselves unable to best him. However, they were the strongest individuals Li Hong could dispatch. Stronger members, those above the Baijiang realm, had long been placed on wanted lists. Stepping onto the streets would inevitably be captured by surveillance cameras. Clang, clang, clang. Once more, their weapons clashed, and Jiang Chen forced the 3 to retreat. One of them had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, indicating the collision had inflicted real harm. It's impossible. How can he possess such strength? One of them expressed disbelief. In the past, they had taken down scions of powerful families, yet none had exhibited such prowess. He is not an ordinary body refinement practitioner. We must retreat quickly. Lingering too long will attract attention. The apparent leader of the trio, suppressing his pain, spoke in a hushed tone, casting a wary glance at Jiang Chen. The 3 had previously united to kill multiple Baijiang realm warriors. Yet today they found themselves defeated by a mere body refinement practitioner. As they began to retreat, Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. His strength had significantly increased since their last encounter. If word of this spread, it would surely raise suspicions, and he was unwilling to reveal himself too soon. Gradually, the 3 retreated, and soon their formation faltered. Now is my chance. Jiang Chen surged forward, his wind chaser technique reaching its zenith, propelling him as though borne by the wind, and in an instant, he stood before one of them. Without waiting for a reaction, Jiang Chen's blade fell, severing both weapon and head in one swift motion. In that fleeting moment, he had withdrawn his protective wind barrier and channeled it into his blade, amplifying its power several-fold. Though powerful, the attack left him entirely defenseless. Had anyone attempted a sneak attack, he would have perished. He silently resolved to avoid this technique in the future. As Jiang Chun contemplated the potency of his recent strike, one of the remaining thugs, seething with rage, charged at him wielding an iron rod. The rod swung high, descending toward Jiang Chun, who deftly deflected it, ducking low to deliver a powerful elbow strike. The abrupt blow caused the thug to drop his weapon, and Jiang Chun seized the opportunity to thrust his blade through the man's heart. With only one adversary remaining, who was now too frightened to fight back, he turned to flee. "Do you think you can escape?" Jiang Chun lifted his knife, aiming at the retreating figure, envisioning an invisible line connecting the back of the man's head to the blade. Eye of death, he hurled the knife, and with a sound of slicing air, the final thug collapsed. A knife lodged firmly in his skull. In less than half a minute, Jiang Chun had eradicated all three assailants. Initially, he had sought to engage them directly to accumulate combat experience. However, as they attempted to flee, he was left with no choice but to unleash his full power and eliminate them. Through this battle, Jiang Chun gained a clearer understanding of his own combat capabilities. The ordinary warriors of the Baijiang realm are unlikely to be his match any longer. After all, he has diligently cultivated the martial arts of the Baijiang realm, reaching a minor success in his mastery, whereas an ordinary warrior would require late-stage training to achieve such proficiency. Moreover, he possesses two unique martial skills, the elbow strike and the eye of death. Even those of the Wang rank may struggle to comprehend a single unique martial art. After rummaging through the corpses of the three individuals, he found nothing but a modest sum of money, which Jiang Chun collected without surprise. Undoubtedly, it was someone from the Kong Wangfu who leaked information about his ongoing investigation. His gaze lingered on the distant, elusive Kong Tower, silent. Ultimately, he made a call to the Zhanyi, requesting them to clean up the scene before departing. This assassination had concluded, yet the struggle between him and the Kong Wangfu was merely commencing. In the following days, he maintained his routine of going to work and teasing Kai Go. After signing in, he would visit Kong Tower to sip tea, listen to music, and watch performances. He even invited his colleague Zhang Jing and others to dine together. Although they accepted the invitation, Zhang Jing and the others looked at him with concern. "So, Jiang Chun, how is the investigation progressing?" "Not much advancement," Jiang Chun replied with a cheerful smile. Observing Jiang Chun seemingly relinquishing the investigation, Zhang Jing secretly exhaled in relief. He was well aware of the forces involved in this case and felt that Jiang Chun's decision to abandon the investigation was better than stubbornly pursuing it and facing criticism. Chapter 11. Cultivation Enlightenment. Yi Jinjing, who told you to kill Jiang Chun? Within the Kong Wangfu, in the courtyard of the young master, Lin Songlong kicked over Li Hong, who was kneeling on the ground, causing him to cough up blood. Li Hong, deemed a genius among the younger generation, was easily toppled by Lin Songlong, revealing the evident disparity in strength. As Li Hong knelt there, spitting blood, he dared not show any resentment and instead prostrated himself, pleading for mercy. "Young master, spare me. I never intended to kill him. I only wanted someone to teach him a lesson to vent my frustration. Who knew he would be so powerful and turn the tables?" Bang! Lin Songlong slammed his palm on the table, cracks appearing under his hand. He glared fiercely at Li Hong, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. Sensing the intent, Li Hong grew increasingly fearful and continued to bow his head in supplication. If Lin Songlong truly intended to kill him, regardless of his background or strength, he could only accept his fate. After a long silence, Lin Songlong gradually withdrew his gaze, muttering to himself that he had raised this dog for many years and that some biting tasks were inconvenient for him to undertake personally. He needed a dog to do it. Enough. This is the last time. If you dare act independently again, consider the consequences for yourself. Thank you, young master, for your mercy. I will repay this debt with my life. Li Hong cautiously stood up, his legs still trembling, grateful to have salvaged his life. For the time being, stay quietly in your small room. Do not go out or contact anyone. Jiang Chun has already realized the connection between this case and the Kong Wangfu. He has been frequenting Kong Tower lately without further actions. It won't be long before he retreats. Li Hong dared not say more and took his leave. Half a month had passed, and if nothing unusual occurred, Lu Xiyang would soon summon him for questioning. One day, Jiang Chun arrived at the Zhanyi to clock in for work as usual when Lu Xiyang, rarely, came to find him. "Jiang Chun, I've heard that you spend your days patrolling and then go to Kong Tower for tea. Have you given up on investigating the Morong massacre case? Lu Xiang's tone was unfriendly. Previously, when persuading Jiang Chun to take the case, he had acted as if it didn't matter if it remained unsolved. But now there was a sense of accountability in his words. Deputy Lu, do not rush. After all, this case has dragged on for over half a year. An additional moment won't make a difference. Are you already preparing to accuse me of being ineffective? Jiang Chen responded without panic, smiling defiantly. Lu Xiang scoffed, realizing that his intentions were already discerned by Jiang Chen, and he no longer wished to feign ignorance. Fine. I want to see how long you can drag this out. I forgot to mention, once a case is accepted, failing to yield results and voluntarily abandoning it will lead to accountability. At that point, even the Lin family won't be able to intervene on your behalf. Since we have not reached that point, let us leave it for another time. Deputy Lu, why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid that I might actually solve the case? Jiang Chen spoke with a hint of mockery, showing no respect for Lu Xiyang. Humph. Ultimately, Lu Xiyang had no choice but to leave, unable to do anything to Jiang Chen for the moment. Zhang Zheng, witnessing this, felt a twinge of concern and approached Jiang Chen. Although Lu Xiyang is indeed targeting you, he oversees our department, and he can easily find 100 excuses to make things difficult for you. If you provoke him like this, it may not bode well for you in the future. In recent times, Jiang Chen had frequently treated him to meals, and with Jiang Chen's assistance, he had effortlessly solved several petty theft cases. He had never enjoyed such ease before. Moreover, he discovered that during their sparring sessions, Jiang Chen could hold his own against him, which was surprising, considering Zhang Zheng had experience from the battlefield. He held high hopes for Jiang Chen, believing that his future would be extraordinary. Now, seeing Jiang Chen's strained relationship with Lu Xiyang, he worried it might affect Jiang Chen's future prospects. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled nonchalantly. No worries, I already have a plan to break the deadlock. Team Leader Zhang, tell me, if I solve a major case, would that be sufficient for you to advance a step further? At this remark, Zhang Zheng was taken aback, quickly leading Jiang Chen into his office and locking the door. After some discussion, an exclamation of surprise erupted from within. Are you serious? Zhang Zheng exclaimed, staring at Jiang Chen, who was lounging leisurely on the sofa. Jiang Chen straightened up and replied with a smile. What, Team Leader Zhang, do you not believe me? Or are you afraid? Seeing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Zhang Zheng sat down, a wry smile on his face. Afraid? Naturally, I am. To act without authorization and raid the Kongwang Fu? Truly audacious. Jiang Chen remained unhurried. Team Leader Zhang, how many years have you held the position of group leader in the Xin level? How many years have you been stuck in the Baijiang realm? You came from the front lines, lacking connections and networks. You must understand how difficult it is to advance after all these years. Zhang Zheng remained silent. If you successfully solve a major case, the rewards could significantly enhance your chances of advancement. If you can break through and achieve a noble title, having the merit of solving a major case will surely solidify your path in the officialdom. The Morong massacre case. You know better than I how much impact this case has within the Zhenyi Sea. I am a newcomer after all. If you can successfully solve it, your prestige within the Zhenyi Sea will soar. Even if you do not wish to ascend, the ordinary members will push you forward. Zhang Zheng continued to be silent, and after a while, he spoke with a bitter tone. I know how significant the merit is. But that is the Kongwang Fu. You are a member of the Lin family. Do you not understand the status of the Lin family in Longdu and even the entire Long Kingdom? Moreover, the Kongwang is not the type to act alone. He commands the Lin family's army. He is a genuine warlord. Jiang Chen chuckled. You are overthinking this, old Zhang. We are merely pursuing the murderer, not trying to kill the Kongwang. How could the murderer possibly be one of the Kongwang's people? Even if they were initially affiliated with the Kongwang, once captured, we would naturally prove that the murderer deceived the Kongwang and that the Kongwang Fu is not involved. Do you remember the previous Lu family murder case? If we capture the murderer within the Kongwang Fu, not only would the Kongwang not hold it against us, but he would also thank us. Had it not been for us, who knows how much havoc that wildfire remnant would have wreaked upon the Kongwang Fu? After saying this, he quietly watched Zhang Zheng, casually bringing up the previous Lu family case. The Lu family had expended considerable wealth to secure their son's safety in prison, even bribing the guards to ensure he was not bullied. Zhang Zheng had also received a share, writing the report as leniently as possible to secure a lighter sentence for Lu Lin. After listening to Jiang Chen's analysis, Zhang Zheng's expression shifted dramatically, fluctuating between various emotions. Jiang Chen did not rush him. simply sipping the fine tea on the table. Ultimately, Zhang Jing came to a resolution, a glint of determination in his eyes. I have been foolish. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Zhang Jing, having a military background, became resolute once he made up his mind. And stop drinking my tea, you, a wealthy second generation, have the audacity to steal from me. Seeing Zhang Jing's determination, Jiang Chun smiled faintly, refraining from saying anything further as he set down his teacup. Zhang Jing, having secured his position as group leader, was no solitary figure. Yet, the connections he had built on the battlefield were not present within the Zhenyi Sea. The two confirmed a few more details. And at 6 o'clock that evening, Jiang Chun promptly exited the office to return home for dinner. Ding. You have successfully completed your daily work at the Zhenyi Sea. You have received the following rewards. Special Martial Skill. Yi Jing. 100 Skill Points. Chapter 12. Body Refinement at the Extreme. Maids Bathing. Special Martial Skill. Yi Jing. 100 Skill Points. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Chun finally relaxed. He had previously speculated that the completion of the main storyline task concerning his work at the Zhenyi Sea revolved around daily patrol duties, which was indeed what he had been performing. However, he was uncertain how often the rewards would be calculated. Thus, he waited patiently, diligently working, and ultimately awaited this task's resolution. For someone of his realm, entering the Kong Wang Fu would be akin to walking into a death trap. He did not harbor excessive confidence. While he could contend with ordinary Baijiang warriors, the Wang Fu likely housed many formidable Baijiang practitioners, perhaps even those at the Feng Ho level. Naturally, he sought to enhance his strength as much as possible to ensure his own safety. That evening, after finishing his meal, he returned to his room. Yi Jing. Enhancing physical condition, elevating talent. A simple sentence, yet it filled Jiang Qin with immense joy. What he needed most was to enhance his innate abilities. He was acutely aware of his own cultivation talent, which was rather mediocre even among ordinary individuals. By improving his foundational attributes, he could achieve a commendable training speed even without task rewards. Jiang Qian mentally reviewed the Yi Jing and found it profoundly intricate. Would you like to consume skill points to accelerate your comprehension of Yi Jing? Of course. On the first day, you repeatedly read the Yi Jing, yet there were no breakthroughs. On the 10th day, you finally mastered the first layer of Yi Jing, feeling as light as if you had ascended. On the 20th day, you achieved the second layer, making previously arduous martial techniques simple and comprehensible. On the 100th day, you finally mastered Yi Jing, feeling as if you were reborn. Skill points have been entirely expended. 100 skill points were precisely sufficient to master Yi Jing. As Jiang Chun concluded his training, his bones and joints crackled, and a multitude of impurities seeped from his skin. Mastery of Yi Jing has improved foundational attributes, elevating your realm to the 7th level of body refinement. Mastery of Yi Jing has improved foundational attributes, elevating your realm to the 8th level of body refinement. Mastery of Yi Jing has improved foundational attributes, elevating your realm to the 9th level of body refinement. Mastery of Yi Jing has elevated your foundational attributes to the ultimate level of body refinement. All martial techniques proficiency has increased, breaking through to the great accomplishment realm. Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes, his heart racing rapidly, feeling an inexhaustible surge of energy. The ultimate realm. It was said that each level beyond the 9th had another tier, known as the ultimate realm or the 10th tier. He never expected it to be true. The first 3 realms refine the skin, the next 3 refine the bones, and the last 3 refine the blood. What, then, does the ultimate realm refine? Jiang Qian closed his eyes, calming his mind as he silently felt the changes within his body. He seemed to perceive the flow of the wind outside the window. With Kai Gu humming while sweeping the courtyard, and birds flying in pairs overhead, he understood now. The ultimate realm refines the heart. The heart does not refer to the physical organ but rather the perception. The 6th sense. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense the myriad movements around him, forming a vivid picture in his mind, and he could even feel the emotions of others. Each person possesses their own aura, and he could perceive this intangible presence. Beyond the ultimate realm, his martial techniques had also evolved, directly breaking through to the great accomplishment realm. He couldn't help but smile wryly, reflecting on how profoundly foundational attributes could influence a person. Previously, achieving a minor accomplishment in martial techniques required 60 skill points, but after Yi Jing enhanced his aptitude, he had directly broken through to the great accomplishment realm. Is it to be said that the effects of Yi Jing are remarkable? Or does it indicate that his potential for growth is immense, allowing for such a breakthrough? If it weren't for Yi Jing improving his foundational attributes, he could only wonder how many skill points would be needed to surpass the rank of a commander, let alone reach the ultimate realm. That it seems that in the future, he must pay closer attention to techniques that enhance aptitude. Jiang Qin exhaled a breath of stale air, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. After pondering, he chuckled and shook his head. How precious are the techniques that enhance aptitude, and how difficult to obtain. He realized he had been rather spoiled by the system. Hopefully, the Murong extermination case would reward him with a useful martial technique. Young master, it's time for fruits. May I come in? Suddenly, a gentle voice called out, followed by a series of knocks. Kaigu, clad in a black and white maid outfit with knee-high white stockings, entered, carrying a plate. Every evening, she would bring him a platter of sliced fruits, and Jiang Chun was typically quite lenient with her. She could enter without waiting for his permission after knocking. Young master, you? Kaigu gasped upon seeing Jiang Chen's appearance. Jiang Chen glanced down, realizing his face was smeared with dark mud, and his clothes were also covered with the impurities expelled from practicing Yi Jing, leaving a mess everywhere, solidified onto his skin. Resembling a mud statue, it's nothing, just the aftereffects of training. It's not a big deal, Jiang Chen replied, somewhat embarrassed, as he would need to trouble Kaigu to clean up again. Kaigu quickly set down the fruits, moved beside Jiang Chen, covered her nose, and took a couple of steps back. Young master, you smell terrible. Jiang Chen chuckled, scratching his head, brushing off a few clumps of dirt. I'll go take a shower. Making his way to the bathroom, he turned to close the door, only to see Kaigu had followed closely behind. Noticing Jiang Chen's puzzled expression, Kaigu blushed and said, Young master, may I assist you in cleaning up? Sure. Seeing her face flushed, Jiang Chen decided not to tease her, promptly shedding his clothes and sitting on the chair. Kaigu adjusted the water temperature to a comfortable level, the shower cascading over Jiang Chen. Yet the dirt showed no signs of budging. Kaigu picked up a towel and began scrubbing Jiang Chen's back vigorously. Despite her efforts, it felt like a soothing massage to Jiang Chen, who was in the ultimate realm of body refinement. With his eyes closed, he relished the rare tranquility, acclimating to the dramatic advancements in his realm that evening. Time passed, and soon, not a trace of grime remained on his back. Kaigu switched towels, hesitantly approached him and said, Why, young master, let me clean your front. Are you tired? I can manage myself, no, I'm fine. Jiang Chen acquiesced, extending his arms, allowing her to proceed. Kaigu meticulously wiped Jiang Chen's face, gradually moving downward, revealing his well-built upper body. As she touched his muscles while cleaning, her face reddened to the point of nearly bleeding. Observing her flustered state, Jiang Chen couldn't resist teasing, Why is your face so red? Don't you remember when I was sick, Granny Zhang helped me bathe, and you were there too? You've seen it all before. Kaigu huffed in response, Young master, that was when we were children. Who knew you would still want me to help you bathe as an adult? After a moment of silence, she added, So, young master, you must take good care of yourself, don't get sick or hurt. So I won't have to help you bathe anymore. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reach out to stroke Kaiji's hair. Rest assured, I won't cause you any worry. Young master, you still have dirt on your hands. And now it's in my hair. Haha, that was intentional. An hour later, Jiang Chen was thoroughly cleaned, and Kaigu hurriedly brought him a robe. Seeing Kaigu drenched, her loose-made outfit clinging to her well-formed figure, her face still flushed with shyness, she was truly a vision of beauty. Kaigu felt Jiang Chen's gaze upon her, her heart racing, and hurriedly covered her face, shooing him out of the bathroom. There are sliced fruits on the table, young master. Please enjoy while I tidy up the bathroom and then clean your bedroom. Speaking rapidly, she closed the bathroom door with a thud. Leaning against the door, Kaigu gently caressed her heaving chest, whispering to herself, What's the matter, Kaigu? You're simply doing your duty as a maid, and besides, you have always liked the young master, haven't you? Witnessing Kaiji's flustered demeanor, Jiang Chen found it amusing. Typically, she handled household chores with ease, yet he had never seen her so flustered. Shaking his head with a smile, Jiang Chen walked to the living room to indulge in the fruits on the table. Chapter 13. Departure to the Wang residence. Kaigu took another shower, changed into her nightgown, and tidied Jiang Chen's bedroom. Once she finished, Jiang Chen bid her good night before retiring to bed. The next day, Jiang Chen had his usual breakfast prepared by Kaigu and set off toward the Genie As always. He took the carriage, clocked in, perused the investigation documents of others, and found nothing of value. Exiting the Genie C, Jiang Chen made his way towards the Hong Tavern, and soon, news of his whereabouts reached those keeping tabs on the situation. Observing Jiang Chen stroll leisurely, those involved shook their heads, categorizing him as an ordinary individual. It seemed this son-in-law of the Lin family was reluctant to meddle in elder affairs. On the fourth floor of Genie C, Lucy, who watched Jiang Chen's departing figure and couldn't help but laugh. Humph, a detective. Is that all there is to it? Even if you can deduce the sequence of events, so what? Some matters are far more complicated. I may have overestimated you. He reclined with his legs crossed, sipping tea, exuding an air of confidence. However, no one noticed that Zhang Jing had also left Genie C, using a quarrel as an excuse, accompanied by a few individuals. Under the watchful eyes of many, Jiang Chen suddenly turned into a narrow alley, moving with incredible speed, and by the time anyone reacted, he had vanished. From the balcony of a nearby residential building, Jiang Chen spoke. Apologies, I am a member of Genie C. Here is my identification. I am on official business. Please forgive any disturbance. He entered the house, reassuring the startled residents with his credentials before leaving, casually donning another coat from his spatial ring. Jiang Chen swiftly navigated through the streets. And just as Zhang Jing and his men arrived at the entrance of the Wang residence, Jiang Chen appeared as well. Seeing Jiang Chen arrive punctually, Zhang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen, panting from the frantic run, patted Zhang Jing's shoulder. Rest assured, I am confident we will catch the culprit this time. Zhang Jing brushed his hand away, retorting, I've already agreed to help you. I won T-bail on you halfway, so there's no need to comfort me. After delivering his stern words, Zhang Jing led the way toward the entrance of the Wang residence, with Jiang Chen and the others hastily following behind. At the entrance of the Wang family residence, the security guard, upon spotting Zhang Jing and his companions, immediately surrounded them, demanding, Halt! Do you know where you are? We have received reports that the perpetrator of the Morong family massacre is currently within the Wang residence. Stand aside. Zhang Jing produced his Genie C identification, adopting a tone that suggested he was acting in accordance with the LAW.AT that moment. A man clad in a suit emerged from within the doors, striding swiftly to the security guard's front, evidently the butler of the Wang residence. Misunderstanding? Esteemed officials, our Wang residence is known for its stringent security. How could a murderer infiltrate here? The butler explained with a smile. Whether this is a misunderstanding or not, let us proceed inside to investigate. Zhang Jing insisted relentlessly. Impudence. You dare to invade the royal residence without knowing the identity of the Wang. As the butler sensed Zhang Jing's unwavering stance, his smile faded, and he angrily berated the group. Tension mounted, with the guards behind the butler drawing their weapons, while Zhang Chen and his companions also brandished their blades defiantly. Do you understand that obstructing the Genie C from carrying out its duties can lead to the death penalty under the laws of Longhua? I may have no jurisdiction over the Wang, but if your interference delays this case, I will ensure you are imprisoned. Do you think the Wang would openly defy the laws of Longhua for you? The butler, taken aback by such a threat, was enraged. He had thought that with the Wang's backing, he could intimidate them, but Zhang Jing had turned the tables with legal threats. The laws of Longhua were established by the three great monarchs, and even the 8 noble families would not dare to openly defy them. Should a member of the royal family intervene, the consequences would be dire. The butler was caught between a rock and a hard place when a cold voice cut through the tension. Uncle Zhang, stand down. Since the Genie C is here to apprehend criminals, the Wang residents will naturally cooperate. Please allow them entry. Everyone turned to see a tall, handsome young master approach, exuding an aura of authority that made others feel diminutive. Young master. The butler quickly bowed, leading the guards to step aside. Young master. It is an honor. Zhang Jing also did not dare to be negligent, clasping his fists in respect along with the Genie C members. Lin Songlong smiled warmly, emanating a sense of spring breeze, and returned the gesture. I am merely a junior. There is no need for such formalities. Please, come in. His every movement radiated boundless confidence, as if he were entirely aware of the situation within the residence. Certain that the group would uncover nothing, it was only when Jiang Chen approached him that Lin Songlong remarked with a smile, "I did not expect our first meeting as future relatives would occur in such a context." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen halted, replying with a faint smile, "It cannot be helped, Brother Lin. I must thank my superior, Minister Lu Xiyang, for allowing me to take over this case. Otherwise, who knows when we would have met." With that, he resumed walking into the Wang residence. Lu Xiyang was targeting him, and Jiang Chen did not forget to take a jab at him. He did not wish to investigate this case. So who could he blame? Lu Xiyang was the one to blame. The Wang residents held significant power in this eastern district. Offending them would jeopardize Lu Xiyang's future, as expected. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, a flicker of anger crossed Lin Songlong's face. Lu Xiyang, how interesting. Lin Songlong felt deeply displeased, trailing behind the Zhenyi members. He had just received information from an observer that everything was normal with Jiang Chen, and was about to head out when he received news that Jiang Chen had gone missing. Before he could figure out where Jiang Chen might have gone, the commotion from the Zhenyi investigating the case outside reached him. It was then that he realized he had been outsmarted by Jiang Chen. His expression darkened instantaneously. With no other choice, he instructed Li Hong to hide quickly. The Zhenyi's loud commotion would surely attract many onlookers, including those hostile to the Wang residence. He could not risk letting Li Hong leave the Wang residence. If Li Hong fell into the hands of rival forces, it would spell disaster for the Wang residence. The Morong family massacre had shocked the political scene. If evidence linking the Wang residence to the case surfaced, the involved parties would far exceed what the Zhenyi could contend with. This was precisely why Jiang Chen dared to conduct such an overt search of the Wang residence. He aimed to make the Wang residents wary. Sometimes, the most public circumstances could be the safest. Chapter 14. The clash of blades. Once inside the Wang residence, everyone was left speechless. Despite being located in the city, the grounds were astonishingly vast. Upon entry, they found themselves in an exquisitely antique garden surrounded by numerous buildings, far more luxurious than some upscale neighborhoods, with only 7 or 8 members of the Zhenyi present. Where to begin the search? Zhang Jing found himself at a loss, casting an inquiring glance at Jiang Chen. Unperturbed, Jiang Chen began to circle the garden, closely examining every inch of the ground. Activating his innate ability, he absorbed every detail, the countless footprints in the soil vividly imprinting in his mind. His brain functioned like a machine, continuously comparing the various footprints until, at last, one matched a blood-stained print he had discovered at the Morong estate. It was an exact match. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened as he locked onto the footprint. Advancing in pursuit. Follow closely. Jiang Chen waved his hand behind him, and Zhang Jing immediately led the others to follow suit. Witnessing Jiang Chen's determined direction, the previously relaxed Lin Songlong could scarcely conceal his astonishment. How could he possibly discern where Li Hong had fled? Lin Songlong was internally aghast. To deduce a person's path through observation of the ground was an unprecedented ability. Jiang Chen was indeed formidable. Though astonished, he felt no fear and simply trailed behind the group. As they continued their march, they gradually arrived at the heart of the Wang residence. Brother Jiang, if we proceed any further, we will reach the center of my Wang residence. Are you certain you wish to continue? Lin Songlong inquired with a smile. The periphery of the Wang residence housed collateral relatives and attendants, but within the center resided the direct descendants and the Wang's numerous consorts. Any untoward incident here would be beyond their capacity to bear, as anticipated. Upon hearing this, everyone halted, unwilling to advance further. Jiang Chen was not surprised. He turned to Lin Songlong and replied, "Who says I intend to press on?" He then pivoted, taking a different path forward, prompting the others to quickly follow, not daring to glance at the center again. At the sight of Jiang Chen's chosen direction, Lin Songlong felt a twinge of unease for the first time. Before long, they reached a secluded courtyard, featuring a small villa nestled at the edge of the Wang residence, surrounded by numerous trees and shrubs. If they had not followed the path to its end, they might never have discovered it. Jiang Chen nodded at Zhang Jing, who understood immediately, raising his hand to lead the group in forcefully breaking down the doors, a surge of people pouring inside. "Search! Leave no corner unchecked!" Zhang Jing exclaimed, drawing his sword and issuing orders. However, after searching for a while, they found nothing. Although there were many signs indicating habitation in this place, they could not locate any person. "May I inquire, young Master Lin, Where have the residents of this place gone? Jiang Chen asked calmly, directing his question at Lin Songlong. Seeing the empty house, Lin Songlong let out a silent sigh of relief and began to explain leisurely. Ah, this is a temporary residence for a relative of one of my butlers. It is likely they have gone to work. Upon hearing Lin Songlong's explanation, the others exchanged skeptical glances, while Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. Who would have thought the young master to be so meticulous, attending to the whereabouts of a butler's relative amidst your busy schedule, and even arranging for them to stay in a separate villa next to the center of the Wang residence? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the others regarded Lin Songlong with even greater suspicion. Lin Songlong, hearing this, let out a cold laugh and retorted, "And what of it? Are you questioning me?" "Of course not. I merely lament the good fortune of those attendants at the Wang residence. Blessed to have such a considerate superior." Jiang Chen naturally refrained from directly responding, instead continuing his previous line of reasoning. However, everyone present could see that Lin Songlong was losing his confidence at this moment. Lin Songlong also recognized his own lapse in composure, regaining his demeanor as he cast a grim glare at Jiang Chen. He had realized that since their encounter, he had been on the defensive. Being led by Jiang Chen, which was quite irksome for someone who was usually authoritative. "Jiang Chen, we have searched the house thoroughly, and there is no one here, nor any items to verify identities." Zhang Jing reported the results with resignation. At that point, he too began to waver, questioning whether this operation had indeed been a mistake. Barging into the Wang residence only to come up empty-handed would ruin his reputation. And he might even face retaliation from the Wang residence. He feared that in the future, the Zhanyi, in order to avoid offending the Wang residence, would gradually marginalize him, leaving him in a state of perpetual insignificance. Brother Jiang, would you like me to have someone bring back that butler's relative for questioning? Do not hesitate. I will certainly cooperate." Lin Songlong resumed his usual calm demeanor, speaking with poised. As soon as Jiang Chen opened his mouth, it was as though he could summon not only relatives but even the long-deceased grandfather of the housekeeper. After all, he had an abundance of loyal subordinates at his command. Ignoring Lin Songlong's mockery, Jiang Chen took a step forward and soon, his innate interpretative method began to operate once more, his gaze sweeping across the entire courtyard. There were only footprints leading inside, with none exiting. Someone must still be here. They simply had not been found yet. However, both the interior and exterior had already been thoroughly searched by Zhang Jing and his men, yet no clues had emerged. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he circled the villa's surrounding wall. And then his attention settled upon a towering tree, wide enough for two to embrace. "Zhang Laodi, do you truly believe that someone is hidden within that tree? If you are convinced, I could command the immediate felling of it." Lin Songlong spoke with a tone laced with derision. He fixated intently on Jiang Chen, seemingly awaiting a display of dejection, despair, and a retreat from their premises. Once they departed this time, there would be no second chance for them to enter. It was time to teach them a lesson. At that moment, Zhang Jing and the others also appeared disheartened, their minds racing with thoughts. However, just as Lin Songlong felt victory was assured, Jiang Chen abruptly pivoted, retaliating with a powerful punch that shattered the wall. Boom! In an instant, the wall exploded, sending countless shards of brick flying. At that moment, no one could have anticipated that Jiang Chen would act so decisively. Without a word of warning, only Lin Songlong's expression froze in place, his heart racing with anxiety. As dust swirled, before anyone could comprehend the situation, a formidable force erupted from the wall, manifesting as a blade of light that struck towards Jiang Chen. Clang! Jiang Chen had been prepared, drawing his sword the moment the wall crumbled, intercepting the blow. A powerful wave of heat surged forth, indicative of the opponent's realm and strength, the fiery attribute of the general's realm. Zhang Jing gasped in astonishment. The ability to harness various attributes in one's blade was characteristic of the general's realm. At that moment, Li Hong's displayed aura was undoubtedly at the 6th level of the general's realm. And Zhang Jing's heart leapt into his throat, worrying for Jiang Chen's safety. Clang! Another blow swept away the dust, and the two were pushed apart by a considerable distance. The onlookers finally discerned the situation. Li Hong. Zhang Jing instantly recognized the face of Li Hong, the descendant of the leader of the Wildfire Association, who had long been listed on the wanted list. According to records, Li Hong should have only recently entered the general's realm. How had he reached the 6th level? It was evident that someone had aided him in enhancing his strength. Chapter 15. A direct confrontation, / Li Hong's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. He had already revealed himself. If he did not fight with all his might, he would be left with no path to survival. He subtly glanced at Lin Songlong, noticing he stood with arms crossed, showing no intention of intervening, and understood immediately. The murderous intent erupted as he charged at Jiang Chen. Since Lin Songlong had not intervened to assist Jiang Chen's group, it signified his tacit approval of Li Hong's fight for survival. As long as he killed Jiang Chen and his companions, Lin Songlong would have a way to arrange his escape. At this moment, he could think of nothing else. The blade of light, intertwined with flames, sliced towards Jiang Chen. Facing the relentless barrage of strikes, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed, his straight sword dancing swiftly in his hands, dismantling Li Hong's assault with ease. Seeing that Jiang Chen had not been swiftly defeated, Zhang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Lin Songlong, stating directly, "Young master, the suspect has now appeared. Please send forth skilled fighters to assist in capturing him." Upon hearing this, Lin Songlong calmly nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "That makes sense. I have already sent the housekeeper to summon reinforcements. They shall arrive shortly." Zhang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet Lin Songlong's emotionless stare, causing a chill to run down his spine. He suddenly understood. Lin Songlong and Li Hong were truly in cahoots. He was stalling for time. He intended for Li Hong to eliminate them. Once Li Hong had slain them, he could step in afterward. Whether to eliminate Li Hong and fabricate a scene of mutual destruction, or to ensure his own escape, the outcome was entirely within his control. In either case, his group would meet their demise. As for why he did not assist Li Hong, it was likely due to apprehension regarding the methods of the Town Evil Division, which could uncover the martial techniques that had led to the demise of the group. He had indeed guessed Lin Songlong's intentions, for at this moment, Lin Songlong's thoughts mirrored Zhang Zheng's. Realizing this, Zhang Zheng felt his hands and feet grow cold, his heart ablaze with indignation. "You all must rush nearby to summon help. Anyone will do." Quickly, Zhang Zheng ordered those around him, aware that they were merely ordinary body refinement practitioners, easily dispatched by Li Hong's blade. However, he had not come unprepared. Some of his old friends from the military were nearby, waiting for the opportunity. As long as he could summon their aid, capturing Li Hong would pose no issue. Subsequently, he drew his sword and charged directly at Li Hong. In the brief moment they had spoken, Jiang Chen and Li Hong had already exchanged several rounds of combat. The clash of straight swords and large blades reverberated violently, and Li Hong grew increasingly flustered. He had prided himself on being among the elite of the younger generation. At the 6th level of the general's realm, having practiced his swordplay since childhood, honing a general-level technique to great perfection, and in terms of swordsmanship, he was unparalleled within the general's realm. Yet now, not only was he unable to gain the upper hand in his battle against Jiang Chen, but he felt as if he were being led by Jiang Chen's rhythm. Where had this prodigy emerged from? Jiang Chen's swordplay was peculiar. Even while his gaze remained fixed on his own blade, he seemed to predict his own movements before his foot ever touched the ground. It was as if he possessed a third eye. Observing every action he took, with a forceful strike, he pushed Jiang Chen back, relying on the brute strength of his superior realm. This was one of the few aspects where he held an advantage over Jiang Chen. He glanced sideways, catching sight of Zhang Tian approaching with his blade, as well as Lin Songlong, whose face was etched with impatience and discontent, fueling his sense of urgency. He had initially intended to eliminate Jiang Chen the moment he broke through the wall and then deal with Zhang Zheng. But unexpectedly, he had not only failed but had also been embroiled in a prolonged battle with Jiang Chen. He had completely miscalculated Jiang Chen's strength. With no other options, Li Hong gritted his teeth and poured all his power into his blade. Kill, blood-burning frenzy blade. Li Hong's blade appeared as though it were drenched in blood, the enchanted flames igniting with even greater ferocity upon contact with the blood. With a single step forward and a furious roar, the blade of light in Li Hong's hand surged forth, enveloped in boundless murderous intent, racing towards Jiang Chen. The leaping flames seemed poised to incinerate everything in their vicinity. This was Li Hong's final gambit, containing all his might, capable of effortlessly reducing anything to ashes. Li Hong gazed at the impending strike, feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis. Even he did not dare to meet this blow head-on. He had not anticipated such explosive power from Jiang Qin. There was no time to waste. Yet, facing the flames head-on, Jiang Qin's expression remained solemn but unperturbed, as if he had been prepared for this moment all along. Having entered the extreme realm, external disturbances could not rattle his composure. Even in the face of life and death danger, he perceived the searing heat of the air and the flames enveloping the blade. Wind blade. Just as he had done previously, Jiang Qin concentrated the protective wind around his body into the blade, a technique he had named wind blade. The colorless wind gathered on the sword, appearing plain and unadorned compared to the crimson flames. No, Zhang Jing could bear to watch no longer. Although Jiang Qin was clever, knowing to employ an alternative technique to enchant his blade, it was ultimately a shortcut. The enchantment power of the general's realm stemmed from the essence of the heavens and earth, possessing a higher purity. Humph, fool, Lin Songlong observed coldly, as though he could already envision Jiang Qin being cleaved along with his weapon. Amidst the myriad of blades, the two weapons collided, and the flames, like serpents, sought to consume Jiang Qin. Break. Amidst the oncoming flames, Jiang Qin's calm voice echoed, clang. As if in response to his words, the blade in Li Hong's hand shattered. The flames receding to reveal a hilt in his grasp. Before the eyes of all, Li Hong's once invincible finishing move was utterly dismantled by Jiang Qin. The flames were extinguished, the blade severed, a stunning and complete failure. Not only that, but seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qin thrust forward, piercing through Li Hong's body. Shill! The sound of the straight blade slicing flesh echoed, accompanied by Jiang Qin's sweeping kick, sending Li Hong crashing to the ground. This scene unfolded so swiftly that no one had time to react. The sixth level of the general's realm, Li Hong, had been defeated in direct combat by Jiang Qin, a mere body refinement practitioner. No, impossible. How could you sever my blade? Li Hong lay on the ground, unable to move, still roaring in disbelief, unable to accept that he had been overwhelmed by someone of a lower realm, because I saw. Jiang Qin looked down at Li Hong. You concentrated all your power in the front two-thirds of the blade, as that section is where the weapons clash, while the portion near the hilt lacked flames. I noticed this detail, and thus you were defeated. This is impossible. In that fleeting moment, how could you have time to observe the flames? Jiang Qin could not be bothered to elaborate further, motioning for the stunned Zhang Jing to come and apprehend him. Rather than act personally, he sought to avoid any hidden traps. Zhang Jing rushed over immediately, cuffing Li Hong with specialized handcuffs. With all his strength sealed, Li Hong instantly deflated. The two were then prepared to depart. However, the people from the Wang residence arrived late, surrounding the two of them. Zhang Jing's expression darkened considerably. Among these individuals were all experts from the general's realm, with many at the 9th level. And even one presence he found difficult to identify was locking onto him. A marquis-level powerhouse. The subordinates residing within the Kong Wangfu were formidable indeed. Yet Jiang Qin remained unfazed, turning to Lin Songlong and inquiring, Young master, what does this mean? It is one thing to arrive late, but now summoning these individuals. Are they here to bid us farewell? All were silent, awaiting Lin Songlong to speak. The moment he issued a command, they would execute Zhang Jing, Jiang Qin, and Li Hong without hesitation. Lin Songlong's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. He desired to kill, yet hesitated, fully aware that slaying members of the town evil division would invite the highest level of scrutiny. If it were merely Zhang Jing and his companions, perhaps he could brush it off. However, with Jiang Qin involved, backed by the Lin family's influence, he found himself apprehensive, unsure of how the family head and the young lady would perceive Jiang Qin. Chapter 16. Silencing witnesses. As the standoff persisted, a figure suddenly sprinted towards them, exclaiming, Young master, Commander Qin from the military is here to pay a visit. Followed closely by, Young master, the head maid Hongxue has sent word asking for young master Jiang to return. Upon hearing these two statements, Lin Songlong's expression darkened considerably. Why did they choose this moment to arrive, if not to protect these individuals? Zhang Jing, Jiang Qin, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful to have survived the day. Jiang Qin was particularly astonished, realizing that the Lin family had been monitoring him and had intervened on his behalf. Now, Lin Songlong found himself in a predicament. He could not afford to offend either the military or the main family. He could only gesture for everyone to clear a path. Observing this, Jiang Qin, along with Li Hong, prepared to leave. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A man suddenly lunged from the side, brandishing a sharp blade aimed directly at Li Hong. The distance was too short for Zhang Jing to react, and the knife pierced Li Hong's throat. Ugh! Li Hong clutched his neck, his face contorted in disbelief as he gazed toward Lin Songlong. Struggling to collapse onto the ground, breathless, in his final moments, his eyes remained open, reflecting rage and resentment. He was unwilling to accept his fate. His father's vengeance remained unfulfilled, and he had become a mere pawn sacrificed in the game. No matter how much he loathed the situation, blood continued to pour from his neck, and ultimately, he succumbed to death, consumed by hatred. The scene unfolded too swiftly for anyone to anticipate. The assailant's speed indicated a trained assassin, and even Jiang Chun could not intervene in time. By the time they comprehended what had transpired, Li Hong lay lifeless. Damn it! Zhang Jing roared, drawing his long knife and pointing it at the assassin. Yet the assassin did not spare him a glance, instead kneeling before Lin Songlong and proclaiming, "Young master, this man bore a token of my relative, impersonating my nephew whom I have never met. His deception has brought shame upon my family. I cannot let him live. Having caused such a significant disturbance for the Wang family," he declared, "I have no face to remain in the Wang residence any longer. I wish to serve the Wang family in my next life." With that, he turned the dagger he had used to kill Li Hong upon himself, plunging it into his heart and dying on the spot. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. Gazing at the two corpses on the ground, Zhang Jing fell silent. He discerned that this was a case of the Wang family silencing witnesses, exchanging one life for another, determined to eliminate any leads for the Town Evil Division's investigation. At the same time, he was struck by the formidable power of the Wang family. A skilled individual like Li Hong could easily serve as a team leader within the Town Evil Division. While the assassin exceeded even Zhang Jing's capabilities, he realized he would have been unable to thwart an attack directed at him. Yet, this assassin had chosen to end his own life in front of them. Merely a sacrificial piece, Li Hong was dead, and the assassin had taken the blame upon himself. In his final moments, he attempted to deflect responsibility, claiming it was his negligence that allowed Li Hong to infiltrate, thus exonerating the Wang family. Although many questions remained, both he and Jiang Chun understood that without concrete evidence or witnesses, doubts would remain mere speculations, incapable of proving anything. Furthermore, with Li Hong deceased, the perpetrator behind the Morong family massacre had been identified, leaving no reason to pursue the Wang family further. Should they persist, the Wang family would undoubtedly retaliate. Alas, I never anticipated that a murderer could infiltrate the Wang residence. I placed too much trust in my subordinates and failed to verify this person's identity, almost leading to disaster. Thankfully, with team leader Zhang and brother Zhang's intervention, this killer was thwarted. Lin Songlong appeared as if awakening from a dream. Realizing the entirety of the situation, his face filled with regret as he repeatedly expressed gratitude to Zhang Jing and Jiang Chen. Zhang Jing exchanged a glance with Jiang Chen and chose not to engage further, unwilling to indulge Lin Songlong in his theatrics. He spoke bluntly, "Since the murderer is now dead, we shall take our leave. Young master, farewell." With that, he dragged Li Hong's corpse and strode towards the exit. As the two departed, Lin Songlong's demeanor darkened. An aura of chill radiated from him. The Wang family had suffered a significant loss in this incident. Lin Songlong, accustomed to a life of ease, found himself momentarily at a loss. Moreover, cultivating a loyal master-level expert for the Wang family was no simple task, and now with two dead, he felt a pang of regret. "Young master, the prince has returned and wishes to see you in the inner courtyard." At that moment, a middle-aged steward approached him with the message. Lin Songlong finally emerged from his turmoil and followed the steward away from the scene. Upon exiting the Wang residence, Jiang Qin and Zhang Tian let out a collective sigh of relief, feeling liberated from the tension. They were immensely grateful, having narrowly avoided being ensnared within the Wang residence. Once the anxiety subsided, excitement and exhilaration took over. They had successfully resolved the shocking Morong family massacre case, identifying the perpetrator, albeit deceased. Nevertheless, this achievement was significant, and they would undoubtedly be rewarded. Though everyone was aware of Li Hong's association with the Wang family, without concrete proof, they could do nothing against the Wang family. Yet, despite this, they could still claim credit for the case and receive the corresponding rewards. At that moment, outside the Wang family gates, only the team members who had rushed out to seek assistance remained. Whether from the military, as Zhang Jing had summoned, or those from the Lin family who had come to protect Jiang Chun, all had vanished, as though their presence had merely served to affirm the authenticity of the situation. Jiang Chen and Zhang Tian exchanged a glance, then proceeded to return to the Town Evil Division with Li Hong's corpse and the others. The Morong family massacre had become common knowledge within the Town Evil Division, and as soon as they returned, everyone set aside their tasks to gather around, offering their congratulations. The gazes and tones of the crowd brimmed with admiration, astonishment, and envy. They had never imagined that they would actually crack the case. These individuals had boldly infiltrated the Wang residence and returned unscathed. This accomplishment filled them with envy, though some harbored jealousy over not being the ones to achieve it. Yet, more than anything, they felt respect. As they were all engaged in perilous public service, much like Morong Su. When the news of the Morong family massacre first broke, it had instilled fear in them, making them wary of offending those bandits. Lest they face retribution themselves, now, with Jiang Chen avenging the Morong family, their hearts felt steadied. Simultaneously, their perception of Jiang Chen elevated to a new level. His ability to solve a cold case attested to his exceptional investigative skills. After handing over the corpse and documenting the day's events, Jiang Chen clocked out for the day. Upon returning home, he was met by Kai Gu, who informed him that the head maid wished to see him and requested his presence. Jiang Chen could only manage a wry smile. Within the Lin family, he found it difficult to discern who held true authority, a mere maid requesting to see him, and he was expected to go to her. Yet he understood that despite possessing the strength of a master, he was still regarded as insignificant within the Lin family. Moreover, the way they treated him indicated that his father-in-law and fiancé likely held a nonchalant attitude towards him. Unable to avoid it, he decided to visit her without even taking the time for a meal, grateful that they had saved him today. Chapter 17. A Gift of Frost. The Lin family, or more accurately Lin Cheng, was nestled against the mountains, situated on the outskirts of Longqing. The residential area alone was as vast as a county town, complemented by work and educational districts that spanned a considerable expanse. Side branches and ordinary servants were allocated apartments, residing at the foot of the mountain, while those of higher status were assigned independent villas with accompanying courtyards. Halfway up the mountain, a quaint pavilion stood amidst the scenery, where the exquisite head maid Hongxue sat alone, a gentle breeze tousling her long hair and carrying with it a delicate fragrance. As Jiang Chen approached, she slowly rose and performed a graceful bow. A subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Greetings, young Master Jiang." Without engaging in pleasantries, Jiang Chen directly inquired, "What matters does Miss Hongxue have for me? Is it something from the family head? Or is Lin Ruoshi seeking me?" Lin Ruoshi was the name of his fiancée. Hongxue blinked her large eyes and chuckled. "Why does young Master Jiang refer to the young lady by her name? It sounds rather distant, considering I haven't seen her in a decade. Remembering her name is quite commendable," Jiang Chen retorted, somewhat irked. Hongxue laughed heartily, her laughter like the chiming of bells. Noticing Jiang Chen's lack of humor, she sighed. "The young master has attracted an enemy for the young lady. Should you not offer an apology?" Jiang Chen shot her a glance. "What is there to apologize for? I was merely carrying out my duties and apprehending criminals at the Wang residence. The young master of the Wang family even expressed gratitude for my assistance in uncovering the internal traitor. It is you who should be thanking me for establishing a beneficial relationship." Or perhaps Miss Hongxue was already aware that the Wildfire Gang would collude privately with the Wang family. "If you have concrete evidence, you could report it to the Town Evil Division right now." "You?" Jiang Chen feigned ignorance, provoking her further, which made Hongxue grit her teeth in frustration. She had not anticipated that working at the Town Evil Division would bring about such a change in him. Observing her irate demeanor, Jiang Chen showed no signs of consolation. Instead, he continued, "If the young lady feels I am merely a hindrance, it would be better to dismiss me outright. I am not one to cling stubbornly like a sycophant." Jiang Chen released a breath, finally voicing sentiments he had long held within during his extended stay in the Lin family. Living alone in a villa, attending school in the institution established by the Lin family. The only people he knew were the descendants of the Lin family or their attendants. Those of the outer clan were apprehensive of the identity of their young lady's fiancé, refraining from forming connections with him. Meanwhile, the direct descendants looked down upon his status as a child groom and were equally reluctant to associate with him. Ultimately, only Kaigu, a humble maid, was willing to exchange a few words with him. In the vast Lin city, He could only meander at the foot of the mountain, for any further ascent would lead to obstruction. Within the Lin family, he felt akin to a prisoner. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, Hong Shui retracted her previously playful demeanor and stated solemnly, "Young master, do you realize how many individuals would wish to see you dead if you were to sever ties with the Lin family? Thank you for your concern, Miss Hong Shui. I shall manage on my own. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If the young lady finds me displeasing, she is free to dismiss me at any time. I assure you I will not take offense, nor will I seek vengeance 3 years hence." After speaking, he did not await a response from Hong Shui and turned to depart. She made no effort to retain him. Watching as Jiang Qin's figure gradually vanished down the mountain, a faint smile graced her lips as she retrieved her phone and dialed a number, relaying the conversation she had just had with Jiang Qin to the person on the other end. "Oh, did he truly speak in such a manner?" A celestial and crystalline female voice responded, bringing a refreshing sensation merely by being heard. Hong Shui replied respectfully, "Indeed. He also mentioned that he is ready to be dismissed by the young lady at any moment." A light laugh came from the other side. "How intriguing. He possesses a physique of the 9th level of body refinement, yet can vanquish those at the 6th level of the martial general rank. Furthermore, his observational prowess, deductive reasoning, and logical acumen are exceptional, enabling him to solve 2 cases consecutively. It seems the rumors are unfounded. He is no fool. The Jiang family must regret sending him to the Lin family. I knew he would not remain in decline forever." Hong Shui was taken aback, surprised by the young lady's apparent lack of anger and her seemingly high regard for Jiang Qin, indicating significant expectations. "However," she cautioned, "but young lady, he has indeed attracted the ire of the Wang family. You are not far from establishing your own household. It would be prudent to warn him to refrain from causing trouble." Lin Ruoshi yawned languidly, her tone relaxed. "Regardless, he is still my fiancé. His actions reflect my intentions, and besides, he has done nothing wrong, has he? Moreover, the Wang family is not in a position to threaten me." As she spoke, Lin Ruoshi's voice grew cold yet exuded an undeniable authority, compelling respect. At that moment, she embodied the sole legitimate daughter of the Lin family, regal as a princess, enveloped in the adoration of many. Upon hearing this, Hong Shui ceased to speak further, recognizing that her role was merely to adhere to the young lady's wishes. Lin Ruoshi then continued, "Hong Shui, relay my command. From this day forth, Jiang Qin shall receive treatment befitting my formal husband. His words will represent my stance." This declaration left Hong Shui astounded, causing her hand holding the phone to tremble. She understood that once this order was issued, Jiang Qin would be regarded as Lin Ruoshi's husband, formalities aside, signifying her acknowledgement of him. This also meant she could no longer jest with Jiang Qin as she had done earlier, lest it be seen as disrespect to her master. Furthermore, any future meetings with Jiang Qin would require her to personally extend an invitation, rather than sending word through others. Though surprised, Hong Shui refrained from voicing her queries. She would comply unconditionally with the young lady's orders. Additionally, she instructed, "He is proficient with a blade, correct? Please present him with the frost blade I previously used." This pronouncement, even Hong Shui was startled, rising abruptly. If the previous command had merely astonished her, the young lady's intention to gift the frost blade to Jiang Qin was nothing short of shocking. The frost blade, an epic-grade weapon, was indeed rare. Weapons are categorized as ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. While an epic-grade blade is costly, it is not excessively so within the Dragon City, a hub for noble families. However, the significance of the frost blade lay in its history. It was the very weapon Lin Ruoshi had wielded in her youth. She had used this blade to triumph over numerous prodigies, earning a formidable reputation across the Dragon Kingdom. Coupled with Lin Ruoshi's noble lineage and ethereal beauty, she became the object of admiration for many scions of illustrious families. Eventually, as her prowess grew, she transitioned from blade to sword, storing the frost blade in her family's treasury. Even so, many noble youths had offered exorbitant sums to acquire the blade, and some had even attempted to bribe the Lin family servants to steal it. Lin Ruoshi had paid them no heed. Thus, it could be said that the frost blade was the most valuable among epic-grade equipment. Its worth amplified by the young lady's renown. Yet today, Lin Ruoshi was bestowing it upon Jiang Qin, a gesture that left Hong Shui utterly astounded. She had not anticipated Lin Ruoshi to value Jiang Qin to such an extent. Nevertheless, she remained silent, bidding farewell before promptly departing for the storeroom. After Lin Ruashi ended the call, she rose, stretching her perfect form. Brother Chen, once I successfully advance, I shall return to the Lin family. I hope by then you will have undergone a transformation, Lin Ruashi whispered, then grasped her sword and exited the camp. Chapter 18. The humble Hong Shui at home. Jiang Chun finished the dinner served by Kai Gu and, forgoing idle chatter, proceeded to the courtyard to practice his swordsmanship in the moonlight. Although his daily training paled in comparison to the rewards from the system, he had never allowed himself to slacken. However, he remained unaware that within mere minutes, his standing within the Lin family had undergone a monumental shift, as Lin Ruashi's decree reverberated throughout the household. Meanwhile, within the Wang family estate, Lin Songlong had the opportunity to meet his father. The Wang, father, Lin Songlong greeted respectfully before falling silent, awaiting his father's remarks. The Wang slowly rose from behind his desk. Though he exuded no royal pressure, the innate authority in his demeanor rendered Lin Songlong hesitant to speak. I am quite disappointed with your performance this time. You were incensed by the death of merely 2 marshal general ranks? At that moment, Lin Songlong had regained his usual composure and readily admitted his fault. It was my mistake. Jiang Chen's actions took me by surprise, causing me to falter. I could not ascertain whether he was merely representing the evil suppression division or if he had the family's backing. It has nothing to do with that girl Ruashi. There are individuals within the evil suppression division who seek to ensnare you, drawing him to our Wang estate. As for the military, it was Zhang Zheng's doing. Now that Zhang Zheng is safe, it no longer concerns us. Upon hearing the Wang's words, Lin Songlong's expression darkened. Lu Xiang of the Lu family, noted. This individual, Li Hong, is a useless piece on the board. The Wildfire Society has wreaked havoc in the Eastern District, causing too much slaughter, and has already drawn the ire of many factions. They will not allow the Wildfire Society to resurrect. The Wang nodded in response. It seems we should not have rescued Li Hong from the start. He was of no use and only brought us trouble. Father, despite that, can we simply let Jiang Chun strike at our Wang estate before everyone? Should we let it go unpunished? Lin Songlong's countenance remained filled with resentment. Hearing this, the Wang gently patted the shoulder of his son, whom he had raised as his heir. Oh, not rush. Remember, the game of power is one of survival. Only those who outlast their adversaries emerge as true victors. The losses and humiliations you suffer along the way are merely necessary trials. Furthermore, this defeat has provided you with invaluable experience. Reflect upon it and learn your lessons. Of course, the Wang estate is not to be trifled with. How to proceed from here is up to you. With that, the Wang departed the room, leaving Lin Songlong standing silently in contemplation. Jiang Chun was oblivious to these developments. As usual, he awoke early, washed up, and made his way to the dining table. Breakfast is ready, Kai Gu announced, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of fragrant noodles. As she set it down, Jiang Chun immediately sensed something unusual. The dish was adorned with 10 neatly arranged pieces of beef, which was no ordinary meat, but rather demon beef. Kai Gu, how did you use up today's allocation of demon beast meat for breakfast? Jiang Chun thought little of it, assuming Kai Gu was simply in the mood to prepare a lavish meal. About that, young master, you will understand shortly. Kai Gu scratched her head, refraining from offering a direct explanation. Jiang Chun found it amusing and chose not to speculate on her motives, lowering his head to eat. This demon beef is definitely more tender and flavorful than regular beef. Before long, Jiang Chun finished an entire bowl of beef noodles, sipped some water, and prepared to head out to work. As he opened the door, he was greeted by Hong Shui leading 4 other maids, all of whom bowed to him, creating a striking scene. Good morning, young master. Even with his trained composure, Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback by the treatment he was receiving as a genuine son-in-law of the Lin family. Rise. What brings you here? Though surprised, he did not pry further, maintaining his usual demeanor of neither being subservient nor imposing. Hong Shui retrieved a wooden box from her spatial ring, presenting it to Jiang Chen with both hands. Young master, this is a treasured blade personally brought to you from the treasury by the young lady's command. It is now yours to keep. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's curiosity was piqued. The formalities and gifts from his fiancée were quite intriguing. He accepted the wooden box and opened it, revealing a blade that emanated an icy aura and glimmered with a cold light, filling him with a sense of foreboding. Jiang Qian surmised that this blade was indeed extraordinary. What a magnificent weapon! As Jiang Qian's eyes lit up, he gently caressed the blade, the frigid steel sending a shiver down his spine. Satisfied with its weight and length as he lifted it from its sheath, he nearly succumbed to the urge to practice a series of sword techniques. However, with onlookers present, he reluctantly placed the sword back into its scabbard. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a treasured sword personally selected and forged by the young lady herself. Named Han Shuang, having accompanied her for many years, Hong Shui smiled softly as she introduced it. Jiang Chun, placing the sword into his spatial ring, remarked with a grin, "Thank you, young lady. I truly appreciate this sword." Hong Shui returned a courteous bow, responding with a smile, "As long as the young master is pleased." Jiang Chen retracted his smile, silently observing the bashful Hong Shui, who hesitated to meet his gaze. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Enough. I am unaware of what the young lady has said, but you need not be so humble. I do not wish to lord over you. Simply relax as you did before." Jiang Qian said earnestly, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. Hong Shui felt a stirring of emotion, but as she looked up to see Jiang Qian's serious expression, she became flustered and quickly lowered her head, saying, "Thank you for your magnanimity, young master. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serving you and the young lady from now on." With a murmured acknowledgement, Jiang Qian exited through the grand doors, where a private car awaited. He said little, instructing the driver to head towards the Zhani Sea. Watching Jiang Qian depart, Hong Shui sighed deeply, realizing that her master was not a petty individual. Otherwise, she could not fathom how he would retaliate for her previous displays of arrogance. Kai Gu bounded out in a few quick steps, embracing Hong Shui, though her short stature caused her to bury her head in the profound valley of Hong Shui's bosom as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Sister Hong Shui, I told you so. As long as you admit your mistake, the young master will not make things difficult for you." Hong Shui chuckled helplessly, ruffling the little head nestled against her. "Indeed, you have chosen a good master." Seated in the private vehicle, Jiang Chun soon arrived at the Zhani Sea, where the driver provided his personal contact number, assuring Jiang Chun that he would promptly drive to any location he specified. Upon pushing open the grand doors of the Zhani Sea, the staff greeted him warmly. Zhang Jing, in particular, beamed with joy as he approached Jiang Chun, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. "Jiang Chen, I cannot thank you enough. Collaborating with you on this venture has been the wisest decision of my life." After a moment, he leaned in closer, whispering to Jiang Chen, "My former military superior has informed me that the Wildfire Society has plagued them for many years, and Li Hong has placed a bounty within the military. He secured it for me and gave me a pure harmony pill." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a surge of happiness for Zhang Jing. No wonder he appeared so elated, his joy radiating from his very countenance. The pure harmony pill was indeed a significant boon. Having been stuck at the general level for so long, Zhang Jing's chances of breaking through to the marquis level had now greatly increased. How could he not be overjoyed? Zhang Jing achieving the marquis level would also be beneficial for Jiang Chen, as he would be the first familiar strongman Jiang Chen knew. Chapter 19. Dual rich rewards. Though the Morong family massacre case had been solved, the case had not been officially closed. However, everyone understood that the review from the upper echelons of the Zhani Sea would only take a few days. Sure enough, 2 days later, representatives from the headquarters convened a collective meeting, gathering everyone together. Beside the headquarters envoy, Lu Xiyang maintained a sullen demeanor, remaining silent, yet his eyes burned with a murderous rage, especially when fixed upon Jiang Qin, where his unbridled resentment was palpable, causing others to avert their gaze. He could hardly fathom that Jiang Chun possessed the audacity to offend even the Prince Kang's residents. After the incident, it became evident that the Prince Kang's residents had discerned Lu Xiyang as the instigator behind it all. Consequently, the Lu family faced relentless attacks and reprisals from the Prince Kang's residents. Ultimately, they were compelled to forfeit a significant sum as compensation to quell the prince's wrath. As for Lu Xiyang, the primary architect of this debacle, he could not evade the repercussions from within his own family, facing accountability and punishment. Were it not for his marquis-level cultivation, which granted him importance as a combat asset within the family, the Lu family would likely have been disinclined to protect him. Even so, he felt ostracized from the core decision-making circle of the family, suspecting that any crucial intelligence would no longer reach him in a timely manner. How could he not harbor hatred towards Jiang Qian? Meanwhile, The envoy from the headquarters wore a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with Jiang Qian and his team's performance. He held little regard for Lu Xiyang's petty schemes. He recognized that Jiang Qian had resolved a significant internal dilemma, successfully cracking a cold case. His gaze towards Jiang Qian brimmed with admiration and anticipation for his future growth. With the Murong family massacre case resolved, Zhang Zheng's team was duly credited as the primary contributors. The superior was exceedingly pleased, personally delivering the rewards. As he observed the applause and celebration among the attendees, he nodded with satisfaction before announcing the rewards. All team members who assisted Jiang Qian in the investigation shall receive a reward of 100,000, along with a chance to select high-grade equipment. Those who accompanied Jiang Qian into the Prince Kang's residence for the investigation shall earn a third-class merit, a reward of 500,000, and 3 opportunities to select high-grade equipment. Zhang Zheng shall receive a second-class merit, a reward of 1 million, plus a piece of rare equipment, and Jiang Qian shall earn a first-class merit, a reward of 3 million. In addition to the privilege of selecting 3 pieces of rare equipment, furthermore, Jiang Qian's position has been directly elevated to the Xian level, on par with Zhang Zheng, bypassing the intermediate phase of vice team leader. Jiang Qian accepted the newly issued credentials from the envoy, stowing them away. He understood that this exceptional promotion within the Jiangxi was undoubtedly influenced by the Lin family. In addition to these rewards, all participants were granted a week of paid leave, which only heightened the joy among the crowd. At that moment, all the attendees who were merely spectators gazed at Jiang Qian and Zhang Zheng with expressions of envy and jealousy, regretting their earlier reluctance to participate in the case. The rewards this time exceeded those of ordinary homicide cases, explaining their palpable jealousy. Of course, Jiang Qian paid little mind to the thoughts of others. He recognized that excellence inevitably incited envy. Rising from his seat, he followed the envoy to the treasury to select his equipment. In the private conference room, the envoy logged into his internal account and printed out a stock report of items below the rare grade, distributing it to Jiang Qian and the others. Take your time reviewing, but remember, this information is confidential. Destroy it once you finish selecting your equipment, understood? Jiang Qian nodded and began to sift through the thick stack of documents before him. The treasury of the Jiangxi housed numerous valuable items, often confiscated from criminals and treated as trophies. Among them was even the pure harmony pill, categorized as a rare item. Additionally, there were various medicinal herbs, spiritual fruits, an array of weapons, armor, martial techniques, and cultivation methods. However, most items were suitable for the general level. Only a select few of the rare items were effective for marquee-level individuals, and distinguishing them required a discerning eye. Zhang Zheng quickly selected a rare-grade long sword, eager to possess it immediately. Jiang Qian, on the other hand, hesitated. His current martial techniques were already tailored for the general level, and given his recent battle with Li Hong, he had acquired the most advanced techniques. As for medicinal pills, he deemed them unnecessary since his task completion granted him rapid enhancement without side effects. Why resort to medicine? Regarding suitable weapons, had he not received a gift from his fiancée that morning, he would have certainly chosen a sword first. However, having obtained Han Shuang, he found the rare-grade swords lacking in appeal. Ultimately, he decided on armor, a recovery pill, and a ranged weapon. The armor would enhance his defense, as he was still donning the uniform of the Jiangxi, which offered no protection against formidable foes. A recovery pill was essential to swiftly restore his health and inner strength, while a ranged weapon was imperative, considering his unique martial technique, the Eye of Death, which guaranteed a hit yet had not been fully utilized. Flipping through the catalog to the ranged weapon section, Jiang Qian made his selection: Oldly Flying Knives, a rare-grade concealed weapon set, comprising 10 pieces. They are exceptionally lightweight, with ultra-thin blades that minimize wind resistance. The previous owner of this set served in the Jiangxi, achieving a perfect hit rate. Known for his amiable nature, he was affectionately called Oldly. After his promotion to a monarch, he donated this set of flying knives to the Jiangxi. It appeared Oldly had quite the rapport within the Jiangxi, having even penned a note in commemoration of his time there. Jiang Qian decisively chose this set of flying knives. Subsequently, he also selected a fitted inner armor crafted from the hide of an alligator, comparable in toughness to the strength of a marquis, and a white bone regeneration pill, capable of restoring him even if a hole were pierced through his abdomen. Hence its name. Seeing Jiang Qian's choices, Zhang Zheng hesitated to speak, ultimately refraining. He had intended to suggest Jiang Chun select the cultivation pills for breaking through the general level and the pure harmony pills for overcoming the marquee level, but realized Jiang Chun had not even considered them. He chuckled to himself, recognizing that he had been stuck at the general level for too long, understanding the torment of that stagnation. Yet, Jiang Chun was a different kind of genius, having perfected his cultivation and could easily surpass the barriers of the general level. A person as astute as Jiang Chun would undoubtedly have his own considerations, so Zhang Jing decided to hold his tongue. After the attendees selected their items, within less than 10 minutes, a person whose presence was undetectable silently appeared in the room, retrieving the chosen items of the group, and then vanished before their eyes. The attendees, now holding their selected belongings, joyfully departed from the conference room. Having enjoyed a week's vacation, everyone left the town's evil suppression division without delay. And Jiang Chun promptly called for someone to pick him up, returning to the Lin family. Just as Jiang Chun opened the car door, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on successfully resolving the Morong family massacre case. Task completed. Reward, 500 skill points. The Eternal Youth Cultivation Technique and the System Function Upgrade is now available. Chapter 20. A significant enhancement. First level of generalship, Jiang Chun mused, not out of surprise at the generous rewards, but rather feeling that it was insufficient. While 500 skill points were indeed substantial, he had yet to practice the Eternal Youth Technique. However, judging by its name, it seemed promising as for the new system functions. Although Jiang Chun was unaware of their effects, wasn't unlocking new functions something that was inherently expected? How could it be presented as a reward? Hey, system, Jiang Chun thought, how can unlocking new functions be considered a reward? That seems rather lackluster. The original unlocking condition for the upgrade function was to reach the king level or to consume 10,000 skill points. Would you like to replace it with another reward? No. I was mistaken. Jiang Chun quickly interjected, realizing that it was a function unlocked ahead of schedule. Spending skill points to unlock it was merely 1,000. How long would it take to accumulate that many? System, you have unactivated functions. Why didn't you mention them sooner? What other functions remain unactivated? Please enlighten me. Jiang Chun was quite curious about the extent of the system's capabilities. Unable to query, should the host accumulate the required skill points? The system will automatically prompt for unlocking. All right, fine. Jiang Chun conceded, realizing he was too impoverished, akin to a pauper wandering into a luxury boutique, inquiring about the most expensive items, only to be met with the staff's suppressed laughter. Can you even afford it? Sigh, this materialistic system. Before long, Jiang Chun claimed all his rewards. Since they were merely skill points and did not enhance his cultivation, he accepted them without any notable changes while still seated in the car. He first examined the effects of the Eternal Youth Technique, which astonishingly mirrored the essence of the I Jing Jing, improving one's physical constitution. Eternal Youth Technique. Practicing this technique allows one to maintain eternal youth, preserving the body at its peak vitality. Additionally, it enhances cognitive and reflexive speed. It is well known that aging, illness, and death are natural laws. This technique defies such norms, allowing one to remain youthful. As people age, they weaken, a universal truth, while martial artists experience diminished vitality and stamina as they grow old. Many could have surpassed their current martial realm, but their old age and frailty hindered them from breaking through. Now, with this technique, Jiang Chun had alleviated the pressure of time. What, then, was this upgrade function? Jiang Chun closed his eyes, allowing the system to elaborate. Upgrade. You may consume skill points to enhance the grade of your martial techniques. The upgraded martial techniques will inherit their original proficiency. Enhancing grades. Modifying techniques to elevate their grade was typically achievable only by those who had perfected a particular technique. Yet now, Jiang Chun could accomplish this. In other words, he could elevate his practice techniques, such as the Gale Blade technique and the Wind Chasing Step, to the Duke level or even the King level. Moreover, they would retain their proficiency. Now at a high level of mastery, they would remain so post-upgrade. It is essential to note that martial artists generally practice different techniques at each realm. Upon breaking through, they must switch to a new one, rendering prior accumulated proficiency worthless. Although there are commonalities in similar techniques that allow for quicker mastery, one must still start anew. This is why it is rare for individuals to perfect a technique before comprehending a corresponding special martial art. However, with the upgrade function, Jiang Chun need not worry. He could enhance each martial art to his current realm without wasting proficiency. Young master, we have arrived. The driver's voice from the front seat interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. He expressed his gratitude and exited the vehicle. As he opened the door, he beheld Kai Gu reclining on the sofa, munching on an apple while watching television. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's sudden return, Kai Gu appeared startled, swiftly standing upright and concealing the apple behind her. Her face flushed as she softly inquired, "Young master, why did you return so early in the afternoon?" "I wasn't being lazy. I was merely resting." Jiang Chen smiled and gently ruffled her hair, replying softly, "It's all right, I've seen everything. Did you tidy up upstairs?" Since the last time he practiced the Yi Jinjing had left his room in disarray, Jiang Chen had instructed Kai Gu to clean the long unoccupied second floor, laying down mats for his training space. Yes, it was all cleaned yesterday." Kai Gu stammered, caught in her moment of relaxation, her voice barely above a whisper. "Good. You can continue watching your television. It's just the two of us in the house. You needn't come back and forth to sweep and mop every day. Feel free to play as you wish," Jiang Chen said, playfully pressing her back onto the sofa with a smile before ascending the stairs. On the upper floor, Kai Gu had already organized all the clutter into a room, leaving the central living area completely vacant. Covered with a layer of soft mats, Jiang Chen sat down, closed his eyes, and let his thoughts delve deep into his mind. System. Allocate my skill points to the Eternal Youth Technique. Ding. Commencing practice of the Eternal Youth Technique. You begin to study the Eternal Youth Technique. Although the text is obscure and difficult to comprehend, you nonetheless grasp its essence intuitively. You have preliminarily entered the realm of the Eternal Youth Technique, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease coursing through you, as though you have regained 10 years of youth. No, wait, the host is only 16. It feels as though you have enjoyed a refreshing massage. You have generally mastered the Eternal Youth Technique, and you feel your thoughts becoming extremely agile, your reactions swifter. Mathematical problems that previously required contemplation can now be answered with a mere glance. You have completely learned the Eternal Youth Technique. Henceforth, your appearance remains youthful, and your body perpetually retains its vitality. Through your diligent cultivation, you have finally broken through the barrier between body refinement and generalship. Advancing to the first level of generalship, training complete. A total of 200 skill points consumed. Unlike his experience with the Yi Jinjing, Jiang Chen felt as if every pore in his body was breathing, absorbing the spiritual energy scattered throughout the heavens and earth while expelling the impurities within him. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, perceiving the world around him in newfound clarity, akin to the transition from 1080p to 4K resolution. His senses of hearing, smell, and the other 5 senses had also experienced a tremendous enhancement. It felt as though he had awakened from a deep slumber, brimming with inexhaustible energy. Upon breaking through to the realm of generalship, each individual awakens their unique talent. As Jiang Chen sensed the changes within himself, a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes. Lightning affinity, heavenly thunder attraction, significantly enhances affinity with lightning, increases speed while practicing lightning-based martial techniques, grants combat power boosts during stormy weather, and allows for the summoning of lightning to envelop oneself, entering a thunderstorm state. Talents are categorized from C to SSS level and divided into several major types: elemental, supernatural, physical, and weapon types. Lightning is the most ferocious among the elements, and Jiang Chen was quite pleased. Although the blade techniques he currently employed were wind-based, wind and lightning could mutually assist one another. Reminder: the upgrade function can also be used for talent advancement. The system suddenly prompted, as expected. Even without the system's suggestion, Jiang Chen would have contemplated it. Looking at himself, he noted that he was still caked in mud. But he wasn't in a rush to wash up. Jiang Chen called upon the system once more. System, how many skill points are required to upgrade my current techniques? Detecting your information. Detection complete. Gale Blade requires 300 skill points. Wind Chasing Step requires 200, and the Protective Gale requires 300 skill points to upgrade to Duke level. It seems they vary. Perhaps it was due to his innate talent in footwork, as the last breakthrough consumed fewer skill points for the Wind Chasing Step. Jiang Chen pondered another question: system, will the proficiency enhancement for upgraded techniques consume more skill points? Upgrading techniques would likely complicate matters, and increasing proficiency might become more challenging. Since proficiency would be inherited, it might be wiser to max out proficiency before upgrading, effectively milking the system. Indeed, however, I must remind the host that comprehending corresponding special martial techniques and proficiency are also related to the grade of the martial technique. Higher-grade techniques facilitate the comprehension of special martial techniques. Furthermore, high-grade techniques at mastery level are stronger than low-grade techniques at perfection level. Please decide accordingly. After a moment's hesitation, though it seemed slightly disadvantageous, Jiang Chun opted to upgrade his martial techniques. How could he resist utilizing new functions? A minor loss was acceptable. He could always be frugal later. After some contemplation, Jiang Chun decided to upgrade the protective gale martial technique. It wasn't out of fear of death that he allocated skill points to defense. Rather, this technique served not only for protection but also as his explosive trump card. The Gale Blade technique? Being a high-tier martial technique at the level of generalship, sufficed for regular use. Should a crisis arise, a powerful burst of energy would provide him with greater opportunities. Upgrade Protective Gale, consuming 300 skill points. Protective Gale upgraded to Duke-level martial technique. Flowing Wind Armor. A defensive Duke-level martial technique that envelopes oneself in the power of flowing wind, forming a wind wall around the body. When enemy weapons or projectiles collide with it, a repulsive effect is generated. Jiang Chun paused, reflecting on the monumental enhancements he had achieved today. He needed time to fully absorb it all. Outside, darkness had already fallen. Jiang Chun descended the stairs. Upon seeing Jiang Chun covered in dirt once more, Kaigu hurriedly set down her mop and approached him. "Young master, what were you doing just now? Why was there thunder during such clear weather?" I broke through. Jiang Chun replied candidly, "Ah, that's wonderful, my lord." Kaigu exclaimed joyfully. Although she was not well versed in cultivation and was unaware of the specific realm Jiang Chun had transcended, she merely felt elated for him. "Why, lord, you've gotten yourself all dirty again. Would you like Kaigu to assist you in cleaning up, just like last time?" Kaigu said shyly. "Sure, let's do it. In truth, Jiang Chun was not as filthy this time as he had been after practicing the muscle transformation technique. But why would he refuse the little maid's offer of a bath and massage? Grasping Kai Ji's hand, he headed towards the bathroom. Chapter 21. The Flower Thief. After taking a bath with Kaigu, Jiang Chun returned to his own chamber. Today marked his official entry into the realm of the Baijiang. Unlike the body refinement realm, the Baijiang realm is characterized by the awakening of one's unique innate talent. The elevation to the Baijiang realm is inherently connected to this. The first 3 levels are referred to as Renjiang, where practitioners merely utilize their talents, treating them as one would a weapon. The 4th to 6th levels are known as Dijiang, where practitioners have become adept through continuous application, fully understanding the various uses and shortcomings of their talents, as if their talents were a third hand at their disposal. For instance, Li Hong from before belonged to this category, wielding his blade with flames at a moment's notice. The 7th to 9th levels are termed Tianjiang. For Tianjiang, innate talent has become second nature, as if they were born with it. Prior to reaching the Baijiang realm, martial artists have already developed their combat habits. Thus, comprehending their talents and integrating them into their fighting style inevitably carries a certain clumsiness, lacking the seamlessness of a true master. However, Tianjiang can fully integrate their talents into their combat style, executing them effortlessly without conscious thought. Therefore, there exist those who are born as Tianjiang. These individuals grasp their talents from birth, making the use of their abilities a natural occurrence. Once they break into the Baijiang realm, they ascend directly to Tianjiang, skipping the first 6 levels. They are inherently ahead at the starting line. It is said that Jiang Chun's fiancée Lin Ruoshi is one such born Tianjiang. Imagine this. You are initially unarmed, and suddenly you are given a knife. You must learn to wield it. At this point, you are a Renjiang. Once you master its use, you become a Dijiang. And only when you and the knife become one do you become a Tianjiang. Yet, those born as Tianjiang can transform their hands into blades from birth. The extent of their prowess is unfathomable. Of course, Jiang Chun does not envy such individuals, for being a born Tianjiang merely places them ahead at the starting line. With diligent cultivation, the gap diminishes significantly. After breaking through to the noble rank, the disparity becomes negligible. History has not lacked for unfortunate souls who were born as Tianjiang yet failed to achieve nobility throughout their lives. Often referred to as the unfortunate Zhang Yong. To remain humble and grounded, steadily improving rather than seeking to outshine others, is Jiang Chun's aim. After a long absence, Jiang Chun opened his status panel. Name, Jiang Chun, Realm. By Jiang Level 1, Martial Techniques. Pafeng Dao, Great Accomplishment. Zhuai Feng Bu, Great Accomplishment. Lu Feng Armor, Great Accomplishment. Special Martial Techniques. Muscle Transformation Technique. eye of death, elbow strike, ageless spring technique, talent, interpretation method, heavenly thunder induction. In fact, upon advancing to the Baijiang realm, he could commence internal cultivation. Previously, the system had rewarded him with a Baijiang level technique, the Gale Wind method, but he had exhausted his skill points, so Jiang Chen planned to start cultivating it from scratch. Tonight, he would rest. In the following days, Jiang Chen dedicated himself to practicing the Gale Wind method, quickly achieving proficiency. The benefits of the muscle transformation technique and ageless spring technique on his aptitude were evident. One day, the head maid, Hong Shui, personally came to prepare a meal for Jiang Chen. As she proudly presented exquisite dishes, she asked Jiang Chen how they were, boasting that only the young lady had tasted her cooking. Thus he was fortunate. Jiang Chen took a bite and feigned a serious expression, saying, "Not as good as what my Kaigu makes." This provoked Hong Shui, who gritted her teeth in frustration, insisting she was the first-place winner of the maid culinary competition and that the senior maid had personally taught her. Kaigu could only blush and comfort her sister, saying that the young master was just joking. In truth, Hong Shui's dishes were indeed superior. Jiang Chen was merely teasing her, though he had grown accustomed to Kai Ji's flavor. Seeing Hong Shui revert to her usual headstrong demeanor, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, wondering how his fiancée had instructed her. Yet, he preferred this over Hong Shui being overly cautious due to Lin Ruoshi's orders. He was still unaccustomed to others fawning over him. The week-long holiday swiftly passed, and it was time for Jiang Chen to return to the Jiangxi for work. Upon returning, he faced a choice. Within the Jiangxi, there were two distinct paths for advancement, both categorized by the elements of heaven and earth. One path was that of leadership, exemplified by figures like Lu Xiyang and Zhang Zheng. Progressing through ranks such as deputy team leader, deputy minister, and division minister, wielding considerable power and managing many subordinates. The other path was known as that of the executioner, where one was not accountable to others, nor were others accountable to them, solely responsible to the Jiangxi headquarters. As long as certain targets were met each year, they could assist the first category of personnel in solving cases, work independently on cases, or even hunt down wanted criminals in the wild. Such individuals were often battle maniacs, uninterested in interpersonal relationships. Jiang Chen intended to choose this latter path. He had no desire for power struggles, and given his connections to the Lin family, he feared becoming ensnared in the depths of political intrigue. Ultimately, he opted for this route, changing his credentials to a deep black booklet emblazoned with the gilded words, "Executioner." Returning to his floor, Jiang Chen noticed the grave expressions of those around him, indicating that a new case had likely arisen. Indeed, the Dragon City was far from tranquil. Soon, he encountered Zhang Zheng, who had already broken through to the noble rank and was now serving as the deputy minister of this division. His face glowing with vitality and confidence, Jiang Chen was genuinely pleased for him. Even among the prominent families of Dragon City, a noble-level expert was a highly coveted asset. Every noble was worth courting, far surpassing the significance of a Baijiang. Jiang Chen approached Zhang Zheng to offer his congratulations, and Zhang Zheng patted his shoulder in response, indicating that no further words of gratitude were necessary. Subsequently, Zhang Zheng recounted the details of a new case. It turned out that along the transportation routes leading out of Dragon City, there was a small county named Yingtong County, where a series of crimes had occurred. Recently, a notorious flower thief had emerged in Yingtong County, notorious for his wickedness and unscrupulous methods. He specifically targeted female martial artists who had never experienced love, and none of his victims had escaped his clutches. Even more egregious, every girl who fell prey to him had their strength siphoned away through dark sorcery, ultimately reduced to mere skin and bones, dying in a pitiful state. The county magistrate of Yingtong County ordered everyone to join forces to apprehend this flower thief. However, they repeatedly failed. At the behest of various local factions, the Jiangxi's county division sought assistance from Dragon City. Everyone present felt the gravity of the situation, for the flower thief was not only elusive but also possessed remarkable lightness and agility, ranking among the best within the same realm. Furthermore, the county magistrate himself was a noble-level expert. The fact that even he could not capture this flower thief spoke volumes about the severity of the situation. When the case details were reported to headquarters, none of the division ministers were keen to take on this task. However, if no one volunteered, the higher-ups would ultimately assign it to one of the divisions. As expected, Lu Xiyang stood up and willingly accepted the mission, confidently asserting that he had the ace investigator Jiang Qian under his command, guaranteeing a 100 resolution. Thus, the case was assigned to Jiang Qian. Upon hearing Zhang Zheng's words, Jiang Qian's expression darkened. It was Lu Xiyang again, seemingly unable to get enough, now seeking to involve him once more. Noticing Jiang Qian's displeasure, Zhang Zheng reassured him, Jiang Qian, although you are now an executioner, just let me know if you need assistance. Everyone here is ready to help. Others nearby echoed his sentiment, saying, yes, Jiang Qian, you've led us to 2 rewards. We will all assist you. Jiang Qian felt warmth spread within him at their words. It was not in vain that he treated them well, grateful they were not a pack of ingrates. Ding, side quest activated. Capture the flower thief of Yingtong County. Reward upon completion. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qian acknowledged that this case must be solved. He thanked everyone for their support and assured them that he would once again lead them to rewards, eliciting cheers of long live Jiang Qian. From the crowd, afterward, Jiang Qian and Zhang Zheng entered the office. Jiang Qian inquired, since the county magistrate is a noble and he cannot capture him, what significance is there in my involvement? Zhang Zheng sneered. At that time, I questioned Lu Xiyang directly. He simply stated that your investigative skills are strong, and you can serve as support there. When the flower thief appears, the county magistrate will naturally seize him. Lu Xiyang was indeed cunning, planning to take the credit for himself if he managed to catch the thief. Old Zhang, time is of the essence. I shall head to Yingtong County first. All right, go ahead. And call me if you need anything. Jiang Qian promptly departed the building. With a mission at hand, he was determined to proceed, not for the Zhani Sea, but for the system.as. He stepped outside. He keenly sensed an ominous gaze fixed upon him. Glancing back, he saw no one, then boarded his vehicle and left. Moments later, a figure emerged from a nearby CAF, intensely staring in the direction Jiang Qian had departed, his face brimming with resentment and murderous intent. Jiang Qian, having been marginalized by the Lu family and sidelined by his colleagues, with part of his power usurped by the newly promoted Zhang Zheng. Lu Xiyang had recently hit rock bottom. He attributed all his misfortunes to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian returned to the Lin family to inform Kaigu that he would be embarking on a journey. Subsequently, he boarded a vehicle heading towards Yingtong County. On the expressway at the entrance of Lin City, a car pulled over to the side, and upon seeing Jiang Qian's vehicle depart, it slowly followed behind as it resumed its journey. Chapter 22. The Art of Interpretation Post-Sensory Enhancement. Yingtong County, as a thoroughfare connecting Longdu with other cities, boasts a level of prosperity that rivals that of its counterparts. The influx of martial artists has significantly stimulated the local economy. Had it not been for the case of the flower thief, the area would likely have continued its upward trajectory. However, due to the presence of this rogue, a sense of trepidation permeates the atmosphere. Families with young daughters have barred their doors and windows, while prominent local clans have resorted to offering handsome salaries to hire formidable protectors for their households. Unfortunately, the grim reality is that even the county magistrate, a figure of considerable rank and power, has failed to apprehend this elusive adversary. It is well known that the flower thief does not merely flee but retaliates first, and those who have encountered him often meet a gruesome fate. Even the local crime suppression agency, in conjunction with the noble families, has suffered significant losses at his hands. In light of these casualties, no one dares to accept the position of bodyguard, leaving the local clans with no choice but to seek assistance from Longdu. Upon Jiang Qian's arrival in the county, he immediately sensed an air of desolation. The streets were sparsely populated, devoid of the vibrancy one would expect from a flourishing county. He did not linger but proceeded directly to the county government as directed by his navigation. After presenting his credentials to the reception staff, he was soon escorted respectfully into the county magistrate's office. Upon entering the office, Jiang Qian fell into silence. Behind the desk sat a strikingly beautiful young woman, diligently reviewing documents, dressed in a tailored black and white suit, her jacket draped over the chair, and the buttons at her chest strained to contain her form. Jiang Qian was taken aback to discover that such a captivating beauty was the county magistrate. Were not magistrates typically portly older gentlemen? You are the detective dispatched from Longdu, the son-in-law of the Lin family? County Magistrate Zhong Yinchi set down her pen and regarded Jiang Qian with keen interest. Indeed, that is I, Jiang Qian replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable with the title of Lin family's son-in-law, he refrained from disputing it. How can you be so young? Zhong Yinchi murmured softly. Her surprise evident, Jiang Qian, feeling a wave of embarrassment, could not help but interject, "Magistrate, it would be best to keep such thoughts to yourself, especially considering your own youth." Zhong Yanqi pouted slightly. "I am me. And you are you." She swiftly moved on from the topic of age, stating, "Your accomplishments are widely known among us civil servants. I have reviewed reports on the Liu family case and the Morong family massacre. Your handling of those situations was indeed commendable. However, the nature of this case differs from the previous two. Do you feel confident in your abilities to tackle it?" Zhong Yanqi's beautiful eyes locked onto Jiang Qin's as she inquired hesitantly. Without indulging in idle chatter, Jiang Qin countered, "First, allow me to review the records from this period, and then I can ascertain my level of confidence. Are you prepared?" Zhong Yanqi nodded and retrieved a file from her drawer, presenting it to Jiang Qin. "This flower thief is no ordinary criminal. I have encountered him twice, and he always managed to evade capture through various means. I estimate his strength to be above the 6th rank of the general title. Moreover, his agility surpasses the advanced level, potentially reaching perfection. This skill is likely at the level of a marquis. Why attempts at long-range attacks have all been evaded, and his stamina is impressive. Over time, I have found it impossible to keep pace with him." Listening to Zhong Yanqi's analysis, Jiang Qin refrained from voicing any doubts. He understood well what it meant to be a marquis at such a young age. She was undoubtedly the prodigy others spoke of. He had no reason to question her assessment. "Have you finished reviewing? Once you have, I will take you to the scene," Zhong Yanqi said, donning her jacket, which concealed her alluring figure beneath its fabric. "Let us proceed," Jiang Qin replied as he stood up, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, may I inquire about your title, magistrate?" Every martial artist who reaches the marquis level acquires a title, a mark of respect. Jiang Qin had neglected to ask when he encountered Zhang Jing earlier that morning, and now, in the presence of Zhong Yanqi, who was of similar age, he was reminded that this enchanting young woman was indeed a formidable practitioner. Zhong Yanqi raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. "Oh, so now you remember to ask. Keep this in mind. You should refer to me as Lady Shi from now on." Jiang Qin clasped his hands together. "Yes, Lady Shi." At the sound of this address, Zhong Yanqi's face blossomed into a radiant smile, her charm akin to that of a flower in full bloom. Zhong Yanqi guided Jiang Qin through the homes of each victim. When the families learned that a detective from Longdu had been dispatched to solve the case, their spirits lifted. Yet, upon meeting Jiang Qin, their disappointment was palpable. He appeared far too youthful. It was only natural, akin to Jiang Qin's own incredulity upon meeting Zhong Yanqi, that the victims' families would doubt his ability to resolve the case. Unfazed, Jiang Qin meticulously examined the scene. Under the influence of his refined skills and the ageless techniques he practiced, his senses were exceptionally acute, allowing him to commit every detail to memory. In less than an hour, he had thoroughly investigated a single site, after which he took his leave of the families. Seeing Jiang Qin remain silent, the families simply sank into disappointment, believing that this so-called detective from Longdu was merely an empty title, sent to placate them without any genuine concern from Longdu itself. Before long, half a day had passed, and Jiang Qin had completed his examination of all the girls' rooms. Meanwhile, Zhong Yanqi followed him, her mind swirling with questions, though she refrained from voicing them. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept into her heart. Could it be that he was merely a lackluster representative sent by headquarters? Did they not truly regard this case with the seriousness it deserved? The thought left her feeling discontented, and a sense of grievance began to brew against the headquarters of the Crime Suppression Agency. Once Jiang Qin finished inspecting the last room and stepped out into the street, she could no longer restrain herself and asked with a hint of annoyance, "What discoveries have you made?" "Detective Jiang," she emphasized the term detective with a slight bite. Jiang Qin nodded, choosing to ignore her little outburst. Zhong Yanqi regarded him with surprise, wondering if he had indeed made a discovery or was merely feigning insight. As they traversed two streets, Jiang Qin pointed towards a particular direction and inquired, "What is that place?" Zhong Yanqi followed his gesture and replied, "That is a village within the city, an area yet to be redeveloped. A year ago, the villagers moved into the new homes we arranged, leaving these old brick houses to be rented out to workers." "I see," Jiang Qin responded, piecing together the information. Zhong Yanqi's eyes brightened at this revelation. She tugged at Jiang Qin's sleeve eagerly. "What have you discovered? Speak quickly." "Based on the few cases I reviewed earlier, the flower thief did not act on a whim. He had clearly prepared in advance and had been observing from the shadows for quite some time. In the rooms of the victims, I noted numerous identical fingerprints and footprints on the windowsills, indicating that the thief had previously infiltrated their quarters. After mentally cross-referencing, he concluded that all the prints belonged to a single individual. Moreover, upon returning to the street, he had spotted the same tracks again, which led him to the village within the city. However, due to the high foot traffic and the littered streets, he lost the trail. Zhong Yinxi's eyes sparkled with realization. So, the flower thief must have moved into the village within the city a year ago. A moment later, she frowned in confusion. But that doesn't add up. Such malevolent practitioners, driven by the desire to absorb others' life forces, would not endure for so long without acting. If they waited too long, their powers would diminish. Zhong Yinxi's reasoning was sound. Practices such as this often led to rapid advancements in cultivation but came with dire consequences. If too much time elapsed without absorption, their progress could regress, or worse, lead to fatal repercussions. Jiang Qin acknowledged her concerns and explained, "You are correct, which is why I considered the following possibility. The flower thief must have sustained significant injuries. To evade his enemies, he disguised himself as an ordinary worker and infiltrated Yingtong County, taking refuge in the village within the city. However, even while recuperating, he would not abandon his predatory tendencies. Thus, I suspect there may be cases of missing young girls or women in the village. But they were not fully drained, as the thief was too weak at that time to attract the attention of the crime suppression agency. Additionally, given the transient nature of the village's population, it would be challenging for the county government to keep accurate records, and individuals reporting missing persons might not receive due attention from the agency, as it is not uncommon for someone to leave town or return home alone. Thus, the perpetrator continued to lurk, and as his confidence grew, he began to extend his reach beyond the village, targeting women outside of it. Those with martial prowess would be particularly beneficial to his recovery. Chapter 23. The revelation. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's deductions, Zhong Yinxi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Clearly, she had heard of various incidents occurring in the village and was now connecting the dots. Observing her reaction, Jiang Qin realized he must have hit the nail on the head. At this moment, Zhong Yinxi's attitude towards Jiang Qin transformed into one of admiration. Truly, he was a detective acknowledged by headquarters, and the esteemed son-in-law of the Lin family. I concede, she declared. Jiang Qin shook his head in exasperation. All right, if you truly concede, then please refrain from calling me son-in-law all the time. Even now, he remained uncomfortable with the term. Perhaps it was because he had yet to meet his fiancée, or perhaps it was the pride of manhood that stirred within him, unwilling to be seen as an appendage to someone else. Cackling, it is indeed my fault, Master Jiang, said Zhong Yinxi, stifling a laugh, as she offered a direct apology before turning to investigate the case in the urban village. However, Jiang Qin halted her, saying, "Wait, if we investigate the urban village now, it will surely alert the murderer, perhaps even prompting him to flee and relocate, which is highly disadvantageous." Zhong Yinxi, puzzled, replied, "Then what do you propose? Should we simply wait for the next victim to appear? I believe a bold search might force him into action, potentially allowing us to catch him." Her thoughts were as carefree as her demeanor. "There's no need for that, if my judgment is correct. This individual has recently reached a critical juncture. His cultivation is on the verge of a breakthrough. Based on the dates of the recent victims, he is bound to strike within 3 days. Therefore, we must keep a close watch on the girls in the city who might be targeted. He will inevitably reveal his whereabouts." At that moment, Zhong Yinxi seemed to recall something, sharing a rumor she had recently heard. "I just remembered something. A year ago, outside the city of Saibei, a notorious flower thief emerged, known as Yin Beihuai. In his quest for a breakthrough, he even abducted the granddaughter of an elderly marquis. At that time, this incident caused a tremendous uproar in the border regions, prompting the military, the local authorities, and the mayor to pursue him. Ultimately, he was found in a cave, where the old marquis personally subdued him, yet he still managed to escape. Since then, Saibei has been searching for Yin Beihuai. But no leads have surfaced, leading some to speculate that he may have perished from his injuries. Is it possible that he fled all the way to Longdu and committed these crimes? Jiang Qin was somewhat taken aback. Although Longdu was a fair distance from Saibei, it was indeed plausible that he could arrive there after fleeing southward. Furthermore, to evade capture, he likely refrained from drawing attention to himself along the way. His cultivation might have also diminished. In light of this, the logic was aligning. It appeared that Yin Beihui had miraculously survived, fleeing to the county and remaining in hiding. Connecting the dots, Zhang Chun concluded that this flower thief was most likely Yin Beihui. It was said that he was originally a member of the royal family of the Beiyin kingdom, which had succumbed to the beast tide. After the fall of his homeland, he had become a man without a nation. Yet he retained the airs of royalty, placing great importance on his image. It was rumored that some women, captivated by his looks, were willing to follow him to the ends of the earth. Little did anyone expect that time would change things so drastically, and now he was willing to forsake even the dignity of royalty merely to survive. Zhong Yinshi recounted various tales surrounding Yin Beihui. It was said that he had already attained the pinnacle of the ninefold general rank in Saibei, frequently escaping capture, and possessed numerous cunning tactics. Should you encounter him, flee immediately and inform me. I do not wish for you to fall victim to him, Zhong Yinshi warned Jiang Qin with utmost seriousness. Jiang Qin couldn't help but jest. By the time I call for you, he would have already fled. Even if I delayed until you arrived, would you be able to catch him? Zhong Yinshi huffed, confidently asserting, after he escaped last time. I diligently honed my footwork and have since made significant progress. The next time we meet, I will surely capture him. Clearly, having been thwarted by him previously had impacted her greatly, prompting her to dedicate herself to rigorous training and achieve a breakthrough. Jiang Chun felt a twinge of envy. His own progress depended solely on skill points, and without months of dedicated training, breakthroughs were rare. In contrast, she had effortlessly attained hers in just a few days. Such was the gift of prodigies. Thankfully, he had the system to assist him. Otherwise, he feared he would forever remain in their shadow. Zhong Yinshi placed a call, assigning tasks to enhance patrols, particularly around the residences of prominent families. The rationale for focusing on these families was clear. The daughters of wealthy households were often martial artists, possessing ample vitality, making them more desirable targets for energy absorption than ordinary girls. Recent victims indicated that the flower thief had evolved to a stage where only martial women would suffice for his purposes. The two discussed further details before parting ways. Jiang Qin did not return to his lodging, but instead wandered through the urban village, meandering aimlessly down the street. By chance, he spotted a particularly unusual man. A dark mole adorned his face, with several black hairs sprouting from it, causing passers-by to avert their gazes. The man seemed to carry an air of self-deprecation as he walked with his head bowed. He pushed a cart of bricks into a nearby restaurant, where the owner handed him some banknotes, prompting a brief exchange of gratitude before he departed. Jiang Chun stealthily approached the owner and inquired softly, "Who is that man?" Sensing Jiang Qin's considerable prowess, the owner replied, "He is a pitiable soul. The year ago, his hometown was ravaged by a beast tide. He fled here with his ailing father, but news came that his village was completely destroyed. Leaving no survivors, he chose to stay here, working menial jobs to support his father. Truly unfortunate. Do you know where he lives? I have a friend at the construction site who could arrange work for him. Providing meals and lodging, I'll go speak to him." The owner was pleased to hear this and disclosed the man's address. After a bit more idle chatter, Jiang Chun left the restaurant. Jiang Qin's arrival had no impact on the atmosphere of Yingtong County, which remained fraught with anxiety. By nightfall, the streets were eerily empty. That night, a phone call shattered the stillness. Simultaneously, as Jiang Qin rested with his eyes closed, he suddenly opened them, leaping through the window and scaling the walls of a prominent family's estate to the backyard. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the iron gate crashing open, directly colliding with a masked figure. In his grasp, the assailant held a terrified woman, her mouth gagged, rendering her unable to speak. Suddenly, two more figures soared through the air, Zhong Yinshi and Wang Hao, the head of the local anti-evil task force. Given that the locality was merely a county, it had yet to warrant the establishment of a separate division. Thus, a small group was responsible for Yingtong County. "Yin Beihui, surrender," Zhong Yinshi coldly declared, facing her old foe who had eluded her grasp twice before. "Blast it!" Yin Beihui cursed under his breath, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Instinctively, he hurled the woman towards Jiang Qin and the others before making a hasty retreat in the opposite direction. Wang Hao swiftly caught the woman, while Jiang Qin and Zhong Yinshi pursued him. News of the flower thief's appearance and ensuing battle with the county magistrate spread rapidly, with families peeking through their windows, silently cheering for Zhong Yinshi and her team, praying for their success in capturing the perpetrator. The three figures chased after Yin Beihuai, with him leading, Zhong Yinshi in second place, and Jiang Chen trailing behind. Zhong Yinshi glanced back at Jiang Chen, her admiration for him growing, surprised by how quickly and persistently he was keeping pace with her. Jiang Chen's gaze, however, was fixed not on her, but on Yin Beihuai ahead. Deep in thought, observing the thief focused solely on escaping, Jiang Chen drew out a throwing knife, sidestepping a few paces to find an open space. His deadly gaze locked onto Yin Beihuai's heart, and in an instant, he launched the knife. With a whoosh, the knife sliced through the air, and even as Zhong Yinshi began to react, the blade embedded itself in Yin Beihuai's body. A shriek escaped his lips as he plummeted to the ground. Cautiously, Jiang Chen and Zhong Yinshi approached him, maintaining a safe distance. They remained vigilant, sensing Yin Beihuai's presence, and soon reached the same conclusion. He was dead. Exchanging incredulous glances, both were taken aback. Jiang Chen had not anticipated that his throw could instantly kill a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the ninefold general rank. He flipped the body over, confirming that it was indeed Yin Beihuai, matching the wanted posters. This revelation left him utterly astonished. A ninefold general, taken down by a single knife. Although his flying knife combined with the death's eye technique guaranteed a hit on the heart. Wasn't it odd that someone who had escaped from a perfected marquis-level expert would lack any defensive measures? Perhaps he had not yet recovered from his injuries? Or had he exhausted all his means of survival during his previous escape? Zhong Yinshi appeared puzzled but attempted to offer an explanation. Jiang Chen, upon hearing her words, accepted her reasoning, realizing he had never truly faced a ninefold general in combat. The sound of footsteps approached. Wang Hao, the group leader, arrived just in time to settle the woman he had rescued. Being at the ninefold general level himself, he did not specialize in agility, hence his slow arrival. As Wang Hao entered, Jiang Chen's senses picked up a hint of unease. Before he could analyze it further, his instincts alerted him to a malicious gaze fixated on him. That gaze again. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen drew another flying knife. Not turning his head as he hurled it backward, clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the knife was deflected by a sharp blade. Only then did Jiang Chen turn to see a shadowy figure atop a nearby building. Preparing to flee. Without a second thought, he leapt into the air, pursuing the figure. The cloaked figure, angered by Jiang Chen's audacity to chase him, turned to flee. Jiang Chen activated his wind-whispering steps, utilizing the wind to close the distance between them. Observing Jiang Chen racing forward, Zhong Yinshi decided to follow suit. However, Wang Hao restrained her, saying, "County Magistrate Zhong, we should first retrieve Yin Beihuai's corpse and take it back to the anti-evil task force to avoid any unforeseen complications." Zhong Yinshi, upon hearing this, was about to speak when Wang Hao hastily interjected, "Rest assured, Detective Zhang dares to pursue alone, which signifies his confidence in himself. There will be no unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, Detective Zhang's prowess is unfathomable. On the surface, he appears to be merely at the first level of the General's realm, yet in tonight's chase, his speed has surpassed even mine, edging close to that of the county chief. Who can assert that he lacks other methods?" The speed of Jiang Chen indeed far exceeded his realm, leaving both Zhong Yinshi and Wang Hao thoroughly astonished. "Very well," Zhong Yinshi replied hesitantly, turning to retrieve Yin Beihuai's corpse. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless body of Yin Beihuai opened its eyes, delivering a powerful palm strike that struck Zhong Yinshi with a fierce gust of wind. Caught off guard, she staggered back 2 steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, clearly injured. Yin Beihuai sprang to his feet, laughing heartily as he brazenly scrutinized Zhong Yinshi. Feigning death? Zhong Yinshi furrowed her brow, berating herself internally for her lack of caution. Yin Beihuai retorted coldly, "That lad's flying daggers are indeed swift, but to think he could kill me with such a ploy is rather presumptuous." Though he feigned indifference, Zhong Yinshi noticed his lips were pale, indicating that Jiang Chen's strike had inflicted considerable harm. Observing this, Zhong Yinshi felt slightly relieved. Even if injured, she could still subdue him. However, another sound of air being sliced through reached her from behind. Instantly, she reacted, turning to defend herself. Bang! She braced for the impact, being knocked to the ground, blood flowing more profusely from her mouth. Zhong Yinshi coldly glared at the person behind her, realizing, to her astonishment, that the Evil Suppression Division had also been infiltrated. The individual sneered, "Ha ha, you are mistaken. I am from the Advanced Evil Suppression Division, your acquaintance in a higher position." After Wang Hao spoke, he clasped his fists towards Yin Beihuai, saying, "Brother, congratulations on your recovery. You are making strides. Ha ha ha, thank you. Howdy. Capturing the esteemed Lady Zhong Yinqi is indeed a significant achievement," Yin Beihuai boasted, patting Wang Hao on the shoulder. Zhong Yinqi pieced together the puzzle, realizing, "So your original objective was to capture me?" Yin Beihuai appraised Zhong Yinqi's beauty and figure, brazenly declaring, "Precisely. I need to restore my cultivation to the rank of Marquis and strive for further advancement. Ordinary women cannot satisfy me. Only you, a prodigy who has attained Marquis status at such a young age, can provide the nourishment I seek. By consuming your essence, I can not only regain my peak, but also ascend to greater heights. I will take revenge in Beicheng." Yin Beihuai shamelessly revealed his plans, his goal being to absorb Zhong Yinqi's essence. Die. Although Zhong Yinqi had been ambushed and injured, she still retaliated fiercely, unleashing 2 lethal strikes towards the duo. With 1 against 2, she thoroughly overwhelmed them. However, her opponents merely dodged her attacks, and before long, Zhong Yinqi felt her speed diminishing. "Ha ha ha, Director Zhong, do you feel your steps slowing, your strength waning, unable to circulate your internal energy? This relaxation powder works wonders, doesn't it?" Wang Hao laughed heartily while evading Zhong Yinqi's strikes. It was then she noticed a fragrant scent emanating from Wang Hao as he approached. Initially, she thought it was merely the perfume of a victim lingering on him, only to realize it was the relaxation powder. She leapt back to create distance and retrieved a detoxification pill. However, the detoxification pill only temporarily alleviated the effects of the relaxation powder. It could not eliminate it. As the powder was not a poison, time would eventually render its effects null, or one could forcibly expel it with internal energy. Yet at present, with the 2 of them entangling her, she was granted no opportunity to concentrate her internal energy and could only fend off their incessant harassment. Was she truly about to fall into their hands? At this moment, even Zhong Yinqi felt utterly helpless, merely sensing her waning strength and gradually succumbing to despair. Chapter 25. The Great Battle, Thunder and Lightning Blade. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen drew ever closer to the shadowy figure, his speed surpassing that of his opponent. His steps were as swift and light as the wind. Realizing he was on the verge of being caught, the figure ceased fleeing, standing still and awaiting Jiang Chen's approach, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Jiang Chen halted as well, quietly observing his adversary before slowly speaking. "Lu Xiyong, even now, do you still dare not reveal your true face?" Indeed, Lu Xiyong paused momentarily before casting aside the black mask covering his face. His visage was unveiled. "Impressive, Jiang Chen. You managed to deduce my identity, and in just 10 days, you've ascended to the general's realm. You've hidden yourself quite well. It seems the people of Lengdu have underestimated you." Lu Xiyong's narrow eyes fixated on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen disregarded his provocation and directly inquired, "What is your relationship with Yin Beihuai?" Jiang Chen could not believe that if Lu Xiyong were merely seeking revenge, he would have chosen to ambush him at this precise moment. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, Lu Xiyong sneered, "Detective Jiang, I am not your criminal. I have no obligation to answer your inquiries. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have suffered the scorn of the Evil Suppression Division. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been marginalized by the Lu family. Everything is due to you, causing me such misfortune. Today, you cannot escape your fate." Jiang Chen found his words amusing. "You seek to provoke me, yet you blame me for your misfortune? Come then, are you certain you can kill me?" Lu Xiyong coldly laughed. "Do you think I am unaware of your reinforcements? Or do you possess confidence in your speed, believing you can flee from anyone? Come forth." As soon as he spoke, Jiang Chen's instincts flared with danger as a burly man with bulging muscles emerged from behind him. Upon recognizing the man's face, Jiang Chen exclaimed, "The Mad Blade General." Shui Changhong. Jiang Chen had seen this individual's name on the wanted list from the Evil Suppression Division. Among the wanted criminals of the general's level, the bounty was exceptionally generous. A ruthless killer. Every act of vengeance he exacted resulted in the annihilation of entire families. Known in the martial world as the Mad Blade General, he had lingered at the Heavenly General realm for quite some time without advancing to the rank of Marquis. Having mastered the Mad Blade technique to perfection, "Oh, you have a keen eye, recognizing me. Just right, I haven't yet killed anyone from the 8 great families. Today is perfect." Shui Changhong brandished a large blade. Speaking in an exaggerated manner, exuding a madman's aura. However, Jiang Chun was unfazed by his imposing presence and turned to question Lu Xiyang. Lu Xiyang, is this your own action, or that of the Lu family? To collude with a wanted criminal? Humph, enough with the nonsense. Jiang Qin, where are your people? To perish at our hands would make you the first in history. Upon finishing, Lu Xiyang unleashed his full power, revealing the aura of a marquis, charging directly at Jiang Qin with his blade drawn. Clang! Another figure emerged from the side, directly blocking Lu Xiyang's path. Zhang Zheng, Lu Xiyang bellowed, angered that Zhang Zheng had been promoted to deputy minister, taking away some of his authority, which he had long harbored resentment for. Today was the perfect opportunity for retribution. Lu Xiyang and Zhang Zheng engaged in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Heh, Detective Jiang, it seems I shall enjoy you all to myself. Xue Changheng licked his lips, drawing forth his curved blade. Jiang Qian remained silent, extracting the frost blade from his spatial ring. Yes, the frost blade appeared. An icy chill enveloped the entire battlefield. The famed frost blade. Ha, I never expected Lin Ruoxi would gift it to you. Xue Changheng appeared to recognize Lin Ruoxi's exploits, acknowledging the weapon. What a delightful surprise. Xue Changheng charged at Jiang Chun like a mad dog, launching an unrelenting flurry of strikes aimed at him. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Chun deftly parried Xue Changheng's relentless attacks, countering with a diagonal slash that forced Xue Changheng back several steps. Had enough? Now it's my turn. In the next instant, Jiang Chun vanished from his position, reappearing before Xue Changheng. Taken aback by Jiang Chun's sudden burst of speed, Xue Changheng hurriedly raised his blade to defend. The cold light of the frost blade flashed, the blade's wind infused with frost, transforming into a bone-chilling gale as it surged toward Xue Changheng. Swish, swish, swish. Xue Changheng clearly struggled to keep pace with Jiang Chun's speed, unable to fully fend off his assaults, resulting in numerous cuts across his body, each wound adorned with ice shards, exacerbating his injuries. Xue Changheng disregarded his injuries, charging at Jiang Qian once more, facing Jiang Qin's counterattack without the slightest attempt to evade. Adopting an attitude of trading injury for injury, Jiang Qian had no choice but to fight while retreating, as Xue Changheng's blade lived up to its name, truly a mad blade. The technique was swift, yet fraught with flaws. As Jiang Qin defended, he sought out openings to strike. Before long, Jiang Chun managed to push Xue Changheng back, and during the course of this 10-minute battle, several fresh wounds had been added to Jiang Qin's body. Thanks to Xue Changheng's increasingly rapid strikes, it seemed that the more Xue Changheng attacked, the faster he became. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Chun summoned all his strength in a single strike, sending Xue Changheng reeling. By this point, Xue Changheng's clothing was tattered, and he chose to rip off his shirt, exposing a physique of explosive muscles marred by numerous scars of varying sizes. This battle had inflicted even more wounds upon him, and he was now bleeding profusely, transforming him into a blood-soaked figure. Ha, exhilarating. Despite being covered in injuries, Xue Changheng roared with laughter, his battle fervor surging wildly. Jiang Chen remained unaffected by his emotional state, engaging him in combat once more. Your talent seems to lie in growing stronger the longer you fight, doesn't it? Jiang Chen suddenly inquired. Oh, what if it does? The longer the battle endures, the stronger I become in every aspect. Moreover, the more wounds I sustain, the greater my combat power. Xue Changheng readily admitted, no longer considering the potential exposure of his secrets. Indeed, Jiang Chen discerned that Xue Changheng's mad knife technique initially appeared rife with flaws, merely due to Xue's insufficient speed. However, as Xue's velocity increased, the openings in his knife blade diminished correspondingly. Even if Jiang Chun could perceive these vulnerabilities, he found himself unable to retaliate in time before the next strike descended upon him, forcing him to remain on the defensive. This was the essence of masking flaws with swiftness. It was not solely you who possessed talent. A flicker of purple light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, as arcs of lightning danced upon the cold, white blade of frost. Yet, it was still insufficient. As the gale of his inner power surged, the air around Jiang Chen began to whirl and coalesce around his blade. Astonishingly, he wielded dual attributes. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xue Changheng felt a pang of trepidation. Typically, martial artists at the rank of commander would opt for internal cultivation techniques that aligned with their innate talents. Engaging in practices devoid of such affinity often led to painfully slow progress, While others might have mastered a single attribute, one might barely grasp the fundamentals of another. Thus, cultivating dual attributes, especially in combat, was a rarity indeed. Xue Changhong understood he could not afford to let Jiang Qin gather strength unimpeded and immediately brandished his knife to strike. Jiang Qin's lightning blade clashed fiercely, with flashes of electric light forcing Xue Changhong to retreat repeatedly. Each time Xue's blade met Jiang Qin's, the lightning coursed through the weapon and into his body. Jiang Qin could only muster his blood energy in defense. If he allowed Xue's lightning to invade, he would be paralyzed and rendered immobile. Struggling against Jiang Qin's electric onslaught, Xue Changhong's mad knife style excelled in offense, but faltered in defense. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. The wounds on Xue's body multiplied. And alongside the lightning, the force of the wind further deepened the gashes inflicted by his blade. Even if Xue's innate talent could turn the tide with a blood sacrifice, he could not allow his injuries to accumulate unchecked. At this rate, even with doubled combat prowess, he would ultimately succumb to excessive blood loss. Gritting his teeth, Xue realized he could not afford to prolong the confrontation with Jiang Qin. With a fierce roar, he cast aside his defenses, his bloody knife gleaming a deep crimson, almost black. He charged headlong into Jiang Qin's blade light. Unfazed, Jiang Qin gripped his knife with both hands. The furious lightning surged, illuminating the dark night with a brilliant purple glow as he and Xue engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows. The clash of the lightning blade and the bloodied knife crackled, the blood evaporating with a hissing sound. Both combatants continued to sustain new wounds, blood spilling profusely upon the ground. Xue Changhong's eyes turned crimson, bloodshot, yet his mind remained clear that it was over. He suddenly erupted into wild laughter, the blood pooling beneath him, emanating wisps of energy, coalescing around his form, his aura escalating dramatically, a terrifying intent and murderous pressure converging towards Jiang Qin. Yes, it was time to end this, Jiang Qin replied calmly, as a cyclone of wind gathered around his blade, harmonizing with the power of thunder, creating a resounding tempest. Is that all? You cannot hope to defeat me like this. Xue Changhong leapt into the air, his bloody blade cleaving downward with overwhelming intent to kill, locking onto Jiang Qin and rendering him immobile, left with no choice but to withstand the blow. You fail to see that I am not merely dual attribute, Jiang Qin declared, as the wind and thunder blade collided with the blood knife, causing the ground beneath him to fracture. Xue suddenly sensed something amiss. The flow of his internal energy faltered for an instant, and though it was but a fleeting moment, the tide of battle had shifted. The violent lightning surged along the blade, penetrating his body and wreaking havoc within. Xue Changhong could no longer maintain his bloodied knife, his energy dissipating as he fell to the ground, his body still emitting smoke from the punitive lightning. Chapter 26, Ascension, then Annihilation. Jiang Qin gazed at the lifeless form of Xue Changhong, inhaling deeply before retrieving the medicinal pill he had obtained from the Evil Suppression Division and swallowing it, subsequently channeling his energy to heal his wounds. Earlier, when Jiang Qin claimed he was not dual attribute, it was because he had harnessed 3 attributes. Frost was the 3rd attribute, ice. Each of Xue's strikes during their fierce exchange had left a chilling sensation within his wounds, and in their frenzied combat, he had embedded layers of coldness deep within Xue's body. At the final moment of their confrontation, Jiang Qin summoned all the frost, momentarily stalling Xue Changhong's internal energy flow. In that instant, the lightning breached his protective aura, invading his body, and not only did wind amplify lightning, but lightning and ice also reacted. Ultimately, governed by the lightning within, Xue Changhong could no longer mobilize his blood energy and was brutally slain. His corpse charred by the violent electric discharge. 10 minutes later, Jiang Qin's injuries had largely healed. He looted Xue Changhong's belongings, stowing the spoils within his ring before proceeding to the battlefield of Zhang and Lu Xiyang. At that moment, Zhang and Lu Xiyang were engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, both being practitioners of physical techniques. Although Zhang had just entered the rank of commander, his years of combat experience on the front lines had endowed him with considerable prowess, while Lu Xiyang, having been coddled, was merely at the 3rd level of the commander rank. For the time being, their battle ended in a stalemate. Suddenly, a flying knife imbued with purple lightning shot from the periphery of Lu Xiyang's vision. Sensing danger, he instinctively grasped the flying knife with his hand. What an opportunity! Seizing the moment, Zhang landed a powerful punch to Lu Xiyang's abdomen. Lu Xiyang coughed up a mouthful of blood. Incredulous, impossible, you actually killed Xue Changhong? He exclaimed. Enough chatter, old Zhang, let us work together and eliminate him. Jiang Qian hurled another flying knife, aiming directly for Lu Xiyang's heart. Simultaneously, Zhang Zheng delivered a kick aimed at Lu Xiyang's lower regions, forcing him to endure the blow. The sound of shattering bones echoed. With Xue Changhong dead, Lu Xiyang realized that he and Zhang Zheng were now evenly matched, and with Jiang Qin's interference, escape seemed increasingly unlikely. Jiang Qin, Zhang Zheng, how dare you kill me? I am the deputy director of the Evil Suppression Division. If you slay me, the division will pursue this matter to the very end. The Lu family will not let you off the hook. Under the threat of death, Lu Xiyang finally grasped the gravity of his situation, panic seeping into his demeanor. In response, Jiang Qin sneered, you don't fear the repercussions from the Lin family after killing me. Yet you expect me to fear the death of a mere deputy director. With that, he and Zhang Zheng coordinated their efforts, relentlessly using flying knives to disrupt Lu Xiyang's defenses. Lu Xiyang had no choice but to divide his focus, defending against Jiang Qin's projectiles while simultaneously contending with Zhang Zheng's assault, ultimately forced to absorb at least one blow. Soon, he collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Jiang Qian stepped forward, delivering an elbow strike. Lu Xiyang initially felt a surge of triumph, believing Jiang Qian had overstepped by closing the distance, preparing to seize him. However, Lu Xiyang found himself struck by the elbow, expelling the bile from his stomach in agony. A heavy punch from Zhang Zheng landed on his head. Thus, a commander-level expert met his demise, ensnared by the Tude. Lu Xiyang's head was brutally crushed, toppling to the ground. Thunder rumbled ominously as the skies opened up, rain pouring down to cleanse the bloodied earth. Through these two battles, Jiang Chun gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Beneath the heavens, he believed he had no equals. The rank of commander would depend on the martial skills employed and the execution during combat. As for commander-level experts, his speed could rival that of a low-tier commander, but direct confrontation remained unfeasible. Nevertheless, his flying knives would pose a significant threat even to commander-level fighters, who would be reluctant to endure the assault. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Zheng to handle the aftermath, Jiang Qian returned to the earlier location. Upon confirming Yin Beihuai's identity and preparing for the capture operation, he called upon Zhang Zheng as backup, only to discover that this backup was intended for Lu Xiyang, not Yin Beihuai. The host has undergone a bloodbath. The application of the Gale Blade technique has ascended to a higher level, achieving perfection. During combat, the host's proficiency in the Heavenly Thunder induction has gradually matured, advancing to the third level of the commander rank. On his way, the system reported the gains from this bloody conflict. This was not a reward from the system, but rather a report generated by the system's analysis of Jiang Qin's information. This marked Jiang Qin's first experience of growing stronger through battle. In fact, he was unaware of his enhancement, merely feeling that everything unfolded naturally. Indeed, the sensation of self-cultivation and the experience of system rewards felt distinctly different. The downpour intensified, and the rumbling thunder above instilled a sense of foreboding in Jiang Qin, prompting him to quicken his pace, reassuring himself, Zhong Yinshi is a commander-level expert. She will be fine, and thunder is on your side. How could this be an omen of doom? At that moment, Zhong Yinshi found herself cornered by the combined assaults of Wang Hao and Yin Beihuai, teetering on the brink of despair. Having been a prodigious talent, achieving commander rank before reaching 20, she could hardly fathom her downfall here. Gazing at the lecherous faces of the flower-picking bandits before her, she grasped the grim fate that awaited her in their clutches. The thought of being subjected to their humiliation filled her with despair. The effects of the relaxing powder had already begun to take hold, leaving her utterly powerless to resist. A flicker of deathly resolve crossed her eyes as she prepared to strike her own head. However, Yin Beihuai, having anticipated her move, swiftly intervened, thwarting her attempt. Humph! You think you can take your own life before me? I have encountered countless women. How many have succeeded in their suicides? If you wish to die, wait until all your powers belong to me before you do so. Yin Beihuai's gaze remained fixated on her face, admiring her voluptuous figure, her long legs. What a sight! Her physique and beauty were top tier, further complemented by the haughty demeanor cultivated through her untroubled life. Alongside her commander-level prowess in his decades of exploitation, He had never encountered such a prime specimen. Zhong Yinshi lay on the ground, drenched and utterly spent, gasping for breath, unable to imagine that her fate would be so tragically dire. Yan Beihuai and Wang Hao gazed down at the pitiful Zhong Yinshi on the ground, which only intensified their desires as they moved closer to her. Suddenly, two faint sounds of air being sliced through shattered the inky darkness of the night. Both Yan Beihuai and Wang Hao, seasoned warriors accustomed to the perils of their world, immediately changed their expressions upon hearing these sounds. Even in their intoxication of lust, they instinctively reacted. However, their responses were starkly different. Yan Beihuai chose to disperse his vital energy throughout his body to withstand the attack, while Wang Hao prepared to roll aside to evade the strike. Just as he bent his legs, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A flying dagger had already embedded itself within him. In disbelief, Wang Hao realized that despite his awareness, he could not evade this deadly blade. As he readied himself to flee, waves of numbness surged from his wound, and the nightmare was far from over. Jiang Qin emerged slowly from the shadows, a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, aimed directly at Wang Hao. Jiang Qin infused the flying dagger with electricity, then drew upon the storm above to direct the lightning toward Wang Hao. Illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant flash, as the electric light faded, it revealed Wang Hao's expression of incredulity, as if he could not fathom his own demise. Soon after, his charred body fell rigidly to the ground. Wang Hao out. Chapter 27. Tianqing Temple. The conclusion. Beside him, Yan Beihuai, having withstood the blow, found himself drained of considerable energy. He had been pierced by Jiang Qin's dagger and was acutely aware of the speed at which it had struck. Evasion was impossible. Glancing at the scorched Wang Hao, he felt a surge of relief for having deflected the attack. Yan Beihuai took a deep breath and, observing Jiang Qin retrieving the dagger from beside Wang Hao's corpse, directly inquired, "Where is Lu Xiyang? How did you manage to kill a marquis?" Recognizing Jiang Qin, Yan Beihuai understood that his plans had crumbled, and he saw no reason to feign any longer. "Only you would lay an ambush." "Do you think I wouldn't call for help?" Jiang Qin replied, his tone unperturbed. He had sensed their conspiracy, but what surprised him was Zhong Yinshi's utter lack of vigilance. He had nearly been captured. Thankfully, he had arrived in time to rescue her. Zhong Yinshi, gazing at the composed Jiang Qin, felt immense gratitude for his timely intervention, but soon lost control and fainted. Upon noticing that Zhong Yinshi had succumbed to unconsciousness but was in no mortal danger, Jiang Qin finally relaxed, fixing his gaze upon Yan Beihuai. The latter, looking at the calm Jiang Qin, was suddenly overwhelmed by trepidation, a sense of crisis washing over him from behind. The last time he had felt such a sensation was in the presence of the old marquis. Forcing a smile, he coughed, "Brother Jiang, how about a deal? Let us reconcile. I shall give you this woman, and in return, I will impart to you my secret technique for dual cultivation. By cultivating with her, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the 9th level of the general realm and break through to the marquis rank within a year. What do you say?" Regrettably, Jiang Qin dismissed his words, merely drawing his frost blade and observing him in silence. The response was the cold gleam of the blade, swirling with lightning in the dark of night. "Do not presume to insult me with your empty words. I acknowledge your prowess with the flying daggers, but in close combat, I fear you not." Yan Beihuai's anger flared as he drew his long sword to clash with Jiang Qin. Yet, after only a few exchanges, Yan Beihuai found himself overwhelmed. Multiple cuts marred his hands, and the torrential rain combined with the chilling aura of the frost blade inflicted excruciating frostbite upon his wounds. Impossible. How could your swordsmanship reach such a level? Mastery? No, perfection. After another 10 exchanges, Yan Beihuai's long sword was sent flying by Jiang Qin's strike. A mouthful of blood escaped Yan Beihuai as he realized he could not withstand Jiang Qin's blade. "You, a mere flower thief. Why must you pretend to be a master and compare swords with me?" Jiang Qin discerned that Yan Beihuai's strengths lay in his agility and various underhanded tactics. In direct confrontation, he was merely an ordinary martial artist of the general realm. Excellent swordplay. "Ha! You must have killed Xue Chang'an, didn't you?" Yan Beihuai, clutching his wound, spoke with a hint of fear. He could not comprehend how Jiang Qin, so young, had mastered such a perfected sword technique, alongside the skill of hidden weapons and investigative prowess. "You are indeed connected to Lu Xiyang and Xue Chang'an. Speak," Jiang Qin directly probed. having noticed Yin Beihuai's mention of them. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Beihuai said, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Jiang Chen scoffed, uninterested in engaging further. "If you refuse to speak, rest assured, once you are imprisoned, you will divulge everything." Upon hearing the word imprisonment, Yin Beihuai's expression turned pale with terror. He had been on the run for a long time and was well aware of the horrors associated with imprisonment. There existed a cadre of specialists in interrogation and execution. No one could withstand their methods. Having lived a life of luxury since childhood, he had managed to thrive on his looks after his country fell. And the mere mention of imprisonment filled him with dread as he watched Jiang Chen approach with his blade. He waved his hands frantically. "No, wait. Let me go, and I will tell you everything. I have a secret that will surely not disappoint you." Hearing this, Jiang Chen paused, intrigued, and as Yin Beihuai seemed eager to divulge, he quickly uttered the 3 words, "Tianqing Temple." The mere mention of this name piqued Jiang Chen's interest. Tianqing Temple was a sought-after entity among various factions within the Dragon Kingdom, or perhaps on this blue star. Any related information often led to a bloodbath. Legend had it that in ancient times, the most powerful among humanity could transcend to immortality, achieving eternal life. However, a cataclysm had occurred, altering the fabric of existence, rendering the notion of immortality a mere legend. Yet, amidst this backdrop, 2 formidable beings had indeed ascended from Tianqing Temple. Subsequently, all factions turned their gaze toward it, their desires ignited by its secrets. However, before any faction could take action, the temple mysteriously emptied, its inhabitants vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. While every major force was left perplexed, a rumor emerged from the shadows. One that every martial artist had heard. Tianqing Temple was a portal to the celestial realm. Within it lay 4 keys. The celestial realm had been a space created by those who transcended. Every millennium, Tianqing Temple would open its doors, and those who gathered the 4 keys could unlock a gateway to obtain the method of transcendence. This rumor spread like wildfire across the globe. Although there were confirmed reports of the temple's opening, no new methods of transcendence were revealed. Nevertheless, countless heroes and champions rushed to Tianqing Temple in search of the path to immortality. Even without new immortals emerging, those who exited the temple returned with immense benefits. For instance, the first emperor of the Dragon Kingdom attained his position within it and acquired a unique martial arts technique. This technique was reserved for the royal lineage, allowing them to remain unyielding through the ages. Many similar legends abound. While no one had transcended again, those who emerged from the temple became legendary figures of later generations. Thus, whenever news of Tianqing Temple arose, it captured the undivided attention of the masses. "What information do you possess regarding Tianqing Temple? Prove it to me." Jiang Chen cut straight to the chase, demanding evidence from Yin Beihuai. The latter produced a folded piece of paper and tossed it over. Jiang Chen did not catch it. Instead, he sidestepped, summoning the wind to unfurl the document, dispersing a cloud of white powder. Realizing Jiang Chen was not fooled, Yin Beihuai lamented silently. Jiang Chen chuckled coldly, uninterested in questioning him further, and instead focused on the document. "What is this? One of the keys to Tianqing Temple is in my possession. Spare my life, and I will reveal its location." Yin Beihuai spoke with reluctance. Jiang Chen, however, remained unconvinced. "I do not trust you," Yin Beihuai exclaimed. "I can swear an oath to the heavens. If I break this vow, may lightning strike me, and may I die a miserable death." Jiang Chen fell silent, sensing the gravity in Yin Beihuai's tone. For the sake of survival, he seemed willing to forsake everything. Suddenly, Jiang Chen queried, "The key is within your spatial ring, isn't it?" At this, Yin Beihuai's pupils dilated in shock. If only for a moment, and Jiang Chen caught the fleeting change. "In that case, I shall eliminate you, and everything shall belong to me." Jiang Chen struck swiftly, raising his long blade. "Heavenly thunder, heed my call." Torrential lightning cascaded downward, infusing the frost blade as Jiang Chen absorbed the electricity as if it were nothing. "No?" Yin Beihuai turned to flee, but a blade of lightning sliced through the air, severing his throat and claiming his life instantly. He had run his entire life, but could not outrun the speed of lightning. The key to Tianqing Temple encompassed too great a secret. Jiang Chen understood well that a common man, innocent of wrongdoing, could find himself in peril merely for possessing a treasure. Even if Yin Beihuai genuinely handed over the key, Should that information leak, countless powerful adversaries would come for him. He would not only lose the key but also face grave danger to his life. In truth, Jiang Chun was uncertain whether Yin Beihui truly possessed the key, but he knew he had to eliminate him. Even without the key, he had no regrets. Jiang Chun took Yin Beihuai's spatial ring, breaking the seal to search through its contents. Inside, he discovered a plethora of women's intimate garments, alongside several martial arts manuals and, notably, a key inscribed with the 3 characters of Tianqing Temple. As expected, such a precious item would not be hidden away but carried on his person. Extracting the martial arts manuals and the key, Jiang Chun crushed the ring. He then approached Zhong Yinshi, gazing down at the woman lying on the ground, and even Jiang Chun could not help but admire her beauty. Drenched by the rain, her upper body shirt became somewhat translucent, revealing glimpses of springtime beauty beneath. Her lustrous black hair clung to her fair cheeks, evoking a sense of tenderness. However, Jiang Chun merely cast a glance and refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerability. He lifted her gently and hurried back to the hotel, placing her on the bed before dialing Zhang Jing and the Town Evil Division to clean up the aftermath. Chapter 28. The Prince of Yingtian's Mansion. Another whirlwind after a night of tumultuous undercurrents, Zhang Jing entered the County Town Evil Division with several corpses, sending shockwaves throughout Yingtang County. The following day, the streets buzzed with excitement as numerous merchants and restaurants offered discounts to celebrate the resolution of the flower thief incident. In discussions surrounding this event, Jiang Chen's name was frequently mentioned, accompanied by tones of admiration. Inside his room, Jiang Chun continued his meditation and cultivation, having maintained this practice for over a decade. Now, with his enhanced aptitude, he felt even more motivated. At that moment, the previously unconscious Zhong Yinshi finally opened her eyes and sprang from the bed, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Upon spotting Jiang Chun meditating nearby, she let out a sigh of relief. She glanced down at her attire, finding it to be appropriately worn, with no sensations of pain emanating from below, allowing her to relax. Jiang Chun had indeed saved her and had not taken advantage of her. A wave of gratitude washed over her. Thank you for preserving my innocence. Should you ever need anything in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige, she expressed solemnly to him. Noticing her serious demeanor, Jiang Chun understood that her promise was genuine. He nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall not be courteous when the time comes. Observing Zhong Yinshi's continued seriousness, he could not resist adding, just don't blame me for making you sleep in wet clothes all night. After all, the esteemed Shiho should not fall ill so easily, should she? Zhong Yinshi glanced down at her somewhat translucent shirt, realizing that her undergarments had been fully revealed to Jiang Chen, and she instinctively covered her chest. Jiang Chun turned to exit the room. I will take a room next door to rest for a while. You should tidy yourself up. After a night of battle and subsequent vigilance, Jiang Chun was fatigued and fell asleep as soon as he entered his room. Zhong Yinshi remained in her position for a considerable time, arms crossed over her chest, until she suddenly smiled. She recognized that Jiang Chen was teasing her to help her shake off the lingering fears from the previous night. If he had truly harbored ill intentions, he could have acted upon them then. There was no need for mere words. Taking a deep breath, she began to unbutton her dripping shirt, shedding her wet garments to reveal her flawless form before stepping into the shower to cleanse and relax. After resting in the adjacent room, Jiang Chen soon awoke feeling revitalized. With the elevation of his realm, his sleep duration had significantly shortened. As the headquarters had not yet concluded their investigation, and with no tasks at hand, he retrieved the key he had, examining it closely, confirming it elicited no response before stowing it away in his spatial ring. Afterwards, he pulled out his phone to check his email. Zhang Jing had sent him a message during his slumber detailing items and information found on Lucy Yang. Upon reading the email, Jiang Chen's expression turned grave. It appeared that the matter concerning Yin Beihuai's attempt to exploit Zhong Yinshi had the backing of the Liu family. He could not help but marvel at the audacity of the Liu family. Zhong Yinshi's background was that of a powerful figure in Longdu, and if she were harmed, the Liu family would surely face dire consequences. However, the Liu family had entangled themselves with his fourth brother, a fact he had not anticipated. This fourth brother referred not to his biological sibling, but to the fourth son of the Lin family's matriarch, whose numerous offspring ensured there was no shortage of heirs. Presently, the head of the family had held the position for nearly 50 years. According to Lin family doctrine, each head of the family could not serve beyond 50 years. Moreover, no one wished to cling to the role indefinitely. as managing family affairs was laborious, leaving little time for cultivation. However, being the family head did offer advantages, as resources were prioritized for them, a trade-off of time for resources. Thus, all Lin family descendants aspired to vie for the headship, leveraging resources to reach greater heights, knowing that the path thereafter could not merely be paved with resources, leading to eventual relinquishment of the position. Once again, a struggle for the headship was underway. Moreover, a daughter from the Liu family had married the Lin family's fourth young master as a concubine. 6 months prior, a steward at the Ying Tian prince's mansion had suddenly defected, the reason being, he had stolen a treasured item, a sea essence pearl. The sea essence pearl, formed in the depths of the ocean, was nurtured by the Clam Demon clan over generations. When carried by a warrior, it could enhance clarity of mind and accelerate cultivation speed, particularly benefiting those with water affinity. The Prince of Ying Tian, upon learning this, was enraged and ordered the capture of the individual for severe interrogation. However, the truth was far more complex. The Town Evil Division had previously investigated and discovered that this steward was, in fact, an undercover agent. Unlike the former King Kong, the original Prince of Ying Tian was not affiliated with the 8 great families. He ascended to power through remarkable military achievements on the battlefield. Since then, each generation had seen someone assume the title, with the name of the Prince of Ying Tian enduring through the ages. Today, the influence of the Ying Tian prince's mansion had burgeoned into a formidable force, prompting the major families to discreetly monitor it. This steward's flight had piqued the interest of various factions, including the Town Evil Division, the Ying Tian prince's mansion, and the major families, all dispatching agents to pursue him. Upon arriving in Yingtong County, the steward vanished without a trace. Consequently, Zhong Yanqi had been assigned to this location as the county magistrate, tasked with investigating the whereabouts of this individual. Lu Xiyang possessed a token from Lin Xiao. Additionally, an email that had initially been deleted was restored by Zhang Jing, addressed to someone at the Lonely Smoke Stronghold on Lonely Smoke Mountain, hundreds of miles outside Yingtong County. It stated that the Liu family would assist in capturing Zhong Yanqi, enabling the Lonely Smoke Stronghold to deliver the steward to Lin Xiao's base. Simultaneously, Lu Xiyang, Xue Changhong, Yin Beihuai, Wang Hao, and others, along with the Lonely Smoke Stronghold, planned to incite a riot to plunge Yingtong County into chaos, facilitating the abduction of the steward. After perusing this correspondence, Zhang Qian gained a glimmer of insight. It seemed likely that someone from the Ying Tian prince's mansion was involved with the Lonely Smoke Stronghold, which was a faction nurtured by Lin Xiao. The Lonely Smoke Stronghold operated as a band of mountain bandits, collecting tolls along the roads. Unlike the previous Wildfire Society, the people of the Lonely Smoke Stronghold did not resort to random violence. Rather, they ensured the safety of transport caravans in exchange for payment. Therefore, they had not stirred significant trouble, and due to their remoteness from both county towns, they had escaped scrutiny. Now it appeared that Lin Xiao had ulterior motives, possibly hoping to leverage this situation to coerce a partnership with the Ying Tian prince's mansion, thereby garnering greater support in the struggle for headship. Furthermore, the Liu family's audacity in targeting Zhong Yanqi without concern for her backing indicated that she must possess knowledge of certain matters. To deter Zhong Yanqi from her investigation, Yin Beihuai had created a diversion, drawing her attention to the flower thief case instead. Upon concluding these thoughts, Jiang Chun fell into contemplation. The Ying Tian prince's mansion, Lin Xiao, the Town Evil Division, the Liu family, and the powerful forces behind Zhong Yanqi all intertwined in a complex web of intrigue. He felt a headache brewing, uncertain of whether he would become entangled in this affair. Ultimately, he resolved to set aside these thoughts and wait. He would await the system's response. If a task was issued, he would engage. If not, he would remain on the sidelines. Trusting the system was undoubtedly prudent. Jiang Qian spent several days in Yingtong County, during which he compiled a report on the events that transpired and submitted it. Coupled with Zhang Zheng's report upon his return, a conclusion would likely be reached soon. Zhong Yanqi also invited him to dinner, showcasing the sights of Yingtong County as a gesture of gratitude. Before long, the notice of rewards from the Town Evil Division arrived, accompanied by the system's notification. Chapter 29. Rewards Beyond Expectation. Jiang Qian first reviewed the Town Evil Division's rewards. First, Jiang Chun was awarded second-class merit once. Alongside a monetary bonus of 300,000. Second, he received an opportunity to select rare equipment, granting him access to the Town Evil Division's treasury. Third, his welfare and treatment level were elevated. aligning him with the Deputy Minister's status. In truth, Jiang Chen's merits were sufficient for a promotion to Earth level. Yet the executioners maintained strict requirements regarding realms. Although Jiang Chen's combat prowess rivaled that of a celestial general, he remained classified otherwise. Therefore, to compensate him, the headquarters directly raised his welfare level. While he might not hold an Earth-level title, he effectively possessed the benefits. A slower ascent was not necessarily a disadvantage. Having rapidly advanced to the Shin-level executioner, Jiang Chen had attracted considerable attention, with numerous factions beginning to monitor him. A slower progression could help him avoid unwanted scrutiny, simplifying his investigation efforts. Since the case has reached a conclusion, I intend to return tomorrow. Thank you for showing me around these past few days, Jiang Chen said directly to Zhong Yanqi as he bid farewell. Upon hearing his farewell, Zhong Yanqi's expression bore a hint of hesitation before she slowly articulated her request. Jiang Chen, I have another case I would like your assistance with. Understanding what she referred to, Jiang Chen feigned an attentive demeanor, remaining silent. Zhong Yanqi proceeded to lay out all the details, unsurprisingly concerning the previous case involving the Yingtian prince's mansion. After listening to Zhong Yanqi's account, Jiang Chen fell into contemplative silence. Observing Jiang Chen deep in thought, Zhong Yanqi felt a twinge of anxiety. In truth, Jiang Chen was merely awaiting the system's signal, yet it appeared that this time the system was disinclined to issue a task. Remaining unresponsive, with a sigh, he acknowledged that without a task, he was unwilling to become involved. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Zhong Yanqi grasped his intentions and felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. Nevertheless, she feigned indifference, saying, I am the one imposing upon you. It matters not. This matter was never your concern. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit any time. Jiang Chen nodded and shared one last meal with Zhong Yanqi before taking his leave. Remembering the system rewards, he returned to his hotel room to claim his rewards. Congratulations! You have successfully solved the flower thief case and received the following rewards. 1,000 skill points. The martial technique Thunder of Justice. The cultivation method Ice Heart technique. And 1 opportunity for sublimation. Upon seeing these rewards, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this reward was on par with the previous one, and both martial techniques were of the marquee level. The single opportunity for sublimation was even more valuable than the skills themselves. He directly inquired of the system, how many skill points are required for talent sublimation? S-level talent Heavenly Thunder Induction can be sublimated to SS-level talent for 2,000 skill points. And what if I wish to sublimate the Flowing Wind armor into a king-level martial technique? That would require 5,000 skill points. The system does not recommend sublimation too early, as the energy consumed during sublimation exceeds the host's current capacity. Well then, it seems I should not be too ambitious. Thus, I will proceed with the sublimation of my talent. Consuming 1 sublimation opportunity, Heavenly Thunder Induction is now undergoing sublimation. Sublimation successful. You have gained SS level Talent Thunder King Pulse. Thunder King Pulse, SS inherit and enhance the effects of Heavenly Thunder Induction. Lightning surges through your meridians, enabling you to release it externally. Jiang Chen felt as if his body were brimming with electricity. He extended his hand, and a small bolt of lightning danced within it. Unlike the previous lightning enchantment, this bolt required no energy expenditure. It was drawn directly from within him. Subsequently, he allocated his skill points to learn Thunder of Justice, the first martial technique that aligned with his innate talent. You have begun learning Thunder of Justice. With Thunder King Pulse, you quickly grasp the fundamental usage of Thunder of Justice. You practice relentlessly, and your mastery of Thunder of Justice improves significantly. You enter the minor achievement realm. During a thunderstorm, a moment of enlightenment propels you to the major achievement realm. Insufficient skill points, 500 consumed, remaining 500. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, realizing that training in a martial technique that resonated with his innate attributes was indeed much simpler. He had spent merely 500 skill points to elevate a marquee-level lightning martial technique to the major achievement realm. Thunder of Justice. Marca-level conjure lightning into your palm, forming a lightning spear, and hurl it to inflict devastating storm damage upon the target. Suppressing the urge to test this new martial technique within the hotel, for fear of causing a power outage, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the remaining 500 skill points. He allocated 300 to elevate the perfect wind blade technique to sublimation. Sublimation successful. You have learned the 3000 wind blade technique, marquee level. Mastery inherited as perfect. 3000 Wind Blade Technique. With an abundance of techniques, there are over 3,000 variations, hence the name 3000 Wind. Jiang Qian brandished his frostblade, practicing for a brief moment. The 3000 Wind Blade Technique was an evolution of the Breaking Wind Blade Technique, encompassing over 3,000 initial moves, variations, and finishes. Often, one strike would be followed instantaneously by another, overwhelming opponents with a relentless barrage of slashes. The number of learned variations determined the mastery level, and Jiang Qian inherited the originally perfect mastery level, allowing him to wield over 3,000 moves immediately. After sheathing his blade, Jiang Qian began his next enhancement. With 200 skill points remaining, he could either elevate the Violent Wind method, internal skill, to the minor achievement realm or initiate the newly acquired Ice Heart technique, internal skill. After deliberation, Jiang Qian decided to invest skill points into the Ice Heart technique, as it was a marquee-level internal skill that would better enable him to harness the ice attributes of his Frostblade. You have diligently practiced the Ice Heart technique, and after much contemplation, you have barely managed to learn this cultivation method. Indeed, mastering a technique unrelated to one's attributes proved exceedingly arduous, especially at the marquee level. 200 points were just sufficient for entry. Jiang Qian exhaled softly, and a mist escaped his lips. Reminiscent of winter's chill. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the 6th layer of the martial general stage. He had adeptly mastered the application of his innate talent. Had someone with the aptitude of Zhong Yinshi been in his place, possessing 2 internal skills, one of which was marquee level, she would have already reached the 9th layer. However, Jiang Qian could not compare, highlighting the disparity in innate talents. Though he had improved significantly, he still fell short of those prodigies. Yet, in terms of foundation, there was no doubt that Jiang Qian was more solidly grounded. Jiang Qian made his way to an open area, practicing the newly acquired 3000 Wind Blade technique. He executed each move thoroughly, consuming an entire hour to complete a single cycle. Gazing at his Frostblade, he mused, "I wonder when I shall comprehend the essence of the blade." The essence of the blade, akin to the essence of the sword, is an ethereal concept. Only a martial artist who has perfected a blade technique may unlock this understanding. A martial artist who comprehends the essence of the blade possesses an overwhelming advantage over their peers lacking this insight. It is said that every sword saint or blade saint of yore achieved complete mastery of their essence. Thus, to attain enlightenment, comprehension and perfection of one's intent are prerequisites, the power of which is immeasurable. After stretching his limbs, Jiang Qian resolved to return to Longdu the following day. He ordered takeout for dinner and prepared for sleep. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air, and almost simultaneously, Jiang Qian hurled a flying dagger, which collided with a short arrow, both clattering to the ground. Outside the window, on the rooftop of the opposing building, a shadowy figure in black locked eyes with him. Chapter 30. Marquis, Justice. The figure in black simply regarded him silently before turning away. Unfazed, Jiang Qian leaped through the window, buoyed by the wind, landing on the rooftop across the street. Noticing Jiang Qian in pursuit, the figure quickened their pace, leaping across the rooftop, with Jiang Qian hot on their heels. Their remarkable agility and precise control of force allowed them to traverse the darkened rooftops unnoticed. Jiang Qian followed quietly, refraining from launching any flying daggers. Although he could easily intercept the figure if he wished, he preferred to observe their intentions. Eventually, the figure halted in an open area outside the county town. And Jiang Qian did the same, patiently awaiting their next move. "Detective Jiang, do you remember this place?" The figure in black spoke in a low voice, attempting to remain anonymous, and no need for pleasantries. "Lu Xiyang. I played a part in his demise. Are you here for revenge?" He had already discerned the figure's identity, one of the Lu family. He understood that the Lu family was aware of Lu Xiyang's death and had come to investigate. For Lu Xiyang harbored a significant secret. The figure was taken aback by Jiang Qian's candid acknowledgement but soon chuckled, saying, "In the past, people deemed Jiang Qian of the Jiang family a mere waste. A discarded child. Who would have thought you would slap everyone in the face? Jiang Qian? You truly are a marvel." Ignoring the flattery, Jiang Qian replied coolly, "The Lu family has 6 marquises. May I inquire which lord you are?" The Longdu Lu family is publicly known to have 6 marquises, all of whom share the same surname, and they hold considerable renown in Longdu. The figure responded straightforwardly, "I am Lu Wuchuan." Upon hearing his name, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, inwardly relieved. Lu Wuchuan, while not the weakest, was the second weakest, having only recently broken through to the marquee level. He still resided within the 3 layers, as long as he did not exceed the 3rd layer of the marquee stage. Jiang Chen was confident he could contend with him. After revealing his identity, Lu Wuchuan articulated his purpose. You killed Lu Xiyang. You must have seen the item on him. Hand it over to me. And for Miss Lin's sake, I shall spare your life. He likely referred to the token of the 4th young master Lin. This item was currently with Zhang Zheng, and he had not reported it, indicating Zhang Zheng was also in danger. However, Jiang Chen was still within Longdu, and eliminating a marquee here would be exceedingly difficult. Jiang Chen had no intention of shifting the danger onto Zhang Zheng. So he feigned ignorance, saying, "What item? I know nothing of it." Upon hearing his response, Lu Wuchuan fell silent for a moment before chuckling. What a clever detective. Your depth is indeed remarkable. I have nothing more to say. Jiang Chen understood that Lu Wuchuan's statement was merely to ascertain whether he possessed the token in truth. Regardless of whether he had it in his possession, Lu Wuchuan would seek to eliminate him. If he genuinely wished for an amicable resolution, he would not have resorted to an ambush. Only the dead would remain silent. Lu Wuchuan exuded an overwhelming aura, a powerful sense of pressure enveloping Jiang Chen. The distinction between those above and below the marquee level is primarily this aura. This aura exerts a force upon the lower-level practitioners akin to a colossal mountain. It severely restricts their performance. And those with weak mental fortitude may even crumble, yet his opponent was Jiang Chen. Having attained the extreme realm in body refinement, Jiang Chen had long since cultivated an unshakable heart. Regardless of Lu Wuchuan's aura, Jiang Chen remained steadfast. Instead, he stepped forward and coldly declared, "You cannot kill me." Lu Wuchuan erupted into laughter upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. What a joke. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Escape? You are but a novice marquis, unworthy of such a notion. Today, I shall slay you here. Jiang Chen summoned his frostblade, its gleam fierce and resolute. Observing Jiang Chen's unwavering demeanor, Lu Wuchuan felt deeply insulted. His fury igniting, a mere martial general, relying on the power of another marquis to kill Lu Xiyang. Do you truly think yourself invincible? Today, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm between a marquis and a martial general. Die! As his words fell, he unleashed a punch, boom. A resounding explosion echoed as a shockwave surged towards Jiang Chen. This punch, brimming with formidable power, would undoubtedly reduce an ordinary general to mere dust upon impact. Jiang Chen gazed at the approaching fist, his expression devoid of emotion, as lightning flickered around him. Thunder King's vein. Lightning coalesced at the tip of his blade, aimed directly at Lu Wuchuan's fist. Lu Wuchuan's countenance shifted instantly. He sidestepped Jiang Chen's thunderous blade in the first exchange. Both combatants struck nothing but air. Lu Wuchuan looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, astonished that Jiang Chen possessed the strength to injure him. He dared not confront Jiang Chen's blade head dash on it. Is worth noting that, like Lu Xiyang, Lu Wuchuan had honed his physical prowess, yet even so, he was reluctant to directly receive a blow from Jiang Chen. The might of Jiang Chen's attack was evident. What a remarkable Jiang Chen! I had initially thought you were merely gifted, but it seems you have concealed your true depth with such a realm and strength. You surely ought to ascend the Hidden Dragon Rankings. The Hidden Dragon Rankings is a list established by the Dragon Kingdom for young geniuses, ranked according to their combat achievements. Just the power behind Jiang Chen's strike alone could breach the defenses of a marquis. Qualifying him for this prestigious list, Lu Wuchuan's murderous intent intensified. Such a young prodigy must not be allowed to leave alive. The two were already sworn enemies. If Jiang Chen were to grow stronger, the Lu family would face an additional grave threat. Thank you for the compliment, however, compared to the Hidden Dragon Rankings. I believe that the reputation brought by the counter-marquis will likely be even greater. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, seemingly confident in his ability to defeat Lu Wuchuan. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's intent to use him as a stepping stone to fame, Lu Wuchuan's rage surged uncontrollably. Do you truly believe I am at this level? Fist that shakes mountains and rivers, perish. A sound even more explosive than before surged forth, hurtling towards Jiang Chen. Yet, Jiang Chen stood resolute, employing the same technique once more. Wind, thunder, and ice. 3 elements converged upon his blade, compelling Lu Wuchuan to evade once more. You've attacked enough. Allow me to test you with a myriad of strikes. 3,000 winds. Slash. Jiang Chen's icy voice resonated. As beams of blade light formed an intricate net, utterly encircling Lu Wuchuan. What is this? Lu Wuchuan hurriedly dodged, but the blade light came in relentless waves, leaving him no choice but to frantically evade. Damn it! Break for me, behold, the Overlord's fist. Lu Wuchuan, overwhelmed, ultimately unleashed his full power, shattering all the blade light. Jiang Chen, too, braced against the force of the punch, retreating several steps, a drop of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Lu Wuchuan, panting heavily, stared in disbelief at Jiang Chen, who had merely sustained minor injuries, astonished by his poised stance once more. He could hardly fathom that his full-force strike had only resulted in a stalemate. After all, his opponent was merely at the 6th level of general. At this juncture, he felt a flicker of retreat, yet simultaneously, his murderous intent towards Jiang Chen's soared to new heights. Jiang Chen, regulating his somewhat disordered internal energy, gained a clearer understanding of Lu Wuchuan's prowess, realizing that eliminating him would not be a simple task, especially with Lu Wuchuan's desire to flee. It seemed he could only strike with all his might for a single decisive blow. Heavenly thunder, obliterate and enact judgment. Jiang Chen's voice echoed across the desolate wilderness, akin to a decree of doom, a sense of fatality enveloping Lu Wuchuan's heart. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Jiang Chen wielding a bolt of lightning. As thunder erupted in the sky, dark clouds gathering ominously. To command such a response from nature itself could only signify an elite martial technique of the marquis level, and one at a high level at that. Impossible, Lu Wuchuan thought, having trained for 2 years in the marquis realm, only achieving minor proficiency. How could Jiang Chen, a mere general, have mastered a marquis-level technique to such a degree? As more and more lightning gathered around Jiang Chen, his sense of crisis peaked. He knew that if he did not flee now, he would surely perish, bastard. He cursed, disregarding all notions of noble dignity in the face of death, turning to escape, now running with all his might. He was far swifter than when Jiang Chen had been pursuing him in mere seconds. He was already 10 miles away, the speed of a marquis truly remarkable. Inwardly, he felt a surge of relief. If he could not defeat him, could he not simply escape? Just as he thought he had secured his safety, he could not help but glance back, and the sight sent a chill through his very soul. Jiang Chen floated in the air, a spear pulsating with boundless lightning energy, cutting through the night sky, accompanied by a tempest of thunder. Behind the spear, Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with a violet hue, a lightning pattern etched on his brow. Coldly observing him in an instant, the lightning spear unleashed a series of sonic booms, surpassing the speed of sound, piercing through Lu Wuchuan's body. Lu Wuchuan's eyes were filled with terror and shock as boundless lightning erupted within him. Utterly consuming his vitality, Jiang Chen approached Lu Wuchuan's lifeless form. The spear's energy dissipated, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Jiang Chen remained his usual calm self, devoid of any elation at having slain a marquis-level warrior. As if it were merely a matter of course, a brief search of Lu Wuchuan's body yielded nothing but a martial manual and some money, with nothing of particular note. The marquis-level martial manual could only be deemed low-tier, and Jiang Chen had already lost interest. However, having been ambushed twice by members of the Lu family ignited an indescribable fury within him. Initially, it was Lu Xiyang who had foolishly provoked him. Yet now he found himself unfairly blamed. He had always harbored a desire for retribution against his enemies and sought an opportunity to retaliate against the Lu family. Ding, new mission released. Investigate the disappearance of the steward of the Yingtian Palace and assist Zhong Yanxi in thwarting the 4th young master's conspiracy. Substantial rewards await upon success. At that moment, the system chimed in. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen revealed a smile. Though it bore the semblance of joy, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Lu family. In the desolate wilderness, a voice echoed, yet there was no one present. Jiang Chen had already departed, leaving the reverberations behind. Chapter 31. I have decided to assist you. Zhong Yanxi's embrace the following morning. Jiang Chen arrived at Zhong Yanxi's office. She cast a glance at him, and in her eyes, he discerned weariness. After solving the case of the flower thief, She had once again embarked on the investigation of the Ingtian Palace case, which had proven to be exhausting. Jiang Qin, are you here to bid farewell before returning to Longdu? Zhong Yinqi managed a smile as she inquired. Though she recognized Jiang Qin's investigative prowess, she was also aware that this case entangled too many powerful factions. Jiang Chun shook his head, then handed Zhong Yinqi a text message from Zhang Jing. With a puzzled expression, Zhong Yinqi took the phone and read it, suddenly leaping to her feet. Is this true? She exclaimed incredulously, looking at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin affirmed, I have enmity with Lu Sihu. He lured me away during the Yin Beihui case, but ultimately fell into my ambush. This information was obtained from him and his phone. Zhong Yinqi leaped with excitement. That's wonderful. No wonder I could never find any leads. It turns out the Lu family is in league with Lin Xiaoyun. Lin Xiaoyun was the fourth young master of the Lin family. Clearly, this information helped her clarify many of her previous doubts. In her joy, Zhong Yinqi suddenly connected the dots and looked at Jiang Qin with eager anticipation. Jiang Qin, you showed me this, didn't you? Sensing her expectation, Jiang Qin nodded. Indeed. I have decided to stay and assist you in resolving this case. That's splendid. With your help, the entire case has become half as simple. Zhong Yinqi joyfully embraced Jiang Qin, only to recall his engagement moments later, awkwardly releasing him. Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that his assistance would so greatly uplift Zhong Yinqi. Zhong Yinqi swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, since the steward of the Ingtian Palace was captured at the Lonely Smoke Village, I shall immediately head out to locate him, Jiang Qin interjected. If we go now, they are likely long gone. Once news of Lu Xiyang's incident spreads, they would have already changed their hiding place, making it futile to go now. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, Zhong Yinqi composed herself. The culprits had always concealed their whereabouts and would certainly be cautious, not remaining in one place. So, is this lead completely severed? She pondered. No. Since we know they have taken the individual, if we can find the leaders of Lonely Smoke Village, we should be able to uncover new clues. Having regained her composure, Zhong Yinqi resumed her analytical prowess, pulling out a map of Ingtong County to determine the possible escape routes of the Lonely Smoke Village members. However, Jiang Qin directly folded the map and rolled it up. Observing the confusion in Zhong Yinqi's eyes, he said, enough of the speculation. I already know where they are hiding. Let us go. Seeing Jiang Qin's confidence, Zhong Yinqi blinked her beautiful eyes and followed him out of the office. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a red brick house in a village within the city. Zhong Yinqi glanced at the house. Are you certain that the people from Lonely Smoke Village are hiding in this dilapidated building? As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Jiang Qin chuckled, offering no further explanation as he knocked on the door. Footsteps approached, and a modest man with a black mole on his face appeared before them. Seeing the attire and demeanor of the two, the man momentarily froze, then displayed a look of fear. Do the two esteemed guests seek? Zhong Yinqi frowned, scrutinizing the ordinary worker before her. She sensed that he was merely an average laborer with no distinguishing features. She glanced at Jiang Qin, suspecting he had miscalculated this time. Before she could speak, Jiang Qin adopted a commanding tone. We are from the town Evil Control Division investigating a case. We suspect that a wanted criminal is hiding here. Step aside. We need to conduct a search. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, the burly man began to tremble, his expression filled with dread. A wanted criminal. Sir, you must be mistaken. This is merely a humble laborer's home, with only my father lying in bed. His expression was remarkably natural, so much so that even Zhong Yinqi could not discern any signs of deception. Just as she was about to advise Jiang Qin to temper his aggressive demeanor, she caught sight of the unwavering determination in his eyes and withdrew her hand. Jiang Qin listened intently to the other party's words, fixing his gaze upon the man's face until his eyes fell upon the dark hair and black mole adorning him. Under Jiang Qin's scrutiny, the burly man appeared somewhat embarrassed and lowered his head. Although his disguise was well-crafted, undetectable even to Zhong Yinqi, it was still pierced through by Jiang Qin, whose heightened senses and interpretative skills were honed to perfection. Upon entering, the door was intentionally made to creak, and upon hearing the mention of a wanted criminal, a deliberate repetition of the phrase seemed like a warning to those inside. Is it up to you to decide? Step aside and let me conduct a search, or do you intend to obstruct the Town Evil Division's investigation? Jiang Qin's tone was grave, exuding an air of intimidation as he presented his Town Evil Division credentials before the man. I dare not refuse, esteemed official. Please, come in. The burly man immediately nodded and bowed, allowing the two to enter the dwelling. Inside, a considerable amount of medicinal herbs lay scattered about, many of which were dried and shriveled. Jiang Chun took a cursory glance, understanding the situation at hand. The place was exceedingly modest, furnished only with a table, chairs, and a bed. On the wooden bed, an elderly man with unkempt white hair lay covered by tattered blankets. Coughing weakly, upon noticing the two approaching, he lifted his head, scrutinizing them. "Father, two important figures from the town evil division claim we are harboring a wanted criminal and wish to search our home," the burly man exclaimed near the elder's ear. The old man's face contorted with fear as he replied, "Honorable sirs, it is only my son and I who rely on each other for survival here. There is no criminal to be found. If you do not believe me, you may search at your leisure." Zhong Yinshi remained oblivious to any discrepancies, silently awaiting Jiang Chen's performance. "Who says there is no wanted criminal? Is he not lying on that bed?" Jiang Chen remarked with a faint smile. The father and son trembled at his words. The elderly man stammered, "How could you, esteemed sir from the town evil division, consider me a wanted criminal? I am merely a decrepit old man lying in bed, waiting for death. Were it not for my dutiful son, who toils daily to buy me medicine, I would have perished long ago." He then collapsed into the burly man's arms, weeping profusely. The bond between father and son was touching, leaving Zhong Yinshi misty-eyed, while Jiang Chun maintained a faint smile. "Your flaws are far too numerous. Though bedridden, the herbs you possess are all meant for treating injuries. You survive solely on medicine, yet there is not a hint of the smell of decocted herbs in this room. And that seemingly frail appearance of yours is likely a backlash from your reverse cultivation technique. Is it not? An ordinary martial artist would not dare to do such a thing. Your so-called son, who claims to work daily, is actually conveying messages and orders for the Lonely Smoke Village. Am I right?" The leader of Lonely Smoke Village, Zhu Tongtian, Jiang Chun, articulated all the evidence, ultimately revealing the man's true identity with each word. Chapter 32. Instant kill of the Marquis upon having his identity exposed. Zhong Yinshi was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that the leader of Lonely Smoke Village, whom she had never met, would be hiding right within this village. Realizing he could no longer maintain his faade, the elderly man sat upright in bed. Though still clad in tattered garments, his demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously frail and fearful old man now exuded an imposing presence befitting a leader. Zhu Tongtian cast a glance at the two, ultimately resting his gaze on Jiang Chun. "Brother Jiang, you should have left Ingtong County sooner. You ought not to involve yourself in this series of events." He had already recognized their identities. In fact, upon seeing them enter the dwelling, he had surmised that he must have revealed something. Otherwise, a county magistrate and a newly appointed detective from the town evil division would not have come together to this place. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm. He was not surprised by the acknowledgement of Zhu Tongtian's identity. From the moment he entered the village and observed the burly man while searching for Yin Beihui, he had discerned that his subtle movements were not those of an ordinary individual. For instance, when he lifted bricks, he appeared entirely at ease, feigning exhaustion without a single bead of sweat, merely dabbing his forehead with a towel. Moreover, when he casually tucked money into his pocket, he bore an indifference that a destitute person would not possess. With the enhancement of his interpretative skills, there was virtually no one capable of feigning innocence before him. However, at that time, his focus had been on Yin Beihui, so he had refrained from further investigating the two, merely acquiring an address for precaution. In truth, even the owner of the restaurant was no ordinary person. He was likely a planted operative from the Liu family or the Lin family's fourth young master. I truly did not wish to meddle in these affairs, but if there is blame to be assigned, it lies with the Liu family for relentlessly pursuing me, sending people to kill me one after another. Tell me, is it wrong for me to retaliate? Jiang Chen retorted coldly. Zhu Tongtian inwardly cursed the Liu family for stirring up trouble. His gaze flickered as he sighed. You are indeed clever, but unfortunately, once I eliminate you both, this will all be rendered as if it never occurred. With that, he unleashed the formidable aura characteristic of a Marka-level warrior. Directing it towards the two, Zhong Yinshi swiftly positioned herself before Jiang Chen, shielding him from the oppressive force of the Marquis. A grave expression crossed her face as she gazed at Zhu Tongtian, realizing that the leader of Lonely Smoke Village was no weakling. Yet she had not anticipated that he was a formidable figure of the third level of the marquee. Seeing Zhong Yinshi step forward, Zhu Tongtian regarded her with disdain. Zhong Yinshi, a 20-year-old marquis, a prodigy on the hidden dragon list. Alas, you are still too inexperienced before me. He unleashed a powerful palm strike. A tempest of force accompanied by a foul stench surged forth. Zhong Yinshi retaliated with her own palm, waves of energy clashing against each other. The impact was tremendous, shattering the house as she was sent flying outside. Jiang Chen rushed to her side, helping her up. Relieved to see she was unharmed, he also noted that Zhong Yinshi had broken through to the second level of the marquee during this time. Despite her preoccupation with investigations, she had still managed to find time to cultivate and advance a small realm. Such talent was truly remarkable. Are you all right? Jiang Chen asked with concern. Zhong Yinshi shook her head. I am fine. You should leave. I will hold him off. Ha! Still thinking of fleeing before me? You truly underestimate my strength. Zhu Tongtian leaped and blocked their escape route, his powerful aura sealing off their retreat. Just as Zhong Yinshi prepared to shield Jiang Chen behind her, he grasped her hand, and she looked at him in confusion. Jiang Chen shook his head, positioning her behind him. The frost blade had already been drawn, emanating a chilling aura. What are you doing? He is a marquis. You are no match for him. Let me handle this. You should find a chance to call for reinforcements, Zhong Yinshi urged anxiously. Jiang Chen wore a confident smile. Rest assured, leave it to me. It's merely a marquis. I have dealt with them before. Zhu Tongtian's expression darkened at Jiang Chen's words. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent as they fell upon Jiang Chen. Young man, you are arrogant. Only through suffering will you learn humility, but sometimes that lesson comes at the cost of your life. In the face of Zhu Tongtian's ominous words, Jiang Chen did not respond directly but calmly stated, as I mentioned earlier, the Lu family has been relentlessly pursuing me. Lu Xiyang was killed by Zhang Zheng and me in unison. Now, guess who will come next to kill me, only to be slain in return? At these words, Zhu Tongtian's eyes widened in shock. He recalled his encounter with Lu Wuchuan the night before, when the latter had mentioned coming to silence him. Seeing Jiang Chen today, he had wondered why Lu Wuchuan had not yet made a move. Could it be that he had fallen at Jiang Chen's hands? But soon, he dismissed the thought, doubting that Jiang Chen could truly reverse the situation against a marquis. Are you jesting? Do you take me for a Na'vi newcomer to the martial world? A mere commander-level warrior defeating a marquis-level powerhouse? You think too highly of yourself. Die. He resolved to test Jiang Chen's strength. Launching a palm strike that emanated a black mist, an indescribable stench wafting through the air, enough to incapacitate anyone who inhaled it. Clearly, Zhu Tongtian had cultivated poison. However, in the face of Zhu Tongtian's palm technique, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, lightning crackling in his hand. Frost blade, strike. With a swift motion, the blade clashed against the palm, and in the blink of an eye, victory was decided. A hand fell to the ground, blood gushing forth profusely. Following that, a cacophony of screams erupted as Zhu Tongtian clutched the severed stump of his hand, gazing at Jiang Chen with terror, as if he were staring at a monster. He could not fathom how a distinguished third-level marquis could not even withstand a single strike from a mere commander-level ant. Jiang Chen's strength was utterly terrifying. He had come to believe that Lu Wuchuan had indeed perished at Jiang Chen's hands. Confronted by Jiang Chen's relentless advance, Zhu Tongtian could no longer muster the desire to fight. With a powerful push, he leaped into the air, attempting to escape. Alas, no matter how swift he was, he could not outrun Jiang Chen's flying knives. Two piercing sounds sliced through the air, and just as Zhu Tongtian leapt up, before he could even exert force, he crashed back down, accompanied by a pained howl. Jiang Chen's two flying knives had severed the tendons in his feet, rendering him unable to escape. In the span of mere minutes, events unfolded so rapidly that Zhong Yinshi could hardly comprehend them. Initially, when Zhu Tongtian unleashed his aura, her heart sank. A fierce battle seemed inevitable, and there was even a chance they might perish here. She could only strive to assist Jiang Chen in fleeing. However, the one she intended to protect, Jiang Chen, stepped forward and severed the hand of a marquis-level warrior with a single strike. Then, with two flying knives, he cut off Zhu Tongtian's escape route. Witnessing the once mighty Zhu Tongtian lying on the ground, shrieking and drenched in blood, she felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Jiang Chen paid no heed to Zhong Yinshi's expression as he approached the shrieking Zhu Tongtian. Demanding outright, Where is he? Zhu Tongtian, gritting his teeth against the agony, venomously threatened. You know whose man I am, so you should understand that some individuals are not to be trifled with. Jiang Chun, release me now. And I shall pretend that nothing has transpired. In response, Jiang Chen delivered another strike, severing Zhu Tongtian's other hand, from which a pouch of powder fell. Clearly, he was still plotting resistance. Observing Zhu Tongtian's stubborn silence, Jiang Chen realized that this man was likely fiercely loyal to the fourth young master, and even in death, he probably would not divulge anything. Just then, Zhong Yinshi hurled a figure into the room, the man with the black mole. This man, initially brimming with confidence as he spectated the battle, intended to flee upon witnessing Zhu Tongtian's rapid defeat, only to be apprehended by Zhong Yinshi. Jiang Qian nodded at her, then placed his blade against the man's throat. And you? Will you speak? The man trembled uncontrollably, the chilling aura emanating from the frost blade continuously provoking his fear. He had intended to respond, but upon meeting Zhu Tongtian's menacing gaze, he hastily sealed his lips. Yet, his eyes kept drifting towards a specific corner of the room. Following his gaze, Jiang Chun spotted a large water vat nestled against the wall. Approaching it, he lifted the lid, discovering that the vat was merely a fade, devoid of water, with its bottom removed, revealing a hidden passage. Realizing that his scheme had unraveled, Zhu Tongtian descended into madness, glaring at Jiang Chen with venomous intent. You scoundrel, I will kill you. Zhu Tongtian unleashed all his remaining venomous energy and lunged at Jiang Chen, only to meet a fate of electric torment, his entire body rendered helpless. Chapter 33. The secret. Jiang Chen turned to Zhong Yinshi, saying, I'm going down to investigate. You should alert the enforcers from Lengdu town to hurry here. He just unleashed a surge of power, so many must have sensed it. Zhong Yinshi nodded in agreement. Be careful. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen leapt into the vat, landing underground, and no sooner had he steadied himself than a flurry of arrows whistled through the air. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed. The projectiles could not breach the protective barrier of his flowing wind armor. Once all the hidden weapons lay scattered on the ground, several shadowy figures charged at him, aiming directly for his heart. Jiang Chen simply closed his eyes, relying on the sounds of air currents, footsteps, and the friction of weapons slicing through the air to discern their movements. With a flourish of his blade, the assassins fell one after another beneath his strikes. It was clear these were trained assassins. Leaving any alive would be futile, as questioning them would yield no answers. After dispatching them, Jiang Chen adapted to the darkness and followed the path until he discovered his target, a middle-aged man in his 40s. Suspended by chains in the air, barely clinging to life. His body bore the marks of cruel torture, a testament to his inhumane suffering. Moreover, traces of medicinal ointment suggested he had been treated to prolong his endurance. The cycle of beating and healing had persisted until Jiang Chen arrived. This was the undercover agent of the Enforcer Division, the steward Qin Siwei, concealed within the royal household of the Prince of Yingtian. No wonder everyone had struggled to find any traces. He had been lurking beneath the surface. Sensing someone standing before him, Qin Siwei forced his eyes open, his blurred vision reflecting Jiang Chen's figure. Jiang Chen, admiring the man's spirit, produced his Enforcer Division credentials, stating, Xin level, Jiang Chen. Upon seeing the black gold credentials, a flicker of a smile crossed Qin Siwei's battered face. You have finally arrived. After uttering these words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing his harrowing state, Jiang Chen felt a surge of both reverence and coldness within him. With a swift stroke of his blade, the iron chain shattered, and Jiang Chen hoisted Qin Siwei onto his back. Emerging from the underground passage, BY now, the area had been surrounded by the Enforcer Division, and even the plainclothes enforcers rushed in from all directions. Upon seeing Jiang Chen unharmed, Zhong Yinshi breathed a sigh of relief. But her heart turned icy upon witnessing the grim sight of Qin Siwei slung across his back. Let us return first. They had barely taken a few steps when they felt an array of prying eyes upon them. The commotion they had stirred was too significant to go unnoticed by various factions. They understood well that, compared to retrieving Qin Siwei, ensuring his survival as they returned to Lengdu would be far more challenging. Fortunately, in the midst of so many onlookers, no one dared to act openly. After all, this was within the county town, and only high-ranking nobles could dare to seize Qin Siwei from Jiang Chen and Zhong Yinshi. However, every marquis had been registered with the Enforcer Division, and should they act and be exposed, there would be no escape for them. Thus, a temporary peace ensued until the two returned to the enforcer division within the county. Zhong Yinshi summoned a physician, who swiftly stabilized Qin Siwei's condition. Not long after, Qin Siwei regained consciousness and, upon seeing the two, exhaled deeply. The secret of the Prince of Yingtian lies in a village north of the county town, where a farmer named Chang'er resides. Take these enforcer division credentials to find him. He will divulge the secret to you. After speaking, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more due to the pain. Jiang Qian and Zhong Yinshi exchanged glances, reading the chill in each other's eyes. With countless pairs of eyes upon them, they could not afford to retrieve the information personally. Otherwise, the secret might be snatched away by others. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. It will not go awry, Zhong Yinshi remarked coolly. Having been in Yingtong County for some time, she was not without her preparations. Jiang Qian placed his trust in her. Half a day later, the secret was brought back and handed to the two of them. Upon seeing its contents, they were momentarily taken aback. Recognizing Qin Siwei's handwriting, both Jiang Qian and Zhong Yinshi found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. They had initially presumed that what was being pursued by various powers was a matter of national significance, only to discover it was merely a piece of gossip. They had thought that the Prince of Yingtian was involved in some criminal activities, murder, arson, or even treason against his country. To their astonishment, it was merely a personal affair. Yet, this seemingly innocuous personal matter had compelled Qin Siwei to risk everything to uncover the truth. The current Prince of Yingtian possessed only average talents, not comparable to his predecessors, yet his wife was exceptionally remarkable, one of the previous generation's candidates for the Holy Maiden of the Ice and Snow Sword sect, undoubtedly a prodigy in her own right. Presently, she was among the top combatants of the prince's household, having reached the 9th rank of Marquis, poised to ascend to kingship at any moment. However, this princess consort was remarkably inept when it came to bearing sons. Having been married to the prince for over a decade, she had only given birth to a daughter, and there had been no news of further progeny. The atmosphere within the prince's household was stark and monotonous. Moreover, this princess consort was exceedingly proud, forbidding the prince from taking concubines. Given the traditions of the royal family, the prince was deeply concerned about continuing his lineage and preserving the family legacy. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself and took a lover outside. This lover bore him a son and a daughter. Of course, the prince had been extremely cautious, making sure that neither the princess consort discovered his infidelity nor the illegitimate children claimed their heritage. Should the princess consort find out, it would likely spell doom for his lover and offspring. The princess consort's backing, the Ice and Snow Sword sect, was a prestigious sect with multiple kings within its ranks. Even a great emperor. It was known that every king, no matter where they went, was greeted with the utmost respect. Even the 8 great families would hesitate to offend a king, while one might strive to attain the rank of marquis. Among 100 marquises, there might be only one who could successfully ascend to kingship. Yet, the Prince of Yingtian was deeply fond of this son, often seeking excuses to visit him. It was during one of these visits that Qin Siwei inadvertently encountered the prince. Unfortunately, he was spotted by the prince's guards and was forced to flee for his life. To protect his son, the prince could only publicly declare that a treasure had been stolen and that he was pursuing the steward. He understood that if this secret fell into the hands of others, he would be at their mercy. The Prince of Yingtian commanded 200,000 troops and guarded the capital, a lineage entrenched in long-standing relations with various families. If the 4th young master of the Lin family acquired this secret and threatened the prince to support his ascension to the head of the family, the prince would undoubtedly comply for the sake of his son. After reading this record, the two understood the gravity of the situation. This secret was monumental, capable of directly influencing a king's inclinations. The more individuals who learned of it, the greater the danger for the Prince of Yingtian. Jiang Qian inquired, "Who did you send to retrieve this letter?" Zhong Yinshi grasped his meaning and smiled softly. "Guessed, aren't you the detective? Take a wild guess." Jiang Qian shook his head. "How can I guess? Do you truly believe I possess omniscience?" "Very well," Zhong Yinshi replied, clearly amused by Jiang Qian's predicament, and clapped her hands. The individual who had brought the letter entered. "Watch closely." Zhong Yinshi snapped her fingers crisply, and the person transformed into a puddle of water, merging seamlessly into Zhong Yinshi's being. "The water person?" Jiang Qian was taken aback by this revelation. "Indeed, this is my secret weapon. Surprised, aren't you?" You must keep this under wraps. This ability has only been revealed to you, Zhong Yinshi instructed earnestly. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, stating gravely, this secret is of utmost importance. I suggest we swiftly take Qin Siwei and leave for Lengdu. Zhong Yinshi could only offer a bitter smile. You are correct, but now it would be exceedingly difficult for us to depart. She sensed that numerous marquises lay in wait within Yingtong County, and she could not possibly stop them. Jiang Qin's eyes glimmered with determination. Leave it to me. You take the others and go. I will hold them off. Zhong Yinshi gasped, alarmed. Don't act recklessly. These are not the same low-ranking marquises as Zhu Tongtian. There should be mid-ranking marquises among them, and not just a few. Jiang Qian had already resolved that. In order to fulfill his mission, he had to take a risk. He believed that the Enforcer Division's headquarters must have noticed the unusual activity here and would be sending reinforcements. He did not need to eliminate many marquises. It would suffice to delay them as long as possible. He was confident he could manage that. He gently caressed the ring, a surge of power emanating from his body. Since his last elevation, he had yet to fully unleash his strength. 2 elementary nobles were still insufficient. Observing Jiang Qin's unwavering confidence, Zhong Yinshi nodded in agreement, understanding that Jiang Qin's combat prowess surpassed her own. Given his assurance, she felt compelled to accompany him, even at the cost of her life. She realized that with Qin Siwei in their custody, their adversaries were presently hesitant to act, but come nightfall, they would undoubtedly be unable to resist. Even the people from the Tianwang mansion would likely come to silence them. Chapter 34. One hero against 5 nobles. Zhong Yinshi arranged several vehicles to transport Qin Siwei out of Yingtong County towards Lengdu. Both Zhong Yinshi and Jiang Chun were among them. As the two began their journey, others started to make arrangements. Vehicles powered by martial artists' inner strength surpassed those relying on fuel, and soon Yingtong County vanished from sight. As darkness descended, the group was acutely aware of the perilous nature of their mission, yet they did not slow down. Rather, they accelerated along the highway. As time passed, and they drew closer to Lengdu. Someone had to take action. The cliff ahead. A massive boulder came tumbling down, seemingly on a collision course. Zhong Yinshi flung open the car door and leaped into the air. Water, arise, she exclaimed, and with a wave, the huge boulder was forcefully halted by a surge of waves, slowing down until it finally came to a standstill. Truly, she was a genius listed on the Qianlong rankings. Her prowess was undeniable. However, today, passage would not be granted. A hoarse voice called out, and in the next instant, vines obstructed the path ahead, forcing everyone to stop. The young master of the Sima family, Sima Qin, Zhong Yinshi stated ominously. Revealing his identity, Jiang Qian turned to face him, sensing the overwhelming inner strength suppressed within his opponent, and instantly recognized that this was a true master, incomparable to the likes of Lu Wuchuan or Zhu Tongtian. Despite Sima Qin's realm being merely at the 2nd level, before Zhong Yinshi, Sima Qin maintained a demeanor of indifference, devoid of any admiration. Qin Siwei is of use to me. Hand him over, and you may leave, he stated flatly, articulating his intentions to seize Qin Siwei. Zhong Yinshi gritted her teeth, preparing to respond, but Jiang Qian interjected. You take the others and leave. I will hold him off. Jiang Qin's calm voice brooked no argument. Sima Qin regarded Jiang Chun with no trace of fear. Jiang Qin, my Sima family has some connections with your Lin family. Step aside now, and I shall pretend you were never here. Jiang Chun drew his sword. Then let us see if you are worthy of that privilege. Humph. You bring this upon yourself. Killing a Zhu Tongtian has inflated your arrogance. With that, he also waved his hand, summoning a slender, sharp sword. After encountering 2 reckless brutes in Lu Wuchuan and Zhu Tongtian, Jiang Chun was thrilled to once again face an opponent wielding a blade, ready for a direct confrontation. Clang, clang, clang. After a flurry of clashes between swords and blades, the two retreated to gauge one another. Sima Qin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his invincible swift sword would be entirely countered by Jiang Qin. At that moment, a surge of fury ignited within him, and he regarded Jiang Qin as a formidable foe. Through the dozens of exchanges, Jiang Chun had gained clarity regarding Sima Qin's strength. He was indeed powerful, surpassing the likes of Lu Wuchuan and Zhu Tongtian. Yet that was the extent of it. His swordsmanship paled in comparison to Jiang Qin's blade techniques. When it came to speed, Jiang Qin's 3,000 wind blades eclipsed Sima Qin's prowess. Seeing that Jiang Chen could contend with Sima Qin, Zhong Yinshi immediately urged everyone to drive through the vines. She glanced at Jiang Chen, feeling a wave of regret for her previous lack of diligence in training. Had she consistently devoted herself to cultivation instead of waiting until crises forced her to hastily break through, she wouldn't require Jiang Chen's protection time, and again, if Jiang Chen were to perish while safeguarding her, how could she ever repay him? She believed that he would not have been drawn into this maelstrom had she not mentioned it in passing. As the convoy resumed its movement, Sima Qin could no longer contain himself. Trying to leave? Have you consulted me? He leaped into the air, intent on obstructing the convoy. Yet Jiang Chen was faster. You should focus on surviving. 3,000 winds! A relentless barrage of blade strikes sealed off Sima Qin's escape route, forcing him to defend with all his might. In that brief moment, Zhong Yinshi broke through the obstruction and the convoy sped away from the scene. Sima Qin barely managed to deflect Jiang Chen's onslaught, but he still bore several cuts. He glared at the still capable Jiang Chen, his expression grim. He could hardly believe he had been bested by a mere commander. If you do not reveal yourselves, the people will escape, Sima Qin bellowed, discarding any pretense, indicating that there were indeed ambushers, as if on cue, for more noble-level figures descended from the mountain. Jiang Chen did not recognize these four experts. Clearly disguised, for the first time, he felt pressure. These individuals were all stronger than Lu Wuchuan, though not quite matching Sima Qin, yet they were undeniably formidable nobles. As they watched the convoy gradually recede, it became evident that swift resolution was imperative. My apologies, son-in-law. This ought to be the Lin family's fourth young master. You can only blame yourself for wanting to stand out and ruining everyone's plans. They uttered harsh words and, united in action, vowed to eliminate Jiang Chen on the spot. Jiang Chen would not remain passive. The Thunder King Vane manifested, and he unleashed the 3,000 wind blade technique with all his might, barely managing to counter their assault. Even so, he sustained an injury, leaving him somewhat wounded. However, his fighting spirit surged. Undeterred by the five nobles, he took the initiative to attack, unleashing a tempest of blades interspersed with lightning upon them. Launching a ferocious assault, the expressions of the five grew grave. They had not anticipated that even with their combined might, they could not subdue a single commander. Seeing Jiang Chen charge at them, the five wasted no words and collectively attacked, their lethal techniques aimed directly at him. After dozens of exchanges, Jiang Chen was forced to cough up blood, yet he showed no signs of capitulation. As they watched the convoy grow ever distant, urgency mounted within them. You block them. I will pursue the convoy, two of them declared, eager to split their efforts. The other three, however, cursed these two internally, as they were not truly allied. Each vying to seize Qin Siwei for their own factions. Yet at that moment, the three were too preoccupied with Jiang Chen's blade strikes to hinder the two. The two turned to flee. Jiang Chen was unwilling to let them escape. He swiftly drew two flying knives and hurled them at the duo. Hearing the whistling sound of the knives slicing through the air, alarms rang in their minds, and they hurriedly turned to channel their inner strength to deflect the blades. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen closed the distance between them, his blades sweeping forth, rendering their escape impossible. Simultaneously, the other three harbored their own ulterior motives, keeping a watchful eye on one another to prevent any from fleeing the battlefield. The situation thus reached a stalemate. Observing the convoy nearly vanishing beyond the horizon, the five could no longer tolerate the delay. Sima Qin spoke up. Everyone, if we hold back any longer and let Qin Siwei escape, none of our families will be able to explain ourselves. Being hindered by a mere commander would tarnish our reputations. The group nodded in agreement, and in the next instant, a force even more potent than before erupted from the five, charging towards Jiang Chen. Their combined lethal techniques coalesced, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light that illuminated the night, carrying with it an overwhelming might that even Jiang Chen had never before encountered. He understood that this was their full strength. Without further contemplation, lightning patterns reappeared on Jiang Chen's forehead, and with lightning crackling in his grasp, he tore through the darkness. The storm clouds above began to rumble ominously. Divine thunder of the nine heavens, obliterate and punish. This strike gathered the lightning within Jiang Chen's body and nature's own descending bolts, merging human and natural forces into a singular, formidable force that sent shockwaves through the five nobles. With a thunderous crash, their attack collided with Jiang Qin's, unleashing boundless power. Boom! The ground around them shattered, forming a massive crater as countless debris soared into the air, obscuring everyone's view. As the dust settled, revealing the scene within, Jiang Qin knelt on one knee, sword in hand, gasping for breath. Clearly, that strike had drained his inner lightning. Although his wounds were minimal, he was beginning to feel the strain. Sima Qin and the others fared even worse, their bodies battered and bloodied, evidently injured by the residual shockwaves. At that moment, their emotions were a tumult of anger and fear. Gazing at the weakened Jiang Qin before them, they resolved that this must not end here. Such a prodigy had to be eliminated in advance. Chapter 35. The arrival of reinforcements. The five approached Jiang Qin, their murderous intent reaching its zenith. They exchanged glances, understanding that Jiang Qin represented the Lin family. To eliminate him meant they would all share the consequences, and none were willing to take the blame for another's actions. As the determination to kill Jiang Qin solidified in the faces of the five, he felt an immense weight of gravity, tightly gripping his frost blade. He still possessed the strength for one final stand, even if it meant exhausting himself entirely afterward. Yet he would not surrender without a fight. Kill, they shouted in unison, channeling their respective techniques as they surged towards Jiang Qin. Should he endure their onslaught? His death would be all but assured. In the face of impending doom, a flicker of lightning ignited in Jiang Qin's eyes. The flowing wind armor activated to its fullest, and with resolute intent, he thrust his frost blade forward, targeting one of the assailants. With a resounding crack of thunder, Jiang Qin withstood the attack, simultaneously piercing the throat of one of the attackers, the very one who had previously referred to him as son-in-law. Though this individual was likely one of the Lin family's fourth young masters, his weakness made him the prime target for Jiang Qin's strike, diminishing the attack's overall potency. With a swift cut to the throat, the man stared in disbelief as he staggered back, his face a mask of unwillingness and fear of death. He could hardly fathom that Jiang Qin would risk injury to take him down. Life ebbed slowly from the throat of the individual, their gaze dimming gradually until they collapsed to the ground, leaving behind only a swirling cloud of dust. With a single stroke, one was replaced by another. Jiang Qin himself was not faring any better, having endured a grievous blow that left him severely wounded. Fortunately, he wore the formidable Lufeng armor, or he would have perished long ago. Yet, the ruthless resolve and methods he employed in eliminating his comrade instilled both fear and astonishment in the remaining four, compelling them to vow to slay Jiang Qin here and eradicate any future threats. Sensing the four begin to gather their strength, Jiang Qin's heart unexpectedly returned to a state of tranquility. He understood that at this moment, he had no choice but to expend the last remnants of his strength to unleash the thunder of judgment, even if it meant mutual destruction. Jiang Qin plunged the frost blade into the ground, his palm outstretched, poised to summon the lightning. Suddenly, he sensed something and halted his actions, his heart finding solace in the air. A figure descended, striking forth with a palm that coalesced into a formidable imprint, hurtling directly towards Sima Qin and his companions. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qin leaped back, retreating from the battlefield. Boom! The palm imprint detonated with a thunderous roar, reverberating in the air and sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. The ground was marred, a deep crater formed by 5 fingers, countless shards of ice scattering within. The corpse of the man Jiang Qin had slain was instantly encased in ice, subsequently shattered into fragments. The other 4 found themselves in dire straits, with severed limbs, fractured bones, and internal injuries, their faces ashen, each bearing their own misfortune. Yet, at that moment, they paid no heed to their wounds and looked up at the one who had intervened. Without uttering a word, the 4 scattered in different directions, each fleeing for their lives. Clearly, they recognized the individual who had acted and understood that even united, they stood no chance, prompting an immediate decision to escape. Jiang Qin, equally taken aback by the arrival of his savior, felt a flicker of surprise. Observing the fleeing figures, the newcomer wore an expression as frigid as winter, their voice laced with ire. Fleeing? Do you think you can attempt to kill a member of the Lin family without facing consequences? With that, an aura of frost enveloped the surroundings, and countless tiny ice needles materialized in their grasp, aimed directly at the slowest of the fleeing individuals. There was no doubt. Even uninjured, this person was no match. And at that moment, they were utterly defenseless against the onslaught. The myriad ice needles pierced through their body, the heart impaled, resulting in instant demise. In that instant, the other three felt a surge of dread. Wishing they could sprout wings and flee the scene, as the three distanced themselves, the newcomer furrowed their brow. Ultimately, they refrained from pursuing, turning instead to assist the unsteady Jiang Qin. I have seen the young master. You are not dead yet, are you? The young woman spoke politely, yet with a playful wink, eliciting a resigned smile from Jiang Chun. Doi appear to be on the brink of death. The newcomer was none other than Hong Shui, the head maid of Lin Ruoxi. Hong Shui offered a gentle smile, her delicate hand resting on Jiang Chen's chest, channeling a stream of slightly cool internal energy into him. With the infusion of energy, Jiang Chun felt significantly better, exhaling a breath of stale air. He had overexerted himself, sustaining some internal injuries, but with a few days of rest, he would recover. There was no need for concern, Miss Hong Shui. Although Jiang Qian had his suspicions, he was still astonished to discover that this beautiful young woman, who appeared to be of similar age, was a formidable force at the 7th level of the Marquis realm. Not at all. I am not worried about your survival, Hong Shui replied dismissively, showing no regard for Jiang Qin's dignity. Jiang Qin chuckled, shaking his head, opting not to engage in banter with her headstrong nature. Now that he was safe, his thoughts turned to Zhou Yanqi. Not receiving a response from Jiang Chun, Hong Shui felt somewhat awkward. Noticing a hint of worry in his eyes, she chuckled lightly, rest assured. Miss Zhou is unharmed. The one who went to rescue her is none other than the young lady. The young lady has returned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was taken aback. It was the first time in many years that he had heard news of his fiancée. Observing Jiang Chen's surprise, Hong Shui curiously inquired, Young master, have you not heard? The young lady has a position within the Zhenyi Sea. Jiang Chen instinctively touched his nose, awkwardly admitting that he had been so preoccupied with investigations since entering the Zhenyi Sea that he had not inquired about its personnel. However, this was understandable. With Hong Shui being a powerful 7th-level marquis, it was only natural that Lin Ruoxi would be even stronger. With Lin Ruoxi present, those factions would undoubtedly refrain from attempting to abduct anyone. Thus, Zhou Yanqi and Qin Siwei would be safe, allowing Jiang Chen to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Young master, there is something I am unsure whether to say. Hong Shui followed closely behind him, trailing half a step, a fragrant aura enveloping Jiang Chen as they progressed. Then do not say it. Although Hong Shui was merely a maid, it seemed inappropriate to discuss matters concerning her master. If that is the case, then I shall remain silent. However, I still wish to speak. Hong Shui disregarded Jiang Chun, chattering on, when you meet the young lady, do not appear overly concerned for Miss Zhou. Okay. Do not forget you are not single. Otherwise, Hong Shui teased Jiang Chen, her laughter bubbling forth. Jiang Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. There is nothing between me and Zhou Yanqi. Do not spread rumors. Indeed, young master, Hong Shui replied, her laughter as radiant as blossoming flowers, leaving Jiang Chen uncertain if she had truly absorbed his words. As they continued along the road, traces of battle soon emerged, clearly marking the onset of conflict. The skirmish had utterly ravaged the path, even altering the surrounding terrain. Countless congealed pools of blood stained the earth a dark crimson, trees lay scorched and smoldering, their embers still flickering, while an abundance of pristine white ice adorned the road, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. Jiang Chen advanced along the path, and despite his body having acclimatized to the inherent chill of the frost blade, he could not suppress a shiver. The two moved with purpose, Hong Shui maintaining a composed demeanor, and by midnight, they finally arrived within the urban district of Lengdu. Hong Shui led Jiang Chen to a residence belonging to Lin Ruoxi in the city, suggesting they rest for the night. Throughout the journey, Hong Shui had been exceptionally attentive, embodying the essence of a true maid, ensuring every detail was meticulously arranged. This was something Jiang Chen had not anticipated. Reminiscent of the care Kaigu exhibited at home, aside from assisting him with massages and baths. So you truly are a maid, Jiang Chen remarked, observing Hong Shui preparing a late-night meal in the kitchen. What nonsense are you spouting? I am the head maid, overseeing all the maids of the Lin family. I am the strongest maid, Hong Shui retorted, seemingly displeased by Jiang Chen's skepticism. After enjoying the porridge that Hong Shui had prepared with medicinal herbs, Jiang Chen began to circulate his energy for healing. As dawn approached, Hong Shui gently knocked on his door. After freshening up and having breakfast, Jiang Chun set off with Hong Shui back towards the Lin family estate. After nearly half a month, Jiang Chun returned to Lin City, and his mindset had undergone some changes in Lin City. Upon seeing Jiang Chan and Hong Shui return, passers-by greeted them, unlike before when they acted as if they had not seen them. The gazes of the attendants and subordinates now held a hint of admiration and trepidation. This was the impact of power and reputation, Jiang Chun mused. Upon returning to his small villa, Jiang Chun was greeted by Kai Gu, whose face was streaked with tears, prompting him to drop his guard completely. He gently embraced Kai Gu, smoothing her disheveled hair, and softly reassured her, "I am fine. Do not worry." Kai Gu nodded repeatedly in Jiang Chen's embrace. Weeping, "Young master, Sister Hong Shui told me you were in danger. I was so frightened, but I could only sit at home and pray for your safety." Among the numerous members of the Lin family, perhaps only this girl had consistently thought of his well-being. He had always harbored a unique affection for Kai Gu, distinct from his feelings for others. "Kai Gu, do you wish to become a martial artist?" Jiang Chun suddenly inquired. Noticing Kai Ji's incessant self-reproach for being unable to assist him, he resolved to help her. Upon hearing this, Kai Gu began to cry even more vigorously. "I was tested for my aptitude when I was young. I have poor roots and no talent, destined to remain an ordinary maid." Jiang Chun smiled. "Do not worry. I can guide you onto the path of a martial artist." "Really? You are not deceiving me, are you?" Kai Gu ceased her tears, her watery eyes gazing at Jiang Chun, filled with anticipation. Jiang Chun wiped away her tears, transmitting the eternal youth technique and the I Ching Jing into her mind. If you diligently cultivate these two techniques, they will enhance your aptitude, and you will also retain your youth. Upon hearing "retain your youth," Kai Ji's eyes sparkled. Indeed, no girl could resist the allure of those 4 words. In the following days, aside from reporting to the Zhanyi and apprehending petty criminals, Jiang Chen dedicated his time to guiding Kai Gu in her training, awaiting the official conclusion of the Zhanyi's case. Life was surprisingly tranquil. After Lin Ruoshi's return, she did not seek to see him but disappeared once more, and Jiang Chun was disinclined to pursue her. Strangely, this case had garnered little attention in Longdu. It seemed someone was deliberately controlling the flow of information regarding it. Furthermore, a recent piece of news ignited the entire Longdu, compelling everyone to take note. The long-dormant Sisui Tai suddenly updated their official website, revealing the latest rankings of the Qianlong list. Sisui Tai, directly affiliated with the 3 great royal families of the Dragon Kingdom, held significant influence in Longdu. Even the 8 great families treated them with deference. Sisui Tai was not omniscient. They could not purchase all secrets with wealth. They formulated various types of rankings, expanding their influence through these updates. Naturally, the most discussed were the Imperial List, Royal List, Marquis List, and Qianlong List, with countless martial artists taking pride in ascending these 4 rankings. The Imperial List records those emperors who surpass kings. There are no limits on the number of names that can grace this list. Any who enter the Emperor realm will find their name inscribed upon it. Currently, there are 46 individuals on this list. Among them, the Dragon Kingdom occupies 30 slots, while foreigners hold 16, and of course, there will also be some rogue emperors who have managed to evade detection, making their way onto the scene without official acknowledgement, but they are merely a handful. The King's list comprises the 100 most formidable warriors of the King realm, documenting only 100 individuals. Each of these figures is renowned across the seas, receiving the utmost respect from any faction. Following this is the Marquis list, which includes 180 individuals. Anyone who secures a position on this list possesses the strength to sweep away those beneath the king level. Lastly, we have the Hidden Dragon list, which records 360 geniuses under the age of 25. The ranking on the Hidden Dragon list is not based on realm but rather on innate talent. For instance, a 10-year-old at the first stage of the Marquis realm ranks higher than a 20-year-old at the 6th stage, despite the latter's superior current strength. Thus, the higher one ranks on the Hidden Dragon list, the greater their potential. Consequently, countless young talents aspire to be included on this list, as the world thrives on fame and fortune. However, for the over 10 billion populace of Blue Star, 360 places remain insufficient. The Imperial list seldom changes unless someone goes missing. Otherwise, it remains static. In the King's list, only death or defeat instigates a shift. Conversely, the Marquis and Hidden Dragon lists are frequently updated. Rumor has it that within the Sui Year platform, there exists an Imperial list that chronicles the pinnacle of the entire planet, but its entries are so scarce and revered that they have never been made public. After signing in at the town evil office, Jiang Chen began to patrol the streets, although his so-called patrol was more akin to a leisurely stroll. His reputation had spread far and wide, and within his jurisdiction, very few dared to commit crimes. Save for some petty thieves who were oblivious to the consequences. Especially after the death of Lu Xiyang, no one dared to provoke him. In fact, within the town evil office, some speculated that Lu Wuchuan had also perished at his hands. Yet, without evidence, no one was willing to challenge this rising star of the hidden dragon list. Indeed, Jiang Chen's name was prominently featured in the latest iteration of the hidden dragon list. As he continued his stroll, he entered an ancient-style tea house to enjoy a cup of tea. Inside, a storyteller regaled the audience with tales of the most recent hidden dragon list. Although the Sway Year Platform's website chronicled each individual's accomplishments, the storyteller's embellishments transformed the accounts into captivating narratives, enhanced by his modulated voice and vivid descriptions, captivating all who listened. As Jiang Chen listened, he heard himself mentioned. The next individual is the latest addition to the hidden dragon list. And if you have a relative working at the town evil office, you have surely heard of him. Who would have thought that a family outcast, a son-in-law, would turn out to be a prodigious talent capable of defying the Marquis? Yes, indeed. It is none other than the rising star of Lengdu City, the fiancée of the Lin family's eldest daughter, Lin Ruoshi, the former youngest son of the Jiang family, now the renowned detective of the town evil office. Jiang Chen. Hearing such grandiose titles, even with his thick skin, Jiang Chen could not help but lower his head, sipping his tea in silence. He had not anticipated that within just a day or two, his name would become widely known. He realized the profound influence of the hidden dragon list was no mere empty boast. Once regarded as the fool of the Jiang family, known for his slow cultivation speed, who could have imagined that he would achieve such remarkable feats in the mere span of 6 months at the town evil office? In the past, when news of the Lin family's engagement circulated, many young masters from noble families felt heartbroken, while the Lin family's attitude remained rather indifferent, sending only a maid to attend to the matter. When Jiang Chen failed to gain admission to the martial arts university, the Lin family, unwilling to see him squander his time, arranged for him to work at the town evil office, setting him on a path of righteousness. Little did they know that he would unveil astonishing detective skills. His first case, the Lu family murder, was solved in just a few hours, during which he single-handedly apprehended a suspect. At that time, he was only at the 6th stage of body refinement. While this might seem mediocre, an 18-year-old at the 6th stage isn't particularly impressive, it was only the beginning. Shortly thereafter came the Morong massacre case, which had garnered significant societal attention yet had seen little progress. However, within a week of Jiang Chen taking charge, the perpetrator was captured from the Kongwang Palace. Resolving the case, at this point, he had reached the 9th stage of body refinement and had slain a formidable opponent at the Marquis level. Just when everyone thought this was his limit, he astonished the world once again. The case of the flower thief in Yingtong County had become notorious for terrorizing the city, yet within mere days of Jiang Chen's involvement, he successfully eliminated the criminal, bringing him back to the town evil office. It is worth noting that at that time, he was at the 6th stage of the Marquis realm, yet he defeated Yan Beihui, a 9th stage Marquis. Yan Beihui had fallen from the Baron realm, yet even so, he was far stronger than an average 9th stage Marquis. Nevertheless, he was no match for Jiang Chen. If you think that was the end, you underestimate him. The case of the defection of the steward of the Yingtian Palace solidified his place on the hidden dragon list. With his Marquis-level prowess, he dispatched the leader of the Lonely Smoke Village, a 3rd stage baron, in just 2 moves. Subsequently, while escorting a prisoner back to Lengdu, he faced off against 5 marquises alone. Not only did he not falter, but he also managed to kill one of them. Such power is truly formidable. With such extraordinary combat capability and keen deductive reasoning, he became a sensational figure. The Sway Year platform was so astonished that they swiftly updated the rankings, reflecting his influence. Upon rigorous investigation and deliberation, the Sway Year platform determined that Jiang Chen would debut on the Hidden Dragon list at an impressive 10th place. Even those who had seen Jiang Chen's profile on the Sway Year platform were left in awe when they heard his exploits recounted by the storyteller. Chapter 37. Zhong Yanqi comes to visit. Although they had read about his achievements on the Sway Year platform, hearing it recounted in this manner was even more shocking. Indeed, who would have thought that a former laughingstock had hidden such strength? An 18-year-old marquis capable of slaying barons. How foolish was the Jiang family to let him slip away. They must be regretting their decision immensely now. Back in the day, the Jiang family was one of the prominent clans of Longdu. Who could have predicted that they would decline so drastically? Just when they had a genius who could revive their fortunes, they willingly gifted him to the Lin family as a child bride, making him one of their own. The thought alone is enough to incite laughter. As the topic turned to the Jiang family, the tone of the crowd shifted to one of mockery and derision. Clearly, the Jiang family had fallen on hard times recently. Jiang Chun remained silent, continuing to sip his tea, not expecting that his actions would provoke such fervent discussion, especially with the Sway Your platform. Had they overestimated him by allowing his debut to be in the top 10, or did they see something in him that others did not? Who could have imagined that the subject of such animated discourse was seated right beside them? Quietly enjoying his tea? A voice called from behind Jiang Chen, and soon a figure clad in red seated herself before him. Zhong Yanqi looked at him with a smile. You still enjoy hearing others praise you to your face. Don't you feel embarrassed? Their numerous collaborations and experiences of life and death had clearly drawn them closer. What can I say? They speak the truth. How can I refute that? Himph! What a show of grandeur. Zhong Yanqi scoffed, pouring herself a cup of tea from the pot on the table. Finding you is quite the challenge. You weren't at the town evil office, and Zhang Jing said you were here drinking tea instead. Jiang Chen chuckled. You seem to be in a good mood. There's something joyful you must share with me face to face? Zhong Yanqi brushed her hair back. Not much, just that this case awarded me some accolades. And I've broken through to the second stage of the Baron realm. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel happy for her. Congratulations. If the Hidden Dragon list hadn't been released early, you would have certainly ranked even higher. Zhong Yanqi ranked 60th on this edition of the Hidden Dragon list, which was still quite commendable. While escorting Qin Siwei, she had faced various obstacles from other barons but had fought them off for numerous rounds without defeat. Demonstrating her prowess, of course, the most crucial factor for the Hidden Dragon list was her youth. She was several months younger than Jiang Chen. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's remark, Zhong Yanqi shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, please. Isn't it because of you that the Hidden Dragon list was updated so soon? Compared to your 10th place, I'm still far behind. Jiang Chen scratched his head, at a loss for words. He recognized that thanks to the system's efforts, he had indeed surpassed expectations. He hastily shifted the topic. Did you come here for something important? Seeing his earnest inquiry, Zhong Yanqi sighed. You truly are a forgetful noble. The case from the Ying Tian Wang Palace had such a significant impact. Now that it's been resolved, it's time to reward those involved. Yet here you are, leisurely drinking tea. Look at your phone. That's why I came to find you in person. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen pulled out his phone and saw several missed calls, along with a message from Zhang Zhengda. Oh? Rewards are being issued? It wasn't that Jiang Chen was indifferent to the rewards, but he knew that once the upper management approved all reports and officially closed the case, the system would naturally inform him. Noticing Jiang Chen's calm demeanor, Zhong Yanqi felt a wave of admiration. Despite being the same age, his composure and resolve surpassed her own, which explained his meteoric rise to prominence. The rewards have been announced. As for me, I have received a promotion, while you have ascended to the level of a prefect. Initially, there were considerations to promote you to the position of a deputy minister, but you chose the path of a punitive executor instead? So that was dismissed in favor of other material rewards. In addition to these, there are also 3 opportunities to select items of prefectural rank, rewards, medicinal herbs, and so forth, which have been directly sent to the Lin family. After finishing her words, Zhong Yanqi discreetly glanced at Jiang Chen, only to find him still wearing a calm and collected demeanor. Jiang Chen was indeed not overly excited. Although the rewards were plentiful, items of prefectural rank did not evoke surprise in him. Perhaps only items of celestial rank could truly thrill him. However, celestial items are not easily obtained. The inherent nature of the Genie Division, being a structured organization, is its strict adherence to rules. Jiang Chen, with his military prowess, would only be considered for the title of Marquis during the reward distribution, with no higher ranks offered, not due to a lack of merit on his part, but rather a belief that he would not require them. It seems that only after Jiang Chen advances to the rank of Marquis and accomplishes great deeds will the Genie Division consider rewarding him with celestial items. The system still has no news. It is likely that due to the involvement of many parties, the Genie Division has finalized the rewards for the 2 of them first, and the case will take some time to conclude. The half-month of fighting side by side has brought the two closer together, and they now have many more topics to converse about. Jiang Chen learned that Zhong Yinqi and his fiancée Yilin Ruoxi are actually cousins. The Zhong family to which she belongs is, in fact, related to the Lin family. Her father, the current head of the Zhong family, is the brother of Lin Ruoxi's mother, making him Lin Ruoxi's uncle. By this familial calculation, Zhong Yinqi is technically his sister-in-law, albeit by cousin lineage. In terms of familial titles, she should refer to him as her brother-in-law. Upon realizing this, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. The intertwining relationships among noble families are indeed complex. Previously, he had little understanding of the relationships among the various prominent families. He was completely unaware of who was related to whom. Observing Jiang Chen's expression, Zhong Yinqi could not help but express her surprise. Brother-in-law, you can't possibly be unaware that my cousin Ruoxi and I are cousins, right? We've known each other since childhood. Jiang Chen shook his head, genuinely unaware. You haven't heard? I've always been treated as a mere child in the Lin family, with no standing, go be honest. Aside from that one time when I first entered the Lin family, I have yet to meet your cousin, huh? So the urban gossip is true. She never cared for you at all? Zhong Yinqi exclaimed, her lips parting in astonishment, unable to suppress her curiosity further. Then I heard previously that you were even engaged? Actually, that day was merely for show. A maid stood in for her, and now she has become my personal maid. Jiang Chen replied with a shrug. But that doesn't make sense. The last time my cousin came to rescue me, I could tell she cared about you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent Hongshuo to save you. Zhong Yinqi still seemed puzzled. That was after I had achieved some merit. Before that, my life in the Lin family was only marginally better than that of the servants. Jiang Chen lamented, realizing that ultimately, strength dictates everything. If he had still been the same as before, even facing a life-threatening crisis, the young lady of the Lin family likely wouldn't have bothered with him. Right? After chatting for quite some time, their tea-filled stomachs began to feel bloated, and they finally settled the bill and prepared to head home. Chapter 38. Visitors from the Jiang family. As Jiang Chen and Zhong Yinqi walked a distance together, he suddenly halted, his gaze shifting to the side. Upon seeing the approaching figure, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, and the air around them grew noticeably colder. The newcomer seemed utterly oblivious, fixing his gaze on Jiang Chen with an air of arrogance as he spoke. Young master, the old matriarch has commanded you to return home tomorrow. The newcomer was indeed a steward from the Jiang family. Despite being a steward, his commanding demeanor towards Jiang Chen was one of superiority. Jiang Chen had not forgotten this man. He was one of the 3 overseers of the Jiang family, responsible for domestic affairs. In his childhood, he and his siblings were often bullied by this person, who took advantage of their mother's early death and their father's frequent absences to embezzle their allowances. This man was also the son of the old matriarch's personal maid, Jiang Chen's grandmother. In the past, whenever they sought out the old matriarch to report grievances, she seemed disinterested in their words, dismissing their complaints with remarks like, "Why does a child need so much money?" Although she would scold him occasionally, it was merely superficial, and afterward, this little man would return to give them disdainful looks. Jiang Chen held no favorable impressions of the old matriarch either. Originally, it was supposed to be the eldest son, Jiang Hai, who was sent to the Lin family, but the old matriarch suddenly intervened, leading to him being sent instead. Memories of past grievances resurfaced, igniting a flicker of anger within Jiang Chen as he regarded the man with cold disdain. When he noticed Jiang Chen's indifference, Wang Dong immediately felt slighted. The child who once endured his bullying had now grown to disregard his existence altogether. Do not think that just because you have the support of the young lady from the Lin family, you are no longer a member of the Jiang family. What, Jiang Chen, do you dare to defy the old matriarch's orders? Do not forget, even if you have married into the Lin family, you still bear the blood of the Jiang family. You are still one of us. Do you dare to disobey the old matriarch? Hearing Wang Dong's condescending tone, Jiang Chen could no longer endure it. With a swift kick, he sent Wang Dong crashing into the wall. Wang Dong immediately cried out in agony, clutching his abdomen as he knelt on the ground. "You insolent pup! How dare you address me by name? You think you can use the old matriarch's name to threaten me?" Jiang Chen's voice was as frigid as winter, sending a shiver down Wang Dong's spine. Yet, what he felt more was the fury and humiliation. Having bullied Jiang Chen for ages, now he was reduced to kneeling, which filled him with unbearable shame. He had assumed that even if Jiang Chen ranked on the potential dragon list, He would still harbor fear due to their childhood traumas, but to his surprise, Jiang Chen acted decisively without wasting words. With malice in his eyes, Wang Dong thought, "You strike me. Do you fear that I will retaliate against your brother and sister?" At this, Jiang Chun felt as though a sensitive spot had been pricked, and in an instant, he severed Wang Dong's arm with a swift motion. Ah! Wang Dong howled in agony, crumpling to the floor as he clutched his severed limb. Ignoring him, Jiang Chen sheathed his frost blade back into his space ring, releasing the pent-up hatred within him, and felt a sense of relief. Were it not for his desire not to take things too far, he would have considered killing the man on the spot. Returning home, he would inform the old matriarch that he had been expelled from the Jiang family and that she should no longer discuss the past with him. Any matters could be taken directly to the Lin family. With that, he cast a frigid glance at Wang Dong, who, under Jiang Chen's gaze, dared not meet his eyes any longer. He finally realized that the man before him was no longer the child he could easily bully. "I recall your son just got married, right? His wife is pregnant, isn't she? Over the years, you've profited quite a bit under the Jiang family's name, haven't you? Make sure to do your job well. Do not entertain any thoughts of secretly doing anything untoward. Do not provoke my brother and sister. Otherwise, believe me, you would not want to know what goes on in the prison of the Zhani division." Upon hearing this, Wang Dong trembled uncontrollably. The prison of the Zhani division, renowned as the most notorious prison in the world, was a place that even the most heinous criminals could hardly endure. Ordinary people would avoid these two words like the plague, and Wang Dong was no exception. It dawned on him that the Jiang Chen before him was also the celebrated detective of the Zhani division. He no longer dared to maintain his previous arrogant demeanor, lowering his head in silence. Lost in thought, seeing that he no longer resisted, Jiang Chen turned and departed, fully aware that this time, Wang Dong had learned a lesson. It was only after Jiang Chen left that Wang Dong struggled to rise from the ground. The fear in his eyes gradually receding, replaced by growing resentment, he picked up his severed hand and slowly returned to the Jiang family. His pitiful appearance stirred a great uproar upon his return. In the Jiang family's council chamber, the old matriarch looked at Wang Dong's wretched state and listened to his account. Wang Dong embellished his tale, painting Jiang Chen as arrogant and haughty. The more the old matriarch listened, the angrier she became. Did he truly say that? The old matriarch questioned, her voice cold and deliberate. The elders of the family understood that she was genuinely enraged, and her subordinates dared not lie. Affirming, "Young master indeed said so." Wang Dong knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Beside the old matriarch, Wang Dong's mother, seeing her son's condition, was also filled with heartache. She approached the old matriarch, kneeling before her. "Madam, our family has been loyal and devoted to the Jiang family for many years. I implore you to take pity on my son and intervene on his behalf." The old matriarch took several deep breaths and spoke solemnly. "You may all rise. I will handle this matter." She then added coldly, "It seems you have been away for far too long and forgotten your surname. How dare you disregard my words?" The old maidservant, having heard the old matriarch's promise, felt relieved but still added, "The young master is now a rising star in the Zhani division, having made it onto the potential dragon list. It is normal for his temperament to change. There is no need to offend him over this." Wang Dong had only lost an arm. It was still possible to seek treatment and recover. It would be better to let this matter lie than risk offending the young master. "Tomorrow, I will take my son to the Lin family to apologize." Upon hearing his mother's intention to apologize, Wang Dong was immediately displeased. However, before he could voice his opposition, he caught sight of his mother's disapproving gaze and promptly fell silent. Having spent so many years by the old matriarch's side, the old maidservant was well acquainted with her temperament. The more she insisted on this course of action, the more stubborn the old matriarch would become. Jiang Chen's current strength and status had undergone a tremendous transformation. She feared the old matriarch's mindset would shift, hence her strategic retreat. She understood that the old matriarch detested it most when juniors offended their elders. On the surface, it appeared as if she was yielding, yet hidden beneath was a malice. Wang Dong had been sent by the old matriarch to relay a message, only to end up in such a predicament and ultimately needing to apologize. Wasn't that tantamount to slapping the old matriarch's face? Indeed, upon hearing the words of the maid, the old matriarch felt a surge of fury within her and slammed her hand heavily upon the table. In an instant, The hall fell into a profound silence, with everyone present too apprehensive to utter a sound. Chapter 39. Stirring the Flames, Epiphany. In the hushed chamber, a beautiful woman seated beside the old matriarch cast a sidelong glance at the elderly maid. Discerning her intentions, however, she had no intention of speaking out. Jiang Chun was of no concern to her. Instead, she contemplated fanning the flames further, exacerbating the conflict between the old matriarch and Jiang Qin. This woman was none other than Huang Feng, the current matriarch of the Jiang family and Jiang Qin's mother, or rather, his stepmother, not a blood relation. Contemplating Jiang Qin's burgeoning reputation, which overshadowed her own children, jealousy welled up within her. Alas, no matter how exceptional he was not her biological son. Furthermore, he had already been sent away. Mother, Wang Dong has indeed become rather overbearing, but he ultimately represents you. Chenner has gone too far this time. Once or twice may be excusable, but I fear that in the future, he may truly disregard you and the Jiang family. Huang Feng spoke calmly, then lifted a nearby teacup, sipping quietly, choosing not to say anything further. The old matriarch, upon hearing this, grew even angrier. The hidden dragon list ranks him 10th. Good. No matter what, he is still a junior of the Jiang family. How can he be so disrespectful to his elders? And Wang Dong going to apologize? Doesn't he that amount to a slap in my face? I am curious to see how much progress he has made during his years with the Lin family. The old matriarch's ire intensified as she spoke, her eyes aflame with indignation. He wants me to visit the Lin family, does he? Very well, then let us formally invite him back to the Jiang family to discuss the union of his second sister with the young master of the Luo family. Upon hearing this, both the elderly maid and Wang Dong nodded eagerly, exchanging glances that betrayed their excitement. They were well aware that Jiang Chun had always maintained a close relationship with his biological siblings, and even after moving to the Lin family, they often visited him. Given their bond and Jiang Chen's temperament, he would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye to this matter, especially considering it involved the young master of the Luo family. After solidifying their strategy, the aged matriarch, visibly fatigued, dismissed the assembly as they prepared to leave. Huang Feng observed the departing figures of Wang Dong and his mother, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as if she had seen through their intentions. In a separate room, Wang Dong clutched his bandaged arm, now resembling a dumpling, gasping for breath. The doctor had just finished examining him and delivered the grim news that his wound had completely necrotized, leaving no possibility for reattachment. While a severed limb could be easily treated in this high martial world, whether through surgery or elixirs, Jiang Qin's strike had been infused with a devastating combination of wind, thunder, and ice, annihilating the nerve endings at the site of injury. Contemplating his future as a disabled man, Wang Dong's hatred for Jiang Chun reached its zenith. Mother, this is intolerable. How dare he, a discarded son of the Jiang family, who was sent to the Lin family as a son-in-law, sever my hand? The elderly maid merely chuckled coldly, do not worry. As long as we remain in the Jiang family, he will not dare to act against us. Do not forget, his siblings are still in the Jiang family. At this revelation, Wang Dong suddenly understood, but recalling Jiang Qin's warning before his departure, his anger deflated. Mother, we cannot proceed like this. He warned me that if I dared to target his siblings, he would have me imprisoned. He knows our family well. Even my son is aware. Hearing this, the elderly maid felt a jolt of alarm. Jiang Qin's threat was unmistakable. If you dare to touch my siblings, do not blame me for retaliating against your entire family. In that moment, she realized that the once meek figure they had bullied no longer existed. With a glint of cunning in her eyes, she said, Donger, sometimes one does not need to get their hands dirty. Let others do the work for us. Wang Dong's eyes widened in understanding. Mother, do you mean? The elderly maid nodded. Do not forget. The Jiang family consists of more than just a few direct descendants. Their relationship with Jiang Qin and his siblings is significant, especially with the young master, who can easily win the old matriarch's favor. She cast a deep glance at Wang Dong. Now do you understand? Wang Dong grasped her meaning. That very evening, with his arm bandaged, he sought an audience with the young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Xing, unbeknownst to Jiang Chun, events were unfolding within the Jiang family. After dealing with Wang Dong, he returned home directly. Following a simple dinner, Jiang Qian ascended to the second floor to resume his training, meticulously inspecting the rewards from the evil suppression division, feeling a sense of satisfaction. though most items were suited for those in the Qi training or general ranking stages and held little value for him at present. They could be beneficial to Kai Gu and his siblings. After selecting a few useful items for Kai Gu, Jiang Chun settled onto his training mat, delving into his mind. Ding! Completed the case of the missing steward of Wang's residence. Reward, 1,400 skill points. Opportunity for martial arts epiphany. Once. Inner power. Ming Yin Ju. Martial arts. Fan Hai. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The rewards were indeed generous. He had amassed a substantial one. 400 skill points, along with a single opportunity for martial arts enlightenment. Each series of martial arts could potentially yield unique techniques upon reaching sufficient proficiency. For instance, Jiang Chen's initial elbow strike, the death gaze, was born from such enlightenment. However, such epiphanies were largely reliant on fortune, and it was possible to go a lifetime without achieving one, making this opportunity exceedingly precious. In addition, he received a fire attribute inner power of the marquee level. Jiang Chen smirked. Despite possessing a lightning attribute talent, the system had bestowed upon him wind, ice, and fire, but not the lightning he desired. Was it mocking him? Jiang Chun silently cursed the system. The final martial art? Fan Hai was a technique capable of splitting oceans with a single strike, its power sufficient to rank within the marquee level, albeit with a high consumption rate, which retained its status as a marquee technique. Jiang Chun was particularly pleased with this martial art, as he lacked a decisive killing move. Until now, his only lethal technique was the Thunder of Judgment, which was elemental. With the arrival of Fan Hai, he could unleash his full might when wielding a blade. After all, his previous strongest move with a blade was merely a straightforward application of all his strength into a single slash. As for how to allocate his skill points, Jiang Chen planned to elevate all his cultivated techniques to the marquee level, setting that as the benchmark. System, allocate points, elevate the wind-chasing steps, cost, 300 skill points. Wind-chasing steps have been elevated to the wind-treading level. Wind-treading, a marquee-level movement technique, it not only enhances speed but also grants a unique ability, the power to tread upon the wind. The user can create a wind field, allowing them to walk in the air, hence the name wind-treading. Flight is a privilege of the kings. With this movement technique, Jiang Chun could expand his range of activity into the skies. As the saying goes, strike from above, hit below. This would prove immensely advantageous against opponents below the king level. The system continued. Enhance the Ice Heart technique to the great completion level. You have held your breath? Secluded in training, as seasons change, unaware of how many years have passed. Just when people thought you had perished, June snow falls, and you step forth from your chamber, achieving great completion in the Ice Heart technique. Cost, 600 skill points. Ice Heart technique has been elevated to the great completion level. Enhance Fan Hai. You begin practicing Fan Hai, gripping the long blade. You feel an innate affinity for this martial art. With a draw and a buildup of energy, you execute a single slash, and thus it is. You have cultivated Fan Hai to the great completion level. Total consumption, 300 skill points. As expected. Due to already possessing a perfected blade technique, and given that Fan Hai's principles were similar to his previously researched slashing technique, the skill points consumed were minimal. Finally, the Ming Yin Ju. You begin practicing Ming Yin Ju, feeling an intense heat throughout your body. Suddenly, you recall the Ice Heart technique, and your heart becomes as firm as ice, calming you down to continue your training. Ming Yin Ju has reached minor completion. Cost, 200 skill points. To his surprise, Jiang Chun had anticipated that training a non-primary element would only yield an entry-level understanding, yet the previously learned Ice Heart technique had actually aided him. Elements were not mutually exclusive, they could potentially complement each other. Ming Yin Ju, the power of fire capable of generating flames at any position on the body. Having exhausted his skill points, Jiang Chun was left with one final opportunity for enlightenment. Taking a deep breath, he chose the 3,000 Wind Blade technique as his target for enlightenment, as it was his only perfected martial art, offering the highest probability of success. While other options were available, the chances of achieving enlightenment at the great completion level were significantly lower. System, enlighten 3,000 Wind Blade. In the endless battles, you swing your blade continuously. The relentless flow of the 3,000 wind techniques merges into one, culminating in your enlightenment. Gain special martial art. Tornado destruction of the parking lot. Tornado destruction of the parking lot Continuous slashing can generate a tornado. The tornado can vary in size and mobility, capable of demolishing all structures caught within its path. Chapter 40. Comprehending the intent of the blade tornado destruction of the parking lot. Jiang Chen gazed at the newly acquired special martial art, lost in contemplation. Is this not a technique from my past life on Earth? How could it truly exist? Jiang Chen felt a wave of incredulity. As his thoughts wandered, he recalled the days before he was sent away from the Jiang family, playing with a group of children, often mimicking the strange postures he had seen in his previous life. Such as the tornado destruction of the parking lot, which would send his siblings and 2 cousins into fits of laughter. They had been the best of companions, however, good times did not last. 2 cousins returned home, and he was informed he would be sent to the Lin family as a son-in-law, shattering all his dreams. Initially, I believed that being reborn in this world would allow me to enjoy the privileges of a scion from a prestigious family. However, I found myself living a life of dependence, subjected to ridicule and scorn. The system bestowed upon me the ability of a tornado, which obliterated the parking lot, evoking memories of happier times. Despite my lamentations, the effectiveness of this skill cannot be overlooked. It is well known that the effects of unique martial techniques often contain flaws. For instance, a strike with the elbow, regardless of the target, invariably inflicts pain, the intensity of which is contingent upon one's realm. The activation of the death eye guarantees a hit, leaving only the option to endure. The tornado's ability to demolish any structure raises a question: could it truly destroy everything? Regardless of its fortitude? I pondered. While its utility may be limited in open fields, in the vicinity of buildings, the combination of a tornado and collapsing edifices becomes a veritable area of effect weapon. In other words, it is an extraordinary tool for mowing down foes. I found this quite satisfying. The thrill of mowing down adversaries is unparalleled. Wouldn't it be more delightful to unleash a tornado that sweeps both people and buildings into the air than to strike them down with a blade repeatedly? I halted my cultivation. I assimilated all rewards, and my progress in martial techniques enabled me to ascend to the 9th level of the General's Path. Although I did not achieve a swift breakthrough to the Marquis realm, I am now at the pinnacle of the General's Path, and I sense that beyond the 9th level, there exists an ultimate realm. The peak of Qi cultivation grants me an extraordinary 6th sense, and the existence of my inner eye makes it nearly impossible for ambushes against me. What unique effects might the ultimate General's realm possess? I resolved to break through to the ultimate realm before advancing to the Marquis level. After all, once one attains the Marquis status, subsequent breakthroughs become trivial, but if I missed the ultimate realm, there would be no chance for redemption. For me, each breakthrough into an ultimate realm equates to a permanent additional effect. If I can surpass each ultimate realm, I will possess a significant advantage over others. On a high-rise building at the center of the Lin family, Lin Ruoshi silently gazed in the direction of Jiang Chen, her sky-blue eyes momentarily widening in astonishment. The 9th level of the General's Path. Such a swift breakthrough. It must be you. Her gaze descended from the rooftop, seemingly able to see Jiang Chen meditating within. For this fiancé, with whom she had been betrothed since childhood, she had not anticipated such remarkable progress from him. Initially, she thought Jiang Chen would require at least 6 more months to achieve a breakthrough. Yet he had advanced with astonishing speed. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she had access to the family's confidential materials from a young age, naturally broadening her horizons beyond those of others. In the days when the path to immortality was not severed, there were those who summarized the patterns. If a martial artist can attain the Marquis status by the age of 18, they are destined to become an emperor in the future. Provided they do not meet an untimely demise, ascending to kingship is merely a matter of time, and becoming an emperor is all but guaranteed. There is even hope for reaching the highest realm of martial arts, that of the emperor. This signifies that attaining the Marquis status by the age of 18 serves as a stepping stone towards the emperor realm. What defines an emperor? The supreme being of martial arts. Lin Ruoshi harbors ambitions of becoming such an emperor. Although currently, the only existing emperors are those few from yesteryear, and it has been a long time since a new emperor ascended the throne. Jiang Chen, will you walk alongside me on the path to becoming an emperor? Lin Ruoshi's exquisite visage revealed no emotions of joy or sorrow. She merely gazed quietly into the distance, as time passed. Jiang Chen emerged from the training chamber. With the elevation of his realm, he found himself needing to consolidate an increasing number of martial techniques. The technique of splitting the sea elevated his understanding of the blade further. Given this, why not attempt to comprehend the essence of the blade in one go? A determined glint appeared in Jiang Qin's eyes as he re-entered the training chamber. The essence of the blade is akin to that of the sword. It embodies the comprehension of the blade path and can only be grasped after mastering a complete martial technique. Each individual perceives the essence differently based on their combat characteristics. Closing his eyes, Jiang Qin envisioned a world of blades. Within this realm, he engaged in relentless combat, breaking through and mastering the complete blade technique. Yet, he struggled to grasp the essence of the blade. Yin Beihua, Shui Changhong, Lu Wuchuan. Every person who perished at his hands appeared in his mind. How did my blade bring about their demise? Amidst a flurry of blade light, Jiang Qin strolled through, parting the chaotic glimmers, ultimately arriving at the center to behold a glimmering cold light. Life through death, a single strike to victory. This is my blade essence. Detection confirms the host has comprehended the blade essence, severing in one stroke. Blade essence special effect. Enhances the ability to sever targets, whether weapon or flesh. Jiang Qin abruptly opened his eyes, emanating a potent aura of blade essence, which manifested as a blade wind that cleaved through the floor, leaving several deep gouges, with the blade essence swirling ominously around them, exuding a sharp intent. Though his realm remained at the 9th level of the general's path, his combat prowess had escalated significantly. The enhancement of blade essence applied to every strike. Downstairs, the maid Cage instinctively looked up at the ceiling while sweeping, suppressing her growing trepidation, sensing as if a blade were aimed at her. Although she understood that the commotion was caused by her master, the instinctive fear remained. Her master had grown even stronger. Indeed, he was renowned as the 10th on that list, and everyone feared him. Cage thought to herself, no, I too must cultivate diligently. Others may see my master S made as an ordinary person, which would bring disgrace to him. She did not believe she could aid her master in combat. She merely hoped that when she was alone at home, she would not be easily captured, becoming a burden to him. At not yet 18, having reached the 9th level of the general's path and comprehended the blade essence. If the outside world were to discover this, it would likely cause an even greater stir than his ranking on the hidden dragon list. It must be noted that even among emperors, many have yet to comprehend their essence. Finally, the seclusion had come to an end. As Jiang Qin descended the stairs, Cage was already waiting at the bottom. With the blade essence now mastered, a chilling aura enveloped Jiang Qin. And upon gazing at his striking yet indifferent visage, Cage couldn't help but shiver. Noticing Cage hesitating in place, Jiang Qin realized he was struggling to control the blade essence he had just grasped. He immediately took a deep breath and reined it in, returning the blade essence to himself. Approaching Cage, he smiled and asked, "Is there something you need while waiting here?" Cage, seeing Jiang Qin revert to his usual demeanor, performed a respectful bow. "Young master, an envoy from the elder matriarch of the Jiang family has come to summon you." Upon hearing this, the pleasant mood from his breakthrough was instantly soured. "What did they say?" Sensing Jiang Qin's sudden shift in mood, Cage cautiously replied, "Just as you began your seclusion, the Jiang family requested an audience with you. Upon learning you were in seclusion, they asked me to inform you to return to the Jiang family to discuss the marriage between the 4th young lady of the Jiang family and the young master of the Luo family." Chapter 41. Returning to the Jiang family after relaying the message, Cage immediately lowered her head, fully aware of what this entailed. She understood Jiang Qin's situation within the Jiang family, as he had shared stories of his childhood with her. Jiang Qin had one elder brother and one elder sister, with whom he shared a close bond. However, their mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to them. Subsequently, their father, the current family head, and the elder matriarch elevated Huang Feng, who was originally a secondary wife, to the status of the primary wife. Thus, Huang Feng's children ascended in status, becoming legitimate heirs to that time. Rumors circulated in Longdu that the family head favored the secondary wife and had intentionally caused the death of the primary wife to elevate her position. This made the Jiang family a source of ridicule in Longdu. With a new matriarch in place, and the family head often away, neglecting household matters, the original legitimate trio inevitably faced disdain and difficulties. The elder matriarch had never held much affection for their mother, and since the trio inherited their mother's looks, she was loath to see them. The members of the Jiang family were like grass in the wind. Seeing the shift in power dynamics, They all rallied around Huang Feng's faction. Jiang Qian grew up in such an environment, constantly protected by his elder siblings. It could be said that his elder brother was like a father and his elder sister like a mother. Though Jiang Qian was a second-generation individual, he held this bond dear to his heart, especially his sister, who, despite her frail health, had always cared for him from a young age. Now, the elder matriarch, in her attempt to target him, had extended her hand toward his sister, an affront he could not endure. He understood all too well that the elder matriarch aimed to leverage his siblings to coerce him into submission. This so-called marriage was merely a ploy to ensnare him. The young master of the Luo family is notorious within the elite circles of Longdu. The well-known scion of debauchery, he is ruthless and delights in tormenting women. With more than one having perished at his hands in hotels, he once had a fiancée, also from a noble family, a paragon of virtue, yet he imprisoned and tortured her until she took her own life. When this scandal broke, her family appealed to the three great royal families, in the ensuing entanglement, the Luo family, being powerful and with a concubine married to an emperor, ultimately managed to uncover evidence of collusion between the other family and foreign forces. In the end, with the support of a certain royal family, the Luo family waged war against the opposing family, annihilating them entirely. Although the entire Longdu understood that there were numerous dubious aspects to the affair, it concluded without further repercussions, as no one dared to provoke the Luo family. Once, the Luo family was celebrated for their contributions to the founding of the nation. Though they have since diminished, they still wield considerable influence. Subsequently, no noble family dared to accept proposals for a marriage to the young master. Now, the elder matriarch dares to propose a match between Jiang Qian's sister and him? Jiang Qian would never consent. Upon hearing Kei's words, an overwhelming blade essence radiated from him. At that moment, murderous intent surged in his eyes. He did not wish to sever ties with the Jiang family. He merely hoped for a peaceful coexistence, especially considering his elder siblings were still within. The care they had shown him throughout the years made it impossible for him to forget. That warmth had accompanied him to this day. Now, the elder matriarch had the audacity to use them as leverage against him, striking at his most vulnerable spot. As for the Jiang family, he harbored no feelings. When his mother married into the Jiang family, her dowry had caused a sensation in Longdu, yet it had all been seized by the Jiang family and Huang Feng, leaving them with not a single cent for a considerable time. He retracted the overwhelming aura of blade intent. Nodding indifferently, Kei, go inform them that I have agreed. I shall return to the Jiang family tomorrow morning, my lord. Kei expressed her concerns, her brow furrowed. Jiang Qian gently patted her head, offering her a reassuring smile. Do not worry. Simply focus on your cultivation at home and prepare a meal for my return. With that, he retreated to his chamber. Upon witnessing Jiang Qian close the door, even the ever-optimistic Kei felt her eyes redden with unshed tears. Gritting her teeth, she made an unprecedented decision that was contrary to her usual adherence to decorum, setting off toward Lin Ruoshi's residence. Although she understood that her actions contradicted the servant's code, she proceeded nonetheless, fully aware that she would face repercussions later. The night passed in silence. Jiang Qian awoke early, discovering Kei's absence. He made his way out of the Lin residence and headed toward the Jiang family estate. State your name. Upon arriving at the gates of the Jiang family, the guard demanded, his tone brusque. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Jiang Qian's face, it sharpened with recognition, leading to a swift decline in his demeanor. Young Master Qin, you have returned. The guard's voice trembled slightly. Having heard the rumors surrounding Jiang Qin's ascension to the Qianlong list, he had been skeptical, but now confronted with the reality, he realized his previous misconceptions. Jiang Qian merely cast him a glance, and the guard felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, dozens of blades seemingly aimed at him, ready to shred him to pieces at any moment. Ignoring the visible fear etched on the guard's face, Jiang Qian continued unperturbed. With an elderly matriarch so easily swayed by the trifles of her subordinates, the Jiang family's affairs had long spiraled into chaos. The elderly, muddled in thought, still held a position of power, demanding to oversee every matter, which only hastened the family's decline. Were it not for the Jiang clan's patriarch, Jiang Xinghe, retaining military authority, the family would have been long since divided among rivals, becoming merely a footnote in history. Yet, even so, Jiang Qian could not overlook the family's evident deterioration. Disregarding the guards beside him, Jiang Qian strode through the entrance. Young Master Chen, according to family rules, you must wait here until the matriarch grants permission. One guard recalled the order given by the matriarch's personal maid and stepped forward to obstruct Jiang Chen. However, before he could even reach him, a gust of wind knocked him to the ground. Struggling to rise, he found himself overwhelmed by an oppressive force, leaving him gasping for breath, ultimately kneeling before Jiang Chen. "Dio, I need permission to enter my own home," Jiang Chen stated coolly. The other guards, witnessing the scene unfold, dared not intervene, quickly averting their gazes. Although Jiang Chen had married into the Lin family, he remained a direct descendant of the Jiang clan, even should he choose to eliminate them. There would be no repercussions. Thankfully, Jiang Chen was not one to engage in senseless slaughter, and he chose to disregard the guards, who collectively breathed sighs of relief at having narrowly escaped death. As Jiang Chen wandered through the Jiang estate, it appeared unchanged, lacking any semblance of improvement. The paths had grown dilapidated yet remained unrepaired, and the homes retained their antiquated decor, starkly contrasting the Lin family's modernity. He advanced toward the rear courtyard, deliberately avoiding the matriarch's quarters. He had no intention of visiting her immediately. He owed her nothing. His purpose for returning was to seek out his brother and sister. Approaching the small courtyard where he had once resided with his brother, Jiang Tianhe, he soon overheard a voice that tightened his brow. "Jiang Tianhe, what are you doing cooped up in the courtyard? Come out with us and have some fun." At that moment, outside the courtyard known as Luoxue Courtyard, several youths were blocking a young man from entering. "Jiang Tianhe, why are you holed up at home all day? Come out and enjoy yourself with us," one of the young men exclaimed, evidently the leader of the group. The youth in white, Jiang Tianhe, furrowed his brow, staring at the individuals obstructing his path without replying. The one leading the group was named Jiang Shan, the current young master of the Jiang family, born after Jiang Qian had departed and favored by the matriarch, who indulged him immensely. This had allowed him to act with impunity within the household, emboldening him to confront Jiang Tianhe and prevent his entry. The companions surrounding Jiang Shan were all attired in opulent garments, clearly offspring of other noble families. "I have matters to attend to. I cannot join you. You may go and enjoy yourselves," Jiang Tianhe replied patiently, attempting to reject their invitation as he turned to re-enter the courtyard. However, Jiang Shan, accustomed to getting his way, was not so easily deterred. "Stop! Who said you could leave?" Jiang Shan demanded, irritation evident in his tone. Jiang Tianhe halted, suppressing his anger. "What more do you want?" Jiang Shan smirked coldly. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have a good brother I want you to meet, Luo Yu, the young master of the Luo family." He gestured toward a slender young man beside him. "Young Master Luo comes from an illustrious lineage. If it weren't for me, you might never have the chance to interact with him. Now that he stands before you, shouldn't you seize the opportunity to engage?" Jiang Tianhe's patience was wearing thin. He understood that Jiang Shan's intentions were far from altruistic. Feigning interest, he replied, "Ah, the young master of the Luo family. A pleasure to meet you, however. I am but an insignificant member of the Jiang family and cannot afford to associate with someone of your stature. I must take my leave now." Just as he turned to depart, Luo Yu stepped forward to block his path, waving his hand. "Ha ha, Brother Tianhe, we are about to become family. There is no need for such formalities." "What family?" Jiang Tianhe's heart sank, an ominous premonition settling over him. Luo Yu smiled without answering, while Jiang Shan chuckled. "You may not have known, but Grandma has decided to form a marriage alliance with the Luo family. The union involves your sister, Jiang Shui, and Luo Yu." With that, he observed Jiang Tianhe's reaction with a hint of malicious glee, seemingly anticipating the turmoil to follow. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Shan finished speaking, Jiang Tianhe's complexion darkened. "What did you say?" His eyes glinted with icy fury as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Shan, who felt a chill but quickly shook it off, thinking that Jiang Tianhe was too timid to retaliate. In truth, Jiang Tianhe had grown weary of being bullied by Jiang Shan since childhood. He no longer found it entertaining. However, following the recent revelations of Jiang Chen's accomplishments, Jiang Shan felt an inexplicable animosity toward him. Perhaps it was due to his mother's teachings, or perhaps it was jealousy. But he resented that Jiang Chen, the true darling of the Jiang family, overshadowed him. Recalling that Jiang Tianhe was Jiang Chen's brother, Jiang Shan resumed his bullying, seeking to derive satisfaction from tormenting Jiang Tianhe as a means of exacting revenge against Jiang Chen. "Calm down," Jiang Tianhe said coldly. "When was this decision made?" Jiang Shan, pleased with Jiang Tianhe's reaction, feigned indifference. Several days ago, I believe, we were just waiting for your brother to return to set a date for the engagement. If your brother is delayed, it matters not. The arrangements have already been made. You bastard! I refuse! Jiang Tianhe could no longer contain his fury, shoving aside those blocking his path. Jiang Shan, relishing the opportunity to provoke him further, asked mockingly, "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm going to find the matriarch." "I will not agree to this marriage," Jiang Tianhe declared, no longer willing to endure Jiang Shan's insolence. Seeing this change in demeanor, Jiang Shan felt an unsettling annoyance. He had never encountered such a defiant response from Jiang Tianhe. "Though you think you can see the matriarch whenever you wish, you are not like me. Instead of wasting time, why not entertain young Master Luo? Once Jiang Shui arrives at the Luo family, she will be treated well." Luo Yu chimed in. "Oh, no need to be so polite. We are family now. There's no need to mention such things, by the way, Jiang Tianhe. I heard your sister, Jiang Shui, is as beautiful as a celestial being, even more so than her mother. Is that true?" As he spoke, Luo Yu began to chuckle foolishly. "Quick, take me to meet your sister. If she truly is a great beauty, I shall indulge. By the way, let me tell you about a certain maid's daughter from my family. She refused to serve me and ultimately took her own life. You must ensure your sister listens to my commands. Otherwise, not only will she suffer, but you will too." In his last remarks, Luo Yu unconsciously began to issue threats. "You're asking for death." Upon hearing Luo Yu speak so lightly of Jiang Shui, Jiang Tianhe erupted in rage, striking out with a palm that landed squarely on Luo Yu's chest. Poof! Luo Yu, caught off guard, was sent sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth in a relentless flow. It was evident that Jiang Tianhe had not held back, delivering a full-force blow. Had Luo Yu not been wearing protective armor gifted by his family, that strike might have cost him his life. Even so, he lay on the ground, heavily injured from Jiang Tianhe's assault. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Jiang Tianhe had acted without a care for the consequences. Luo Yu, both alarmed and terrified, glared at Jiang Tianhe, his eyes a mix of fury and fear. "You dare strike me? You're asking for death. Jiang Shan, seize him. Otherwise, this debt will fall upon the Jiang family." Jiang Shan finally snapped back to reality, his heart racing at Luo Yu's words. "Jiang Tianhe, have you lost your mind? How dare you lay hands on young Master Luo? Everyone, seize him." In the depths of his fury, Jiang Shan issued an unwavering command. Today, Jiang Tianhe must pay the price. Otherwise, Luo Yu would return to report, and the Jiang family would suffer dire consequences. "Young master," a hesitant guard stood by, caught in a moment of indecision. In the past, he would have acted without a second thought, but times had changed. Now, Jiang Tianhe had the backing of a genius ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon list, a formidable opponent capable of slaying those at the marquee level. As a mere warrior at the general level, he dared not make a move. "Do you dare to disregard my orders? Have you forgotten who provided you with the resources to advance? Who pays your salary? Are you still afraid of Jiang Chen? Do not forget, Jiang Chen is also a member of the Jiang family and must heed the old matriarch's commands, and the old matriarch listens to me. Seize him and incapacitate him." Chapter 43. Taking action. Jiang Shan's expression darkened as he reiterated his command for the guard to act. For the first time, he felt the profound changes brought about by Jiang Chen's rise. Although he feared Jiang Chen's reputation, in the face of the current situation, the guard had no choice but to comply. "Surrender quietly. I shall not kill you." With that, he launched a powerful punch towards Jiang Tianhe. Holding nothing back, faced with the full-force strike of a general-level warrior, Jiang Tianhe, still in the early stages of his own general level, showed no fear. A glint of murderous intent shone in his eyes. He seemed to waver, contemplating whether to reveal his trump card. Observing that Jiang Tianhe was about to be subdued, Luo Yu, lying nearby, couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Jiang Chen had silently watched the unfolding events. A chilling aura emanating from him, enveloping the surroundings in a mist of white, he had long anticipated the Jiang family's true nature. However, he was somewhat surprised by Jiang Tianhe's cultivation level. Having severely injured Luo Yu, who was also at the Qi refinement stage, Jiang Tianhe evidently possessed the strength of a second-tier general. Just 2 years older than Jiang Chen, he had managed to break through to the general level by the age of 20. Achieving the marquis level or even becoming a king in the future was not out of the question. This was the most astonishing aspect to Jiang Qin, for during their childhood aptitude tests, Jiang Tianhe's talent had only been marginally superior to his own. Now, however, he had reached the general level, indicating that he too had encountered his own opportunities. Moreover, from Jiang Tianhe's expression, it seemed he still had cards left to play. At that moment, a flying dagger suddenly appeared, hovering in the palm of Jiang Qin's hand. Halt! The dagger sliced through the air with a subtle sound. Seeing Jiang Tianhe standing still, neither blocking nor dodging, Jiang Shan and Luo Yu assumed he had been rendered speechless, eagerly awaiting the moment when the guard's powerful blow would incapacitate Jiang Tianhe. Just as Jiang Tianhe was preparing to act, he suddenly sensed something and withdrew his intention to strike. Simultaneously, the guard felt an imminent threat of death. Before he could react, he felt a chilling sensation in his arm as his fist was severed at the joint. Ah! The excruciating pain surged through him, eliciting a wail of agony. The sudden turn of events left Luo Yu and Jiang Shan, who had been smiling moments before, frozen in shock, their grins faltering. Who dares to harm my kin within the Jiang family? Who? Jiang Shan, regaining his composure, bellowed in rage, scanning his surroundings. Upon seeing the approaching figure, his voice trailed off. As Jiang Chen advanced step by step, Jiang Shan could hardly contain his tremor. Jiang Chen, he stammered, unable to meet Jiang Chen's gaze, overwhelmed by an oppressive aura that left him breathless. Ignoring the moans of the wounded guard, the prone Luo Yu, and the dazed Jiang Shan, Jiang Chen strode past them and approached Jiang Tianhe. Elder brother, Jiang Chen beamed at Jiang Tianhe, a smile emerging solely for true kin. Observing his younger brother, who now stood half a head taller, Jiang Tianhe felt a wave of emotion and placed his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. You've grown, Xiao Chun, even stronger than before. In the future, even if I am not around, with you here, you can protect your sister. Hearing Jiang Tianhe's words of praise, Jiang Chun felt a rare sense of joy. Nothing compared to the simple acknowledgement of his elder brother over the flattery of outsiders. However, both brothers understood that this was not the time for nostalgia, and their gazes shifted toward Jiang Shan and Luo Yu. Terrified, Luo Yu shouted, "Eighth uncle, save me!" Despite possessing some cultivation, his voice echoed throughout the Jiang family estate. That moment, in the reception hall, an elderly man with white hair, who had been sipping tea with the old matriarch, abruptly set down his cup. After signaling the old matriarch, he hastened towards the source of the commotion. If it were merely Luo Yu, he would not warrant the personal attention of a marca-level warrior. He had come to the Jiang family primarily to discuss a potential marriage alliance. After all, Luo Yu's various scandals were known to all, and it was a rare opportunity for the Jiang family to consider marrying their daughter to him. Thus, the Luo family had dispatched a marquis-level expert to lend weight to the occasion. As the elderly man hurried away, the old matriarch's smile faded. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Nothing must happen to the young master of the Luo family. She quickly followed suit with Huang Feng, making her way toward the center of the estate. Meanwhile, outside the falling snow courtyard, Jiang Chun approached the two adversaries. Jiang Chun, what do you intend to do? If you dare to kill me, the Luo family will retaliate. Luo Yu threatened, emboldened by the presence of the eighth elder. Jiang Qin, preparing to strike against this scoundrel who had repeatedly insulted his sister, was interrupted as the eighth elder of the Luo family arrived. Impudent, with me here, who dares to act recklessly? The eighth elder, Luo Xianzhao, appeared, coldly regarding Jiang Qin. Unfazed by the elder's scrutiny, Jiang Qin's eyes reflected calmness. Luo Xianzhao's overwhelming presence revealed his disregard for the Jiang family. Had it not been for the proposed marriage alliance with Luo Yu, he would not have bothered to come at all. He glanced at the bloodied Luo Yu on the ground, his expression darkening to Yuer. Who has done this to you? Luo Xianzhao helped Luo Yu to his feet and administered a pill. It was him. Jiang Tianhe, if I hadn't been wearing the protective armor provided by my family, I would have been dead by now. Kill him, eighth uncle. Luo Yu pointed viciously at Jiang Tianhe. Luo Xianzhao surveyed the crowd. An icy glint in his eyes. He was no fool. As the eighth elder of the Luo family, he recognized Jiang Chun, the new rising star on the hidden dragon list. The association with Jiang Tianhe indicated their connection. Ah, so you are the son-in-law of the Lin family. I have heard much about you. However, your brother has severely injured my young master. What do you intend to do about it? Or shall I handle it myself? Luo Xianzhao's tone remained domineering, addressing Jiang Chun with a hint of respect due to the Lin family connection. What do you propose? Jiang Chun replied indifferently. Luo Xianzhao, undeterred by his attitude, declared, hand over this perpetrator. Thus, we can consider this matter resolved. Our families can still proceed with the marriage alliance, and your sister can still wed into the Luo family that, of course, I can spare his life. Lao Xianzhao laid out his demands in one breath, prompting Jiang Chun to chuckle derisively. A marriage alliance with me? You believe you are worthy? Jiang Chun's tone dripped with disdain, dismissing the Luo family entirely. Impudent. Indeed, Luo Xianzhao could no longer contain himself. I speak to you kindly because you are of the Lin family. Do you truly believe that being a rising star on the hidden dragon list grants you immunity? Remember this. You are in Longdu. With that, his aura surged, radiating power as it rushed toward Jiang Chun. The oppressive presence of a seventh-tier marquis spread through the air, making it difficult for those present to breathe. Meanwhile, the old matriarch, sensing the turmoil, hastily made her way to the scene. Chapter 44. Luo Xianzhao. Kill Luo Xianzhao's aura erupted, revealing his sixth-tier marquis strength without a doubt. Although Jiang Chun had previously slain Marca-level warriors, he still did not regard Luo Xianzhao as a threat. The opponents Jiang Chun had faced, such as Lu Wuchuan, were merely at the initial marquis level. Once one reached the marquis level, each tier represented a significant leap in power. The disparity between the first three tiers and the sixth-tier martial artist was profound. To a sixth-tier warrior, eliminating an opponent at the general level was no different than crushing an insect. Thus, Jiang Chun did not reckon Luo Xianzhao as a concern. The overwhelming pressure of the seventh-tier marquis bore down on Jiang Chun, yet it dissipated as it approached within 3 steps of him. Even a powerful sixth-tier marquis could not breach that distance. Observing the composed Jiang Chun, everyone stood in stunned silence, their hearts racing with shock. Indeed, he was among the top 10 on the hidden dragon list. A seventh-tier marquis was insufficient to make this prodigy bow. Jiang Chun regarded the astonished Luo Xianzhao, waving his hand dismissively. What of your seventh-tier marquis status? Provoked by such a challenge, Luo Xianzhao's restraint shattered. You dare, young one! He ceased his words, stepping forward with purpose, unleashing his marquis aura upon the AI art. As he swung his palm in midair, his internal energy coalesced, forming a massive hand 3 meters wide, hurtling toward Jiang Chun with lethal intent. This strike was executed without reservation, aimed directly at ending Jiang Chun's life. He was confident that he could extinguish Jiang Chun's existence. Even if Jiang Chun was the son-in-law of the Lin family, it mattered not. Having crossed the Luo family, he would pay the ultimate price. As he faced the incoming palm strike, the rushing wind carried a cacophony of cracking sounds through the air, bearing down upon him. In that moment, Jiang Chun also made his move, drawing his blade with resolute determination and executing a powerful slash. A beam of sword light erupted from his strike, transforming into a 2-meter-wide arc of white brilliance as it cleaved through the palm wind. With a resounding whoosh, although the strike seemed unassuming, its power was immense, severing the palm at its center with a single blow. The palm wind dissipated instantly, vanishing without a trace in the air. The shockwave from the clash of blade and palm reverberated outward, forcing Luo Xianzhao to retreat a few steps to counter the residual force. His face was a mask of astonishment, his aged eyes fixed upon Jiang Chun, filled with disbelief. Your inner power has taken form. You have comprehended the essence of the sword. Luo Xianzhao could hardly fathom Jiang Chun's prowess, his eyes brimming with shock. Reflecting on his years of cultivation, having only recently grasped the essence of the palm, he looked at the remarkably young Jiang Chun, who had already understood the essence of the sword, and felt the chasm between them was greater than that between man and beast. It must be noted that the absence of comprehension rendered one's combat prowess entirely disparate, akin to an insurmountable chasm. 10 warriors at the marquis level could not compare to a single one who had grasped the essence. Even in Longdu, the heart of the Long Kingdom, the presence of a marquis who had comprehended the essence would elevate the family's standing in the eyes of others. At that moment, Luo Xianzhao found himself hesitating. Standing in stunned silence, Jiang Chun, perplexed by his inaction, halted as well, curious about his intentions. Suddenly, Luo Xianzhao's expression shifted. The haughty demeanor he once wore faded, replaced by a semblance of amicable warmth. I did not anticipate that young brother Jiang possesses such extraordinary talent. Achieving comprehension of the sword at such a tender age, I must apologize for my previous transgressions, and I hope you can forgive me. It seems there is a misunderstanding between your brother and my Luoyu. How about we shake hands and settle our differences? After all, our families are soon to be united in marriage. We are all family now. Let us discuss the forthcoming union. What do you say? Upon hearing Luo Xianzhao's overture for peace, Luoyu felt a surge of displeasure, yet he dared not voice his dissent. Before the elders of his family, he lacked the authority to act recklessly. Luo Xianzhao regarded Jiang Chun, calculating his next move, determined to facilitate this marriage and cultivate ties with Jiang Qin. He had heard that due to the early loss of his mother, Jiang Chun shared an exceptionally close bond with his two siblings. As long as Jiang Shui remained in the Luo family, that connection would undoubtedly position Jiang Chun as a formidable ally for the Luo clan. With such exceptional talent and the comprehension of the sword, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the marquis level, and barring any unfortunate events, he was destined for greatness. Perhaps even ascendancy to imperial status. Moreover, being the son-in-law of the Lin family, his standing there would surely rise in tandem with his abilities. The prospect of securing such a promising ally for the Luo family filled Luo Xianzhao with uncontainable joy. His smile betraying none of the hostility he had displayed moments before, such as the influence of talent. Regrettably, despite his grand aspirations, Jiang Chun offered him no courtesy. Have you grown deaf with age? Did you not hear what I just said? You believe yourself worthy of an alliance with me? Luoyu, that wretch, is he fit to marry my sister? Jiang Chun spoke with a detached calm, his tone laced with disdain, revealing his deep-seated aversion to the Luo clan. Jiang Qin's retort shattered Luo Xianzhao's composure, his expression darkening. You insolent brat, I extend an olive branch, yet you choose to provoke my Luo family? Luo Xianzhao issued a final ultimatum, posing one last question to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin did not respond to the inquiry, instead stating, You attempted to kill me. If I were to turn the tables and slay you, would I be at fault? Ha! With what strength? Luo Xianzhao scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest of jokes, a smirk playing on his lips, believing Jiang Qin to be a fool. Jiang Qin, however, was disinterested in idle threats, stepping forward and declaring, I just took your blow. Now it's your turn to receive mine. See cleaving. Without further ado, Jiang Qin unleashed his ultimate technique, see cleaving. You truly are overstepping your bounds. Luo Xianzhao watched as Jiang Qin wielded his blade, genuinely believing himself to be of significance, preparing to mock him once more. Yet, in the next instant, a fearsome blade of light tore through the earth, hurtling toward him. The sharpened tint of the sword severed the land and space in its wake. A dreadful gust of blade wind surged forth, and Luo Xianzhao's face paled at the sight. The intended mockery died on his lips, swallowed by the overwhelming terror of Jiang Qin's attack. No wonder it was called sea cleaving. It was poised to cleave a person asunder. Humph! Thunderous dominance fist. Kill! A potent sense of crisis surged within him, leaving no time to marvel at Jiang Qin's might. His mind raced to devise a means of countering the strike. In a desperate bid, he unleashed his final move. A colossal fist, 5 meters in size, manifested with earth-shattering force, charging toward the blade in a titanic clash. Boom! In an instant, the ground trembled, and the adjacent snowfall courtyard was utterly obliterated. Chapter 45. Refusal of Reconciliation. A bitter rivalry established following the tremendous tremor. A figure was sent hurtling from the swirling dust, crashing several meters away. It was Luo Xianzhao. All eyes were fixed in disbelief. No one could have anticipated that the one to be repelled was none other than Luo Xianzhao himself. And he had suffered a humiliating defeat. In stark contrast, Jiang Qin remained steadfast, having withstood the confrontation. Luo Xianzhao spat a mouthful of old blood, trembling as he pointed a shaking finger at Jiang Qin. His voice quaking with fear, You concealed your strength. You are not even at the marquis level. He could not accept his defeat, mistakenly believing Jiang Chun had merely concealed his true capabilities. At that moment, regret washed over Luo Xianzhao. Jiang Chun offered no response, instead approaching him with a tranquil demeanor. As Jiang Chen advanced, Luo Xianzhao's previous arrogance evaporated entirely. Jiang Shantan, I concede. Let us put aside the marriage matter. I can provide compensation. Spare me this once, will you? At this point, Luo Xianzhao abandoned any pretense of pride, pleading for Jiang Qin's mercy, yet none dared deride his actions. After all, the level of combat prowess Jiang Qin displayed was beyond comprehension. However, Jiang Qin seemed oblivious to Luo Xianzhao's pleas, slowly raising his frost blade, the cold gleam of the blade illuminating his impassive face, instilling fear in all who beheld it in truth, even before engaging. Jiang Qin had resolved that a feud with the Luo family was inevitable. He was not a fool charging into the Jiang family to seize someone. Prior to arriving at the Jiang family, he had inquired about the Luo clan's affairs through Hong Shui, learning of their alliance with the fourth young master of the Lin family. Having inadvertently offended Lin Sishao in the previous incident concerning the King's steward, and now having clashed with Luo Xianzhao, it was evident that he had irreparably forged enmity. Moreover, as the favorite of the Lin family's eldest daughter, even if he did not intend to participate in the family head contention, other competitors would naturally align him with Lin Ruoxi's faction. Once he ascended the potential dragon ranking, the potential he exhibited would warrant serious consideration from all factions. Espionage, enticement, and even assassination would be commonplace. And his vulnerabilities would inevitably be revealed to those with ulterior motives. If he were to spare Luo Xianzhao, the Luo family would only become bolder, resorting to unscrupulous means to ensure Jiang Shui married Luo Yu. At that juncture, they would leverage Jiang Shui as a bargaining chip, seeking to morally coerce him into alignment with them. Caught between the fourth young master of the Lin family and Lin Ruoxi, he would find himself in a precarious position. Furthermore, Luo Yu was hardly a suitable match. The women he pursued invariably met with ill fate, and Jiang Qin would never permit Jiang Shui to be wed to such a man. At this point, the only course was to eliminate Luo Xianzhao, ensuring that enmity was established beyond reconciliation. Even so, he would also become a bitter enemy of the Lin fourth young master's faction. Yet he remained unconcerned. It seemed that Luo Xianzhao had come to this realization as well, trembling involuntarily. Jiang Qin, think carefully. If you spare me, we can still negotiate. If you kill me, you will become mortal enemies with the Luo family and the fourth young master. Regrettably, Jiang Qin remained silent, merely raising the ice blade higher. The blinding sunlight illuminated Jiang Qin's shadow, casting an immense pressure upon Luo Xianzhao, causing his legs to tremble. Jiang Qin maintained his stance, holding the blade aloft. Though mere seconds passed, it felt as though days had stretched interminably. Finally, Jiang Qin appeared to resolve himself, his grip on the blade tightening as the four elements of wind, thunder, ice, and fire converged upon the blade, unleashing a tremendous aura. Stop, Jiang Qin. Cease this at once. A venerable voice rang out, filled with urgency, panic, and an overwhelming fury and reprimand. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, and Luo Xianzhao's vitality was extinguished. He clutched his throat in terror, his gaze fixed on Jiang Qin, as if still unable to comprehend that he had been slain, desperately wishing to utter something. Yet the words eluded him. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, a once mighty marquis perishing in that instant. Just then, the matriarch and Huang Feng arrived on the scene, as they beheld Luo Xianzhao's lifeless body. Their minds went blank, unable to stand. They could hardly fathom how the Luo family would react upon discovering that their elder had perished at the hands of the Jiang clan. The matriarch pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Qin, then gestured toward the corpse on the ground, her disdain and hatred unmasked, as if gazing upon a sworn enemy. Wretched child! How dare you slay an elder of the Luo family? Do you grasp the implications of your actions? The matriarch struck her cane forcefully against the ground, demanding Jiang Qin's accountability. Kneel! You, along with your siblings, shall immediately kneel before the Luo family to apologize. You three shall be delivered to them for retribution. Without hesitation, the matriarch was prepared to sacrifice the three siblings to preserve the Jiang family. Jiang Qin, however, paid her no heed. Acting as if she were invisible, he turned to Jiang Shan, speaking with a calm demeanor. I heard that you intended to incapacitate my brother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan trembled, gazing at the grim fate of Luo Xianzhao, finally comprehending that he and Jiang Qin were no longer of the same world. Under the cold, indifferent gaze of Jiang Qin, Jiang Shan felt as if he were being pierced by countless blades, enduring an excruciating torment that was almost unbearable. Overwhelmed, he turned away and cried out in despair. Grandmother, save me! Jiang Qin wants to kill me. Upon witnessing this, the old matriarch's attention was drawn to Jiang Shan, who trembled in fear. She could no longer concern herself with the matters of the Luo family. "Oh, my dear grandson, come here to grandmother," she said, wrapping her arms around Jiang Shan and gently soothing his back. Seeing this, even with his inherently good nature, Jiang Chun could not help but feel a pang of discomfort. It was an anachronistic sight, an adolescent of over 17 years weeping in the embrace of a hunchbacked old woman. The onlookers seemed equally unsettled, turning their gazes elsewhere. Yet the old lady remained oblivious to the reactions of those around her. One hand comforted Jiang Shan while the other pointed accusingly at Jiang Qin, her voice rising in indignation. "Beast! Jiang Shan is your brother. How dare you threaten him with death? Do you still possess any humanity or conscience? You wretched spawn, returning home only to bring calamity to the Jiang family. Do you have any idea what it means to have killed a senior member of the Luo family? How many resources must the Jiang family expend to make amends? You three siblings are indeed a harbinger of misfortune, only capable of bringing disaster upon us. Even if I were to hand you over to the Lin family, it would still implicate me. As for the matter of killing Luo Xianzhao, you had best kneel before the eldest daughter of the Lin family and plead for her intercession. Otherwise, I shall have your mother's grave expelled from the Jiang family's ancestral grounds. Truly, like mother, like son. What manner of mother raises such offspring? None of you three are worthy of my regard. Thankfully, your mother passed away early. Otherwise, the old matriarch became increasingly fervent in her tirade, cursing Jiang Qin, his siblings, and even their mother, ultimately provoking Jiang Qin's wrath. Though his mother had passed away at a young age, the love she had given him remained etched in his heart. He vividly remembered every moment spent with her, as she had been a gentle and nurturing presence in his life. The love he experienced during those formative years was a treasure he would never encounter again. Just as the old lady was about to unleash another round of insults, Jiang Chun could no longer restrain himself. With a blade in hand, he pointed it directly at her face. Chapter 46. The fall of Jiang Shan. The blade's tip nearly grazed her forehead. Despite her advanced age and her dealings with esteemed families, the old woman was experiencing the stark reality of mortality for the first time. Her previously domineering voice faltered. Trembling, she stammered, You ungrateful wretch dare to attempt to kill me? You would commit such an abominable act against your own grandmother?" Yet, as fear momentarily gripped her, she managed to suppress it, finding her courage, convinced that Jiang Qin would not dare to harm her. "Go ahead and strike. If you can bring yourself to kill your own grandmother, who in the world would dare associate with you? What difference is there between you and those who have gone astray?" She feigned a bravado that belied her inner turmoil. Her provocations ignited a murderous intent within Jiang Qin, causing his hand to tremble around the hilt of the knife. Unable to contain the chilling resolve that enveloped him, the frost blade resonated with his emotions, casting a frigid aura that enveloped everyone present. Brother Chen. At that moment, Jiang Tianhe, witnessing Jiang Qin's intent to strike down their grandmother, rushed forward to restrain his hand, vigorously shaking his head. His motive was not born from any lingering affection for their grandmother, but rather a sense of pragmatism. To kill her would forever tarnish Jiang Qin's name, branding him as the epitome of filial disobedience and inviting the pursuit of the town's enforcers. He would be forced to flee the city, living as a fugitive. For the sake of an old woman, it was not worth the sacrifice of his brother, who had limitless potential if it came to violence. He would prefer to take that burden upon himself. Having grown up together, Jiang Chun quickly grasped Jiang Tianhe's intentions. He recognized the wisdom in his brother's words, regardless of how much he despised the old lady. The bond of blood still remained, and he could not take action against her. To do so would subject him to the scorn of society, rendering him a pariah. Jiang Tianhe was right. Such an act was not worth the cost. With this realization, he nodded at Jiang Tianhe, who then released his grip. Jiang Qian turned his attention back to the old matriarch and Jiang Shan. Yes, he could not kill the old lady, but that did not preclude him from seeking retribution. How had she treated him? She had forced his sister, Jiang Shui, into an undesirable union with the disgraceful Luo Yu to torment him. In that case, he would return the favor in kind, using her own methods against her. His gaze shifted from the old woman to Jiang Shan, who was still wiping away tears, and a scheme began to form in his mind. Sensing that Jiang Qian had lowered his weapon, The old matriarch felt a wave of relief wash over her and promptly launched into another tirade. How the scions of the Jiang family have fallen. After all this time, your first thought upon returning home is to attempt to murder your own grandmother. I would love to know what the citizens of Longdu would think of their top 10 talents when they learn of your filial piety. When I pass on, I shall certainly inquire of your mother how she could leave behind such a wretched lineage to commit such acts of treachery. As she continued her verbal assault, Jiang Chen moved with purpose. He pointed a finger at Jiang Shan, and a chilling sound akin to ice cracking reverberated from within him. Suddenly, a noise akin to shattering ice filled the air. Drawing the attention of all present, Jiang Shan's complexion turned ashen, his entire energy plummeting. Having relied on the enhancement of medicinal pills to elevate his cultivation, he now began to plummet. 5th tier, 4th tier, 1st tier. Ultimately, he could not stabilize even the 1st tier, as his entire internal force was utterly obliterated by Jiang Chen. The rapid succession of events left the onlookers momentarily stunned. By the time they comprehended what had transpired, they instinctively stepped back in fear. Jiang Shan shrieked in agony. The sheer pain coursing through him was unbearable, but what shattered his psyche was the destruction of his cultivation. You actually crippled my internal force and shattered my meridians. What a vile tactic! Jiang Shan barely managed to raise his hand, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Jiang Shan? The old matriarch realized the severity of the situation, cradling Jiang Shan and anxiously inspecting him. The contrast in her demeanor towards Jiang Chen and Jiang Shan was stark, as if Jiang Chen were a mere stray found on the street. Huang Feng, who had been observing quietly, gasped in shock. Just as the old lady appeared to have gained the upper hand in the verbal sparring, the next moment, her own son had become a cripple. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Jiang Chen, seething. How could you be so heartless? He is your brother as well. Jiang Chen offered no response, treating her as if he were dispatching a stray dog without a second thought. Yet, as Huang Feng prepared to unleash her own tirade, she caught sight of Jiang Chen's cold, unfeeling gaze and promptly fell silent. Unlike the old matriarch, Huang Feng had experienced the fickleness of human emotions and understood the subtleties of social interactions. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the position of the primary wife among so many concubines. She discerned that while Jiang Chen might hesitate to act against the old lady due to familial ties, he held no such reservations towards her, a woman with no blood relation to him. Moreover, she was considerably younger than the old matriarch and had no desire to meet an untimely end. Therefore, upon receiving Jiang Chen's glance, she immediately ceased her protests. Conversely, the old matriarch glared at Jiang Chen, once again preparing to reprimand him. Jiang Chen, however, merely regarded her with a calm demeanor and spoke evenly. Old matriarch, should you utter another insult, I shall wield my blade without hesitation. Theo, you wish to continue? At his words, the vitriol she had been about to unleash became lodged in her throat, and she had no choice but to swallow it down. She understood that while Jiang Chen would not kill her, he would not hesitate to eliminate her grandson. Beside her, Huang Feng was equally terrified and hurriedly approached the old matriarch. Grandmother, I implore you to cease. We must focus on resolving the current predicament. After all, Jiang Shan was her son, and she dared not provoke Jiang Chen into a fit of rage that might claim her child's life. The situation within the Jiang family was delicate. The southern region of Longhua was embroiled in war, and their father was on the battlefield. Furthermore, the 3 powerful lords of the Jiang family were also away, leaving only an elderly figure behind. Unless faced with an existential threat, he would not intervene. Thus, Jiang Chen had effectively surpassed the family's control, and the old matriarch could no longer afford to engage him in conflict. Taking a few deep breaths, the old matriarch finally regained her composure after the series of shocks. She surveyed the ruins of the falling snow courtyard, understanding that this matter was far from resolution. She cast a cold glare at Jiang Chen, disdainfully stating, "It was you who killed the members of the Luo family. You must go and find the Lin family to resolve this matter." "That is impossible," Jiang Chen flatly rejected her, showing no sign of acquiescence. Setting aside the fact that he did not even know Lin Ruashi's whereabouts, even if he did, he would not seek her assistance. Furthermore, he did not believe that the blame lay solely with him. Had the old matriarch not forced him into a marriage alliance, pushing him to the brink, he would not have resorted to killing Luo Xian Zhao. You! The old matriarch's fury ignited once more. Then how do you propose to handle this? Her inquiry was not intended for Jiang Qin's ears, but rather a desperate attempt to discern his plans. Allow my brother and sister to leave the Jiang family and return the dowry that our mother brought with her. As for the Luo family, I shall deal with them myself, Jiang Qin declared. Laying out his terms, Chapter 47. Compromise, arrival of Hong Shui impossible. Absolutely not. The old matriarch rejected the notion outright, without a moment's hesitation. Despite her advanced years, she was not lacking in intellect. She understood the potential of a young prodigy on the potential dragon ranking. Recognizing that he would be a tremendous asset to the resurgence of the Jiang family, she now deeply regrets having entrusted Jiang Chun to the Lin family, relinquishing not only his identity but also his origins. Naturally, it is impossible for her to allow Jiang Tianhe and Jiang Shui to leave the Jiang family now. She is acutely aware that Jiang Chun has never harbored any affection for the Jiang family since childhood. If Jiang Tianhe and Jiang Shui were to sever ties with the Jiang family, there would truly be no further connection between them. Moreover, with Jiang Chun currently recognized as a renowned detective in the Jiangxi, having ascended to the celestial level, it is merely a matter of time before his influence expands. A celestial-level individual possesses considerable power within the Jiangxi, and if utilized effectively, the declining Jiang family could certainly reclaim its former glory. At this moment, she feels an inkling of regret. Had she known earlier of Jiang Qin's resolute and fierce nature, she would not have attempted to manipulate him to gain the upper hand. After all, she could have at least feigned the demeanor of a kind and benevolent grandmother. Alas, it is too late for that now. She contemplates uttering some flattering words to ease the current tension in their relationship, yet the thought of doing so is beneath her dignity. Furthermore, Jiang Qin's calm and serene gaze seems to penetrate her very thoughts, leaving her speechless. Regardless, Jiang Tianhe and Jiang Shui must not be surrendered. The affiliation of an individual must be officially recorded. Even a monarch is not exempt. For instance, if the Jiang family were to commit a grave offense one day, all those associated with the family would be apprehended for interrogation, potentially facing collective punishment. However, Jiang Chun has already aligned himself with the Lin family's influence, thus he would not be implicated. In essence, it is a matter of sharing fortune and bearing misfortune together. Therefore, Jiang Chun insists on Jiang Tianhe and Jiang Shui's departure from the Jiang family. Observing the old matriarch's unwavering demeanor, Jiang Chun comprehends her ulterior motives and decides not to engage further. Very well, you may figure out how to negotiate with the Luo family. I shall take my leave. With that, he turns and strides away. Stop. You cannot leave. You must resolve this matter before departing, the old matriarch, now frantic, calls out to obstruct Jiang Chun. Yet, he pays her no mind, continuing toward the exit. I remind you, Jiang Tianhe and Jiang Shui are still members of the Jiang family. If the Luo family comes seeking an explanation, they cannot escape. Witnessing Jiang Qin's indifference, she resorts to invoking the two. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin finally halts. The old matriarch breathes a sigh of relief, only for Jiang Chun to turn and smile. Oh, rest assured, dear matriarch, when that time comes, I shall appeal to the head of the Lin family or the young lady to intervene and escort the two away. You. The old matriarch is so incensed that she nearly falters. Jiang Qin's intentions are abundantly clear. Once the Luo family arrives, he will leverage the Lin family to safeguard the two, knowing the Luo family would dare not offend the Lin family, thus venting their frustrations upon the Jiang family, leading to dire consequences for them. As Jiang Qin prepares to depart, she recalls the formidable Luo family thriving in Longdu, feeling a pang of frustration. Gritting her teeth, she finally calls out to Jiang Qin. All right, I can agree to your terms, but you must ensure that the Luo family does not trouble the Jiang family. Having severed ties with Jiang Chun, she is left to choose between addressing the impending crisis facing the Jiang family or attempting to manipulate Jiang Qin, ultimately opting for the former. After all, she understands that even if the two remain within the Jiang family, Jiang Chun would not easily submit to her whims. They may leave the Jiang family, but a portion of your mother's dowry remains under your father's control, and we can only retrieve a fraction. And how much is that fraction? 65 boxes. The old matriarch's voice betrays a hint of insecurity. Heh! Jiang Qin chuckles softly upon hearing this. His mother had brought 400 boxes of various treasures, yet now they are only willing to return 65. He chooses not to respond and turns to leave. Seeing his dissatisfaction, The old matriarch hastily modifies her offer. Wait, 80 boxes? No, 100 boxes. I will return 100 boxes to you. Still fixated on her haggling, Jiang Chun is unwilling to negotiate. 200 boxes. As for the remaining 200, you may devise your own means. If they are not returned, I will take matters into my own hands. 200. Before the old matriarch can respond, Huang Feng, standing nearby, is already taken aback. She reveals a hint of panic in her demeanor, clearly having depleted a considerable amount of the dowry brought by the previous matriarch over the years. Realizing Jiang Qin's growing impatience, the old matriarch understands that further delay is untenable and quickly states, "All right, I agree to 200 boxes, along with the freedom of Jiang Tianhe and Jiang Shui." Only then does Jiang Qin halt, regarding the old matriarch and her companions with a calm demeanor. "Good, then let us draft a written agreement. Though you think I would renege on this?" The old matriarch, now exasperated, pounds her cane in frustration, demanding an answer from Jiang Qin. It is as if his words have insulted her dignity, provoking a sense of shame and anger in her, who is accustomed to holding herself in high esteem. Jiang Qin, however, merely responds with indifference. "What is it? You have never inspired trust in me. How many of the promises you made in my childhood have you actually fulfilled?" Upon hearing this, the old matriarch finds herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, despite her evident reluctance, she signs a notarized agreement with Jiang Chun and sends someone to the Longdu Personnel Bureau to process the departure. Shortly thereafter, a departure certificate is presented to Jiang Chen. After reviewing it and confirming its accuracy, he accepts it. "The matter is settled. As for the Luo family's situation, I hope you can truly resolve it." Despite having signed the contract, the old matriarch still expresses her concerns. Jiang Chun cannot help but chuckle. "Rest assured, I, Jiang Chun, am a man of my word, and I will honor my commitments." With that, he prepares to leave with Jiang Tianhe to fetch Jiang Shui. Just then, a voice interrupts. "Old matriarch, the young lady of the Lin family, steward Hong Shui, is here to visit, seeking to speak with young Master Chen." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch contemplates the implications. She recalls the rumors surrounding the young lady, known for her pride and unwillingness to tolerate disobedience. Being the Lin family's treasured jewel, it is said that when she is angered, even the head of the family and other elders must yield to her. In this current age, the affairs among the great families are nearly transparent, aside from the most closely guarded secrets. The incident of Jiang Chun slaying Luo Xianzhao has likely spread like wildfire throughout the city. The young lady's arrival now raises the possibility that she seeks to retrieve Jiang Qin. With this thought, the old matriarch feels a mixture of anticipation and worry, fearing the Lin family may refuse to intervene with the Luo family. "Since she is a distinguished guest of the Lin family, let us invite her here." The old matriarch, recognizing that avoidance is futile, instructs someone to bring Hong Shui to this location. "Chun brother," Jiang Tianhe expresses concern. Fearing Jiang Chun may face repercussions, Jiang Chen merely smiles gently, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, elder brother. With me here, all is well." Having said that, he patiently awaits Hong Shui's arrival, though he himself is uncertain as to why she has come.